All right, it's about 8 o'clock, so if folks could return to their seats. Before we get started with this morning's agenda, I will turn to Executive Director Merrick Burden.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and council members. Let's see, we do have quite a full day today. Starting off the morning with gear switching, and we have marine planning on the back end with what we are still planning to have final action on salmon in the middle of the two. Should the need arise, we are prepared to move a couple of tomorrow's agenda items up if that is necessary, but at this point I don't foresee that as being necessary. Let's see, we are receiving more reports of COVID this morning, and several folks will be joining remotely. So just if you are accessing Ring Central, look there. I'm sure both of you will. If you do need masks or tests, Patricia has some right back there in the corner. See her if you feel the need. Those are all the comments I have this morning, Mr. Chairman, but happy to answer any questions.
See if there are any questions. All right, I will pass the gavel to Vice Chair Pete Hassemer to get us started this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We will begin with this item by turning it over to Dr. Seeger and Jesse Dorpinghouse for an overview of the agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and good morning, council members. Here to talk about agenda item G5, Sablefish gear switching and check-in on the range of alternatives. So your action today is in two parts. One is to refine the range of alternatives, and then to discuss and provide guidance on the process for reaching a preliminary preferred alternative. Coming out of the November 2022 meeting, your alternatives were no action and 3 action alternatives. The first 2 of the 3 action alternatives used gear-specific quota shares as the mechanism to limit gear switching. So the first alternative would distribute some gear-specific quota share to both gear switching participants and non-gear switching participants. So it has a wide distribution. The amount of gear switching quota share issued would be 29% or very close to it, depending on the options you select. The quota share owner's qualification as a gear switching participant would be based on their personal history of owning a vessel when it gear switched. The second alternative would only issue gear switching quota share to gear switching participants, and the total amount of gear switching quota share would be substantially less than 29%. A quota share's owner's qualification as a gear switching participant, instead of being based on personal history as a vessel owner, it would be based on the history of the permit that the person owned on the control date. And then the amount of any gear quota share they received would be based on the amount of quota share that they owned on the control date. The third alternative would issue gear switching endorsements based on ownership of a qualifying permit on the control date. Quota share would also have to be owned, and there is one qualification option that would also require ownership of a vessel. Each endorsed permit would have a gear switching limit that would be specific to that permit. Depending on the option selected, the maximum gear switching history allowed would run between 6.5 and 29% based on our current analysis. So we've been working on this issue since 2017, and working on developing a range of alternatives in the council forum since November of 2020. The green circles you see here are the meetings at which you dealt with specifying the range of alternatives. In March of this year, the GAP received a presentation on the current range of alternatives and wrote the report in your briefing materials. For this meeting, we have a check-in scheduled. Here we go. On the range of alternatives. You're scheduled to select a PPA in June and an FPA in November. Depending on the outcome of this meeting, in June, you may also need to refine the alternatives and select the PPA. At your past meetings, so we've been working on the range of alternatives for, this will be our 5th meeting doing that. At your past meetings, it seems like trying to both refine alternatives and select a PPA in the same meeting has been more than could be easily handled. And I think as a result, we've been returning to subsequent meetings with questions, and each time the range of alternatives has also been modified. Based on that, you might want to consider other approaches. One way might be to come back in June to continue work on refining the range of alternatives and not plan on selecting a PPA at that time. Alternatively, something different might be tried. You might try to select an initial preliminary preferred alternative based on higher level policy considerations, selecting based on a particular management and allocation philosophies. Then, rather than trying to make the refinements to all the alternatives that you have in the range, you would only work to refine whatever was identified as the PPA. So the calendar might look like this. This is the same calendar we saw a minute ago up through the April meeting. And then you would do we're terming an initial PPA in June. And then work on, assign staff, depending on what is left on the table to refine, have staff or maybe a group, however that might happen, come back to refine that initial PPA in the September, November timeframe, making some time at one of those meetings. And then select the FPA next spring. If work was completed by the spring, my understanding from National Fisheries Service is given that the program needs to have a start of the year implementation, the delay in reaching an FPA would not be expected to delay implementation. And overall, we might get to an FPA more quickly than continuing as we have been. So again, your actions here are to refine the range of alternatives and provide some guidance on reaching the PPA. You have a lot of supporting material in the briefing book, including reports from National Marine Fisheries Service on costs of the different alternatives, a WDFW report that helps to answer some of the questions that staff posed with respect to alternative one, among other things. We have 3 council member reports. There's a supplemental GMT report, a supplemental GAP report, a GAP report that was in your advanced materials, and a supplemental GAP report. There is no EC report, but the EC did review alternative 3 overage allowances and did not have any concerns about them, and so did not provide a report. But Greg Bush is on the line here if any comments or questions do come up around that issue. In your public comments, you have one written public comment. Mr. Chairman, that completes my initial presentation on this. After see if you have any questions about that, what I'd like to then do is go to attachment 1. We'll put that on the screen and just kind of scroll through that attachment and refresh the council on what's in there as setting up for the rest for the reports. Mr. Vice Chairman.
All right, thank you, Dr. Seeger. So hearing just the overview of what's before us in the process for today, are there any questions on that? I don't see any questions, so then please proceed with attachment 1.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. So this attachment provides you with a synopsis of the alternatives, a listing of the options all in one place for your reference, a comparison of the higher level policy difference between the alternatives, and then at the very end, it provides a listing of the issues that need to be resolved in order for the alternatives to be completely specified. It starts off with a brief description of the no action alternative. And this is a summary, by the way, of everything that's in, not everything, but summary of content from the attachment 2 provides the additional detail. Then under the action alternative 1, as I've already described, this is we would have our existing quota share would become gears, Sablefish quota share would become gear specific quota share, trawl only and any gear quota share as indicated in the diagram there. To do that split between the two different types of quota shares, all the quota share owners would be classified as gear switching participants, non-gear switching participants, and under one option, other participants. And that's what's illustrated in this little diagram here. Zooming in on this a bit. So at the top here, we show the gear switching participants. Gear switching participants receive 100% of their quota share as any gear. There is an option I'll talk about in a little bit where some of them would receive 50% as any gear. Then anybody who did not qualify as a gear switching participant would see if they qualified as a non-gear switching participant. And there's a set of qualification criteria for that. Those who qualify as a non-gear switching participant would receive mostly trawl only, and then some any gear quota share. Under one option, there is a qualification requirement to become a non-gear switching participant. Somebody who did not meet that requirement would become an other participant, and anybody in the other participant category, all of their quota share would become trawl only quota share. These conversions that I talk about are just with respect to the quota share amounts that folks owned on the control date. Quota share acquired after the control date would all become trawl only quota share. Moving on to page 2, then we have a table that lists all of the options that are within alternative 1. Starts with the quota share allocation split options, determining the amount of each type. The 71% trawl only or 29% any gear being the first one there. The next is a set of options that's in the conversion procedure section. And this is what I was talking about, where there is a situation where not everybody, where there could be some qualifiers that only get 50% of their quota share as any gear quota share. So under option 2 here, there's 2 qualifying options. If you met the higher qualifying option, you would get 100% of your quota share as any gear. But if you met the lower qualifying option, you would only get 50% as any gear. And then the next set of rows here provides those options for vessel participation. And they are, option 1 is the single landing, and option 2 is 30,000 pounds in each of 3 years. So these are the amounts that a vessel would have to land while the qualifying individual owned the vessel. So kind of taking it the other direction, a quota share owner would have to own a vessel while it made these landings. Now, there are other ways to qualify as a gear switching participant here as well, and they're listed over in the right-hand column. Basically, through a participation in any member of a quota share ownership group or a fisherman's co-op that in which at least one member of that group qualified based on those vessel participation criteria on the left, any member of those groups would be able to also qualify as a gear switching participant. With respect to the fisherman co-op group, in addition to having to have one member that qualified based on their vessel activity, that individual would also have had to have transferred quota pounds to that member in order to qualify. Next row is the first receiver sub options. So owning a first receiver that received 30,000 pounds in each of 3 years would qualify somebody as a gear switching participant. Then we have qualifiers for the non-gear switching participant. And they're either, it's simply option one, you didn't qualify as a gear switching participant, or option two, you made bottom trawl landings 2 years prior to implementation. There's also, again, on the right-hand side, being able to, anybody who didn't qualify under that option two would become an other participant. And then there's a couple rows that ended up being missing here. That it mentioned that there's also a first receiver sub-option for the non-gear switching participants. And there's also an option for qualifying as a member of a quota share ownership group, but not as a fisherman's co-op. So that completes the set of options for alternative one, the quota shares. Next, we have alternative two, gear-specific quota shares. And here's our a similar diagram to what we looked at before, only you notice there's only two levels of qualification here. There's either you're a gear switching participant and you get all of the quota share that you owned on the control date as any gear quota share, or you're an other participant and you get all trawl only quota share. There are not any other options within this alternative. To qualify as a gear switching participant, as of and since the control date, in addition to owning quota share, you'd need to own a permit that has a qualifying gear switching history. And in order for that permit to qualify, you have to meet that 30,000 pounds in each of 3 years criteria. Okay, moving on now into alternative three. This is the gear switching endorsement alternative. So for the gear switching endorsement alternative, each qualifying permit with the gear switching history would have a individualized permit annual gear switching limit. Then permits that do not have an endorsement, so those are the ones with gear switching endorsements. Permits without gear switching endorsements would not be allowed to retain sablefish while gear switching. And this is a change you made in November. Going into the November meeting, these permits were going to be given a small level of opportunity to retain sablefish in case they were going out and targeting on some other species and caught sablefish as bycatch, or to preserve the trawler opportunity to do a little bit of gear switching if they had surplus sablefish and wanted to do that on their own. But again, those opportunities were taken off the table at the November council meeting. So moving down then into the alternatives, into the options that are within alternative three. Here we have two options at the top, and I'm going to emphasize option one because there'll be discussion of it, and option two actually, because there'll be discussion of it in the GAP report. The option one is that you own a permit with a history of 30,000 pounds of gear switching landings in each of the 3 years prior to the control date, and you own quota share. And you have to have owned both of those as of and since the control date. And the GAP report has been talking about adding a vessel requirement, and that is option two here. Option two is the same as option one, except it adds the requirement that ownership of a vessel that gear switched as of and since the control date. Then there are some options that determine the size of the endorsement limit that would be associated with the permit. Then there are gear switching limit overage options. These are the council directed at the November meeting that these be developed. We did develop them. The EC did look at these and was okay with them. It did not have any concerns about them. There's some overage payback options. And then there is an endorsement expiration option, which also is something that you'll see referenced in the GAP report. So under alternative 3, these gear switching endorsements would expire with the transfer of the permit to a new owner, or if a new owner was added to a permit ownership group. Okay, going down. Next, we have a table with the main contrasts between the alternatives. And so this is looking at the higher level policy decisions you might look at. The first set of rows here focuses on contrasts that are mainly driven by the choice of the mechanism that you use to limit gear switching. So whether it's gear-specific quota shares or the endorsement limits. The first row here has to do with fisherman flexibility. It's noted here that with respect to the quota share-based alternatives, you have, quota share is very divisible, separately transferable. It's a privilege that's easy to scale to the level of harvesting you want. For the endorsement, you can still actually scale to the level of harvesting you want, but you have to do it by transferring permits, either partially using a permit and transferring it, or using more than one permit on a vessel. But things are lumped into the endorsement, so that it's more difficult to execute that degree of flexibility in your desired level of harvest opportunity. The next row here has to do with manager flexibility and raises the question to think about under each of these alternatives, what is your flexibility? How would you go about making an adjustment to the overall level of gear switching allowed in the future? If, for example, let's say you limited it to 29% and you got down the road and every year there was about 10% that was being left unused and you decided you wanted to increase things, how would you go about doing that? I'm not going to go through the individual cells here, but just pose that as the question to consider in contrasting and make you aware that that's there to consider. The next is the impact of the alternative and quota share values. The alternative 1 with the gear specific and 2 with the gear specific quota share essentially splits the quota share market, or at least partially splits it between the any gear and the trawl only quota share. I say partially splits it because trawlers and fixed gear folks would both be in the market for the any gear quota share. That differential between those two would probably result in a price differential between the two types of quota share. On the other hand, with the endorsement limit, you keep a single quota share, quota pound market. You continue to maintain just one type of quota share. And so you're really not changing the quota share aspect of the program. What you're doing is putting this cap as an additional limit on the amount of the quota pounds that can be landed gear switched with a particular permit. So everybody who currently sells quota pounds to a gear switching vessel would be able to continue to sell quota pounds to a gear switching vessel, but their size of the market that they're selling into, it's typically there's been about 33, in the mid 30s in terms of the amount of gear switching that's going on, might be reduced to 29%. Or it could be reduced to a lesser amount, like down to, I think the lowest, is, as I said, was about 6.5%. Then we have accumulation limits. Current right now, I should say, would continue at 3% in terms of ownership for under both of the gear switching options. The council asked for a limit based on the number of permits. There are a number in the very last table. We are, in terms of continuing to explore and develop that, there are a number of guidance questions we've posed for the council. If you want to, based on the number of permits, here's some things to think about that we need guidance on to do further work there. And program costs also vary between the alternatives. They vary based on mechanism. I've included them here under mechanism, but other factors also can cause a variation in the program cost. But National Marine Fisheries Service their report covers cost differences between the alternatives. And then we get into some differences that are easier to manipulate independent of the mechanism. So whether you select the quota share approach or the endorsement approach, you can manipulate these things and do something similar under each approach. So for example, the first one is the qualification based on the vessel or the permit or the quota share. The first is the gear switching history that you evaluate. As we talked about for alternative one, it's personal history as a vessel owner that is evaluated. Under alternative two, it's the history of the permit a person owns on the control date. And under the endorsement alternative, it's the same, the history of the permit that person owns on the control date. So as you can see just from this example, it doesn't matter which mechanism, you can use a similar qualifying approach under any of them. Second is the requirement to hold a qualifying permit or vessel. So under alternative one, after you make those qualifying landings, you can divest of the vessel that made the landings. Under alternative two, you don't have to have owned the permit when it made the landings, but you do have to own it on the control date and continuously thereafter. And the same under alternative three. Then all of the alternatives have a requirement to hold quota share or to own quota share. For alternative one, you have to hold it on the control date and at the time of implementation. You can divest between. For alternative two, you have to hold it on the control date and at least some quota share through to the time of implementation. And similarly, under alternative three, you have to hold it on the control date and continuously through to the time of implementation. Continuing on to the top of the next page, alternative one has a number of different bases for qualification as a gear switching participant, as we saw when we went through alternative one. In addition to qualifying based on ownership of a vessel, you could qualify based on being a member of a group in which one person qualified, or by being a member of an FCMA co-op in which one person qualified, or by being a first receiver. Alternatives 2 and 3 don't have any other avenues for qualification at present. Then with respect to the breadth of distribution of the gear switching opportunity that's initially provided, for alternative 1, it's to both the gears. There's some any gear quota share that goes to both the gear switching and the non-gear switching participants. For alternative 2, only the gear switching participants receive some of that. And then alternative 3 is the endorsement. Only the endorsement holders or owners, let me just say this, only the owners of limit entry permits with the gear switching endorsements receive some opportunity to continue to gear switch. And as I mentioned earlier, that's a change from November, when those that had non-endorsed permits would also have had some opportunity to do low levels of gear switching. Likelihood of attaining the maximum, initially under alternative 1 is probably low, because there would be this broad dispersion of the any gear quota share to the non-gear switching participants. But over time, we would imagine that would get aggregated, and the fishery might move towards the maximum, and probably higher under the other two alternatives, because all of the quota share goes directly to gear switching participants who are likely to use it. Then with respect to expiration of the gear switching opportunities, so essentially kind of starting at some level and going down to zero opportunity over time. Right now under alternatives 1 and 2, there's no such provisions, but there is a provision under alternative 3 and a choice to make there, an option for no expiration or expiration on transfer. The next table here is some good data that DESI has put together for us on things like the number of gear switching participants, the percentage of quota share that would be qualified as any gear quota share under alternatives 1 and 2, the amount of quota share allowed under alternative 3, the maximum, anyway, and some other quantitative information. I'm not going to go through this right now. If council members, if you have any questions about it, Jesse's here and she can respond to it. Also, if you want her to step through the table for you, she's more than willing to do that.
Sure.
Okay, final table here, final page, final table. So this is the one that has the things that need to be addressed in order to fully specify the alternatives and be ready for our current set of alternatives, be ready for it to be select a PPA in June. The first is the first receiver gear switching participants. And the question we posed here is, what portion of a first receiver must a quota share owner own in order to qualify as a gear switching participant? They have to own the whole thing, or if just owning any portion, any percent interest or something between. The next, and that's the one that's the most crucial to answer. The next set here, it's less important. If you didn't answer these, we could move ahead anyway. How should a family member be defined? I didn't talk about the family member provisions, but there are some provisions to allow the transfer between family members and not have that count as if the family member owned the quota share on the control date. And there's some other questions about maybe there's some provisions that could be dropped without losing functionality. As I said, those are not so important to resolve at this meeting in order to be ready for June. Alternative 2, we don't have any issues to work on. Alternative 3, we have the overages that we developed based on council direction. A couple questions there. Should a discard requirement option for overages be included? Are the staff developed options for minor overages adequate? As I mentioned, the EC reviewed these and thought they were okay. Even if you didn't take action and give these your okay, they aren't central to the bulk of the analysis we would have to do. So we could get by without resolving those for June. However, the permit accumulation limits is important. And in particular, we view that developing a permit accumulation limit is probably going to be an iterative process where you specify some things you want. We go back and we look at what that implies, the number of permits affected and the effects, and we come back and show them to you. And then you see whether you like them or not, maybe make more adjustments. But there's a series of questions here. The amount of ownership required for a permit to count toward the limit. Under your tier program, if you own any fraction of a permit, it counts. Whether you want to count control as ownership or also leasing, under the fixed gear tier program, leasing counts as they have a 3 permit limit in that program, and leasing counts. And then there's other forms of control that are considered in the regulations. Should those be included? And I won't go through all the questions here, but you can see that there's a number. Then just for your reference, I've identified which ones are crucial, but it's also spelled out in this paragraph here. If you kind of forget which ones I said were the ones that had to be resolved, it's specified in this final paragraph. Mr. Chairman, that completes my walkthrough of this attachment.
Thank you, Jim. Are there any questions on that summary of the current set of alternatives before us, which came out of our November meeting of last year? And I don't see any questions. So again, thank you, Dr. Seeger. We will then move on to our management team and advisory body reports. We have a number of reports before us. As we go through this, I have to be careful to watch my other screen for Ring Central participants who may have questions. And depending on the speed at which we move through those, we will take breaks at appropriate times, so everyone is aware. We will begin the reports then with the NIMS report, and Ms. Maggie Summer is here to present that report. Maggie, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Hassemer. Last November, we provided 2 reports with our estimated implementation timing and relative agency workload of the alternatives under consideration at that time. Since the council subsequently modified the range of alternatives at that meeting, we provided G5A NIMS Report 1 in the advanced briefing book for this meeting to update our comments on those topics. In short, none of the changes made last November alter our timing estimate. If the council selects an action alternative as the final this November, then barring any major issues, we anticipate implementation on January 1st, 2026. We continue to estimate it will take 18 months from council final action to implementation. Likewise, the changes do not alter our input on relative workload of each alternative. We anticipated a potential new option for Alternative 2, Councilmember Anderson's Report 1 in the advanced briefing book, and we think this would have no different impact on implementation workload and timing than the current Alternatives 1 and 2. We reiterated from last November that Alternative 3, the permit endorsement approach, would have greater ongoing workload and cost than the quota share designation approach in the alternatives designated numbers 1 and 2 at this meeting. We addressed the gear switching season concept raised by Councilmember Svensson last November in anticipation that it might be discussed at this meeting. We think this would be relatively straightforward to implement. We appreciate the council's consideration of workload and cost as alternatives are evaluated. We plan to estimate implementation costs more specifically after the council selects the PPA. We also address several policy considerations in the report, although they're by no means an exhaustive list. First, we repeat concerns with the complexity of the alternatives, and while we refer to Alternative 1 in the report, I'd like to note that this applies really to many of the alternatives under consideration. We point out that the 29% gear switching season approach, if we understood the concept correctly, appears to diverge somewhat from a rationalized management approach. We raise the question of how it might affect fishery dynamics, and we recommend that if the council considers adding an alternative like this, it explain how this approach would align with the purpose and need for action. Finally, we point out the importance of consistency with the goals and objectives of Amendment 20 and the Groundfish FMP, as well as National Standard 4 guidelines in any gear switching action. And we include a link to a useful compilation of those goals and objectives that the council staff had provided for a 2019 SAMTAC meeting. That concludes the NIFS report. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. Any questions on the NIMS report? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Maggie. Looking at the very end of the report and the recommendation, the council consider factors in making allocations in NS4 guidelines, and the statement that the council should connect the recommendation with the achievement of OY or other FMP objectives. Is it NIFS's view that that should be done at the PPA stage, the FPA stage, or in refinement of developing the range of alternatives?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Yaremko. Certainly, I think that's useful at any point just to help everyone involved understand the rationale for decisions the council is making at any step. But I would say it is particularly important at the, certainly at the FPA stage, as well as at the PPA stage. I understand that right now the council is still evaluating and weighing all of these considerations, but we hope that everyone is really thinking as we go, even at this stage, about the goals and objectives of the program and the other guidelines that relate to this action, as they do to any other action the council is taking, and keeping those in mind. But particularly important, I guess, to get right back to your question at the FPA and most important at the FPA stage.
follow-up, Marcy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Maggie. Just maybe you can help me understand in the course of NIMS completing its review of the council's recommendation and the elements when you're looking toward developing regulations. Is a determination necessary on the part of NIMS that, in fact, the NS4 guidelines have been achieved in the council's recommendation? In other words, is that an element of review before moving to implementing regulations?
Thank you very much. Yes. It is.
Thank you.
Further questions on the NIMS report? And I see no hands. So again, thank you, Maggie, for that report. We'll next move on to our council member reports. There are a couple of those. I will first turn to Mr. Phil Anderson, who has submitted 2 reports. And Phil, you can speak to those in the order you want to.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Well, let me step back from the specifics first and just say that when we left the November meeting, we made a pretty significant change to Alternative 2. Alternative 2, as it now stands, provides the opportunity with people that qualify to continue using alternative gear to trawl gear in harvesting trawl quota pounds. And it did not provide an opportunity for other trawl quota share holders to utilize any portion of their quota pounds in utilizing other gear than trawl. I guess the ball, if you will, that I've been keeping my eye on is to leave this meeting with a reasonable range of alternatives that has the necessary components in it that allows the council to make a decision in June on I think we now have a new acronym, an initial PPA, an IPPA. And so in thinking about where we left the November meeting and the alternatives that we had in place, my intent was to look for a sub-option to Alternative 2 that provided a level of opportunity for people who didn't qualify under the 3 and 30 to take a portion of their quota pounds using any gear, or conversely, having an opportunity to sell in a particular year some portion of their quota pounds that have can be utilized by any year. So I'm looking for something that kind of gave that continuum from the more restrictive in terms of the participants that could use any gear to broadening that to the balance of the people who have trawl, sablefish, quota share, and at the same time not exceeding the 29% that the council had indicated was the upper limit of trawl quota pounds that could be taken with any gear. I admit to working rather feverishly to try to get that report in to the council office in time to meet the briefing book deadline. And I put that forward and used language that was indicating that I was considering bringing this forward, that approach forward during our meeting here in April, but that I had not reached a conclusion on whether or not to put that forward as a potential motion. Instead, looking for comments on and input and advice and further consideration of the approach in the interim. So that led me to, in working particularly carefully with Jim and Jesse and listening to others, to modify the approach to reach that outcome. And that is embodied in my report too. And so that was my second council member report makes some fairly significant changes in the mechanism, moving away from the use of quota share to the use of quota pounds. It is intended to respect the trawl and processor interests that have voiced the importance of placing a limit on gear switching. It is at the 29% level. Bear with me for a moment. And at the same time, it allows annual decisions to be made by quota pound holders to retain or sell their any gear quota pounds to either trawl or gear switching vessels. It also recognizes those individuals, which I referred to as legacy participants, their historic fishing practices and dependence on the fishery, while taking into account current and new participants. While there is a fleet limit of 29% in the alternative, current participants and new entrants would have an opportunity to accumulate gear switching opportunity to the same levels as any other participant through annual quota pound acquisition. utilizing quota pounds in terms of quota share, there are different arguments to use one versus the other, but one of the primary purposes of utilizing quota pounds is to stay away from having quota shares designated as any gear or trawl only. And in doing so, one of the objectives is to constrain the potential of additional consolidation of any gear quota shares to specific individuals. While that can still be done with using quota pounds, it's on an annual basis as opposed to a permanent basis by purchasing quota shares that are designated as any gear. So those, the primary purpose of, in my thinking about bringing this forward is to expand upon the range of alternatives then from what we had in coming out of November, and doing it in a way, to the extent possible, that keeps simplicity in mind, and it also keeping in mind minimizing the initial implementation costs, as well as the annual maintenance costs, if you will, of maintaining the program. I have, when I get to the point after we have our council discussion, and if I still feel that it's appropriate to bring forward as a motion for council consideration, I do have some other comments in terms of the rationale behind it. I won't go through all of those right now in the interest of time and in the interest of me not saying them twice. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Are there questions for Mr. Anderson on the reports he has presented? Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Phil. Apologies that I'm not closer to some of the details, but I'm just looking at your report to the last two paragraphs. You're talking about legacy participants and then issuance of quota pounds annually for the remainder of the quota share accounts. I'm assuming that the legacy participants would receive quota pounds based on their legacy participation at whatever level that may have been. But my question is, what happens in the event that the legacy participants amount that would be issued is lower than what they might get for, I guess, the other people in the class that aren't legacy up to this amount of 29%. So maybe you can explain how that would work. I think I'm confused how these two pieces fit together. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Marcy. I'll do my best to try to explain that and also maybe go just a little bit farther. So we have, the way I've worded it, we have legacy and non-legacy holders of Sablefish quota share. And we have, I'm going to use some numbers here that are likely to be changed a little bit, once the analysis is done. But at this point, and using some round numbers, our best, I think the best guess is that the people who qualify under the 3 and 30 qualification criteria for to be a legacy individual, and think about this more as individuals than quota shares, we'll have about 12% of the Sablefish quota pounds that they would have to fish in any given year, to about 12%. So subtracting the 12 from the 29 gives you the 17%. So the balance of the individuals then will share that 17% in the proportion of the overall quota shares that they have. And so our legacy folks there with the 12%, I'm not sure, but I can't imagine that they're going to have that amount of poundage would be less than the amount that the rest of the group has as they divide up that 17% between the rest of the pool of people that control Sablefish quota share. Because a much smaller number of people are going to be, have that 12%. And the way this is written is that if you're a legacy person and you sell your quota share to me, I do not have the legacy, I do not qualify under the legacy provision or under that. And so the quota pounds that I get from buying those quota shares from you are going to be treated in the pool of the non-legacy people, because I'm not a legacy person. I didn't qualify. So this does not have a family provision built into it yet. We may want to think about, if I'm a legacy person and I want to pass that on to my children, for example, or I pass away and I want to leave it somehow to my children, we may want to think about that, but that's not included in this right now. Once the person who has the legacy status sells their quota share, it loses that status, and that quota share goes into that pool. So if you think about it, the 12 and 17 over time, those legacy people are gonna change, the ownership of those quota shares is going to change. So instead of it being 12 and 17, as that happens, the 17 will get bigger, the 12 will get smaller. Now, I would note that I believe in the GAP report, there's a potential suggestion that if that happens, all of the quota share and subsequent quota pounds be trawl only, and don't go over into that other pool. But that's not part of the way the proposal's written. It's the individuals in the 17 and the individuals that qualify under the legacy provision. If they sell, it loses its. If it's selling to a person who doesn't have the legacy status, and so it's going to be part of the pool. I need to go back and think about your question and whether I've answered it or not, and you'll have to tell me whether I got it or not.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Phil. In part, if I may just follow up, your detailed explanation very much helps. Thinking about the legacy participants and the 12% that you've roughly identified, I don't know who those legacy participants are. I don't know what their holdings are. And I don't know at the onset, maybe you can clarify when those legacy quota pounds are initially issued. Are they all designated as all gear, 100% of them? Is that or is it based on their participation at any point in time? So in other words, if they gear switched some, but maybe not the majority of their activity, so is it, or do they receive 100% all gear quota pounds at the onset of the issuance of this legacy amount?
Let me see if I can get that. I'm keeping a little bit of an eye out to the right to see if I get how many frowns I get coming from over there. So we have a qualifying period that ends as of the control date. And it is the quota share that you held at that time, as of the control date, that would then convert into quota pounds in a particular. Well, wait a minute. Let me back up. It is that qualifying that gives you the legacy label. And so the amount that of quota share and subsequent quota pounds that you had in your history at that time would be provided to you as any gear quota pounds, all of it. But if you bought additional quota share after the control date, those would be divided. Those you would get to those would go into that 17% pool, and so there would only be a proportion of those that would be in a year, and there would be a proportion that's trawl only. I just got a thumbs up from over there. That's pretty cool. I don't get that very often. So that's how, but so it's important to realize that just because I know there's people that don't like the term legacy, and if you can come up with a different term, I'm all for it. I looked it up in the dictionary and it seems to fit okay, but we'll see. But it doesn't mean that any quota share you buy after the control date is any gear. That is not what it does. It's only what you had at the time of the control date that is in a year. And anything purchased since is treated as just like everybody else.
Thank you. I caught that. I understand now. Thank you.
Are there further questions for Mr. Anderson on his report? And there are no hands, so thank you, Phil. Next, move on to the second council member, the next council member report, and Ms. Krista Svensson will be giving that. So Krista, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I thought that after the November meeting, it might be helpful for everyone to not have to dig for the language that was in the motion and in some of the rationale from that meeting. And so I put that in the council briefing book just so people would have the ability to find it quickly. I am planning on reintroducing that today. I've had a couple of people liken it to a hanging chad in terms of really coming to a conclusion on the topic. Ultimately, I chose to keep the original November language. I have spent a fair amount of time talking to industry stakeholders about that particular motion and some other ideas, and could not find consensus on the other components at this time. And I thought it would be important to keep that language as is. I also, because of that, will express that I do not have a preference between a standalone alternative or a sub option, as we discussed in November, and that if the motion does pass, that I'll leave it to the discretion of council staff to make that decision.
Thank you. Are there questions for Ms. Svensson on that report? And I don't see any hands, so thank you very much. We will next move, excuse me while I read this, there's a report from the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, and Corey Niles, I'll turn to you for that.
Thanks, Mr. Vice. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, I'll try to just take a few minutes here to summarize the report. The main point, the main purpose of, as Jim mentioned in the overview, was to is the material in section 2 that was summarizing feedback we heard since November and really before the March meeting and before this meeting on the additions made to Alternative 1 the council made in November, and also questions that council staff had raised in their analysis that was provided as an informational report in March. So section 1 here, we just, it's really easy to get lost in some of these details without the context. So section 1 was meant to provide context, and Alternative 1 is simply really the questions are, the purpose of Alternative 1 would be would seek to recognize those folks who made investments in the fishery and I'm really trying to keep myself from going into this question that Phil mentioned about the word legacy, but so we call them the gear switching qualifiers. I'll use them. So who should qualify as a gear switching participant? And then the second question is, after those people have been identified, and we purposely did not use the term legacy, and I have not fond memories of many emails with council staff during holiday week, probably 2 years ago, on why we shouldn't be doing that, but we'll call them gear switching participants. So once those people are identified, how do you identify them? What criteria are used? The question becomes, given that there will be less than 29% of any gear, it would be something less than 29% 29% going to those folks. What do you do with the remaining any gear percentage? And there's just two options there. Just give it pro rata to everyone else, or maybe it would be beneficial possibly to target it more to folks who are actively fishing and in buying fish from the bottom trawl sector. So those are two of the questions. And so the comments in section 2 really are focused on that first part of who should qualify as having invested in fixed gear fishing, and then how do you do that? So on those, there were three issues, and this was based on feedback the council we got from stakeholders who have formed cooperatives, and the way that they have done that is not captured in the data we have for how Alternative 1 works, which is really you take a business that owns a vessel account and you link it to the business that owns a quota share account. And those differ in many cases for very good reasons about that people in the business world do for protecting themselves against liability, et cetera, bankruptcy. But that data that NIMS collects, which is they collect it for enforcement of the control rules, really does not capture other arrangements that exist above that for cooperatives. And so that the idea, and we heard in November, was to recognize Fishermen's Collective Marketing Act co-ops, and based on further research and thinking, that FCMA part of it is not needed. And FCMA is a law that exists to allow fishermen to organize in a way that might otherwise violate antitrust laws. This isn't about antitrust laws. So it's really the cooperative part and the fact that the cooperatives aren't recorded in the NIMS ownership data that this seeks to address. And so the recommendation here, we would just drop the FCMA part of it. Second, we heard also, the council's heard in testimony that it's not just fishing businesses that invested in quota but some buyers, processors invested in quota share in order to run their business. And certain businesses would not meet the fishing activity criteria of Alternative 1, yet the rationale very much fits. Of these folks invested under the existing rules we have to run their business, and so we sought to recognize that. The GAP had recommended, matching the criteria of the 3 years and at least 30,000 pounds in 3 years, in at least 3 years. And they did that, and we recommend that without having any data to look at. And the feedback we got was that was going to really capture almost every, not most every, but a lot of the processors in this IFQ program, and the processors are asking us to change this program and primarily focus on whiting, bottom trawl, pink shrimp, Dungeness crab. And so this that would really the amount of quota share that would then go to the gear switching participants would be a lot of it would go to those bigger processors, and there wouldn't be much quota in that step 2 to go to everyone else. So that was not the intent. Again, was to kind of surgically focus on those businesses that again bought quota share to run a fixed gear oriented business. And so a majority of their purchases would be a more surgical criteria, possibly. And then we were, asking for more feedback on that here. And then third, and this is the third issue, as Jim highlighted in his overview, is what was the intent on how much shared ownership should there be between a first receiver, AK buyer, processor, and the intent, even though maybe not clear in the motion, they I think they assume correctly that it should be the same standard you use for linking a vessel account to a quota share account, and that's just given the data we have, any kind of ownership in common. The third section, I will just was commenting on Bill's first council member report, and we saw the idea in there was very much like alternative one, except it changed the method of how it would focus on the permit owner more than on the vessel account, which is effectively the vessel owner. So that would be comparing and contrasting that. And I will maybe save comments on how he on a second report, but it's now that just adds an extra difference about the quota pound difference versus the quota share difference, which we can get to in council discussion. Lastly, we conclude just with some, support for the idea that Jim brought up in the overview of let's focus on the higher level policy considerations for choosing a PPA or IPPA as we're calling it, and then some of these details could be left to later if they continue to be relevant. And sorry, really just ending here. Also put on the record that we would have voted for the motion Krista put forward in November, as it adds some new dimensions to what we're to the range of alternatives that aren't in there now. And then lastly, just we point to our report we did in June of 2022, highlighting some of how we are thinking about the higher level policy considerations, including as Marcy was questioning Maggie earlier about that we're focusing on the framework, the national standard for guidelines give the council to consider allocation decisions like this. And I believe that is, I will end there, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Are there questions for Mr. Niles on the WDFW report? And I don't see any questions, I don't believe. So thank you again. We will next move to the GMT report, and I will just announce after the GMT report, we will take a short break since we will have been at it for a while here. So for the GMT report, we have Katie Pearson online. Katie, I'll turn the microphone over to you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. I've been told to maybe do a high-level overview of this report, if that pleases the council.
Sure. I'm not sure where that word came from, but I'll let you give the report and we'll see what questions come up, however you want to do that.
All right. Thank you, council members. My name is Katie Pearson, for the record, and I will be doing a paraphrasing high-level overview of the supplemental GMT report 1, which has been in the briefing book for a few days now. So as the council moves forward with the item and compares alternatives, the GMT encourages the council to balance the goals and objectives of the trawl catch share program regarding efficiency, flexibility, minimizing ecological impacts, and safety. The GMT supports the council finding the most efficient timeline to get to the final preferred alternative. And we do point out that the extent of our comments on the preliminary preferred alternative, PPA and FPA selection, may be affected by our workload on harbor specifications and management measures if the timeline is extended into March and/or April of 2024. The GMT did discuss ways to reduce the analytical workload and was asked by analysts to help eliminate options if we could. The GMT does note that eliminating or ceasing further refinement of any of the 3 alternatives is a council policy call. So we don't speak further to that. The GMT is aware of the potential new addition to the range of alternatives that would prohibit gear switching for the remainder of the year when a 29% of the northern sablefish quota share is taken by fixed gear vessels, which is referred to as the season approach in the NIMS Report 1. And if this comes forward in a motion and is added to the range of alternatives, the GMT thinks the most appropriate, it's most appropriate as a separate alternative, as opposed to an option or sub-option under an existing alternative, which would allow for more comparative analysis. We go on to state that the sablefish annual catch limits are currently high, with likely even higher ACLs to come. So the likelihood of creating a race to fish under 29% season cap is expected to be low in the near term with high allocations. A race to fish scenario may become more likely in years when the sablefish ACLs are low. Throughout the year, there is crossover between gear fishing in the IFQ fishery and other fisheries, such as Dungeness crab in the winter and the primary tier fishery starting in April. If a race to fish is created, gear switcher operational flexibility would likely be reduced because if they wish to gear switch, their ability to do so would be constrained to a more restricted time frame. We acknowledge that there are many factors contributing to when a vessel decides to operate in one fishery over another and expects that including a fully specified 29% season cap approach in the range of alternatives will allow the analysts to provide a more thorough evaluation of the factors influencing the potential development of a race to fish. And that concludes the high-level overview.
Thank you, Katie. Are there questions for Ms. Pearson on the Groundfish Management Team report? And there are no hands here. So again, thank you, Katie. Before we get to the gap reports, let's take a break and be back here at 9:30, please.
There's a couple right here, and there's one in the secretary. Whole box of these. Yale room, half a pool.
My maps were up here and now they're gone. All the maps that I have are already taken up.
Right, I'd like to give the 1 minute warning, but I'm not sure I have enough people to speak to.
I hear you just fine, Pete.
Thank you, Bob. And for those online, we are waiting for a number of people to return to their seats here. Just so everyone's aware, there are some things on the hotel schedule that influence our schedule and ability to get back here very fast. All right, we'll resume our session here on item G5, and waiting for the screen to readjust. We are on to the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel reports. I have down Susan Chambers, Jeff Lackey, and Bob Alverson. I know Mr. Alverson is in the audience here, but Susan, as you are the chair of the GAP, I will turn to you for an introduction and let you lead us through those reports.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair Hassemer. I appreciate that. I will be reading through these reports, but as you noted, I am joined by Mr. Jeff Lackey virtually and Mr. Bob Alverson there in the room, both members of the GAP who are available to answer any questions should the council have questions that I cannot answer or that are specific to a particular gear type. So with that and with your approval, I suggest I summarize our GAP report that was in the advanced briefing book. That would be GAP report 1. And then I can read through our supplemental GAP report 2, because it does contain some more nuanced information that might help the council with their discussion today.
All right, thank you. I'll let you proceed with the summary of GAP report 1, and then if you would pause for questions on that, we'll see if there are any. So please go ahead with that.
Okay, thank you very much. For the record, my name is Susan Chambers. I'm chair of the GAP, and I will be summarizing GAP report 1 that was in the advanced briefing book. I can find it here virtually. Okay. So we did, coming out of the March meeting, we did have an informational report and that Jim and Dr. Seeger and Ms. Dorpinghouse put into the briefing book. So relying on that informational report, we talked about the potential for refining alternatives at this meeting. So recognizing that many of the alternatives are complex and have been added to, subtracted from, and changed over time, we also recognize that alternative 2 did not have any further refinements necessary as for the information in alternative 2. Alternative 1 and alternative 3 would take more discussion and more refinement. So with that in mind, we did achieve consensus on either eliminating alternative 3 or if not eliminating, considering it for no future work so that the analysts could focus on alternative 2. However, that would is predicated on the following. And I will read the last part of our statement because I think it's important. The GAP consensus in setting aside alternative 3 is contingent on including 2 options from alternative 3 and alternative 2. One would be the qualification option. The first of these would be a qualification option identical to alternative 3, qualification option 2, that is requiring ownership of a qualifying permit, quota share, and a vessel with gear switching history. And the second option would be the expiration and conversion option. It provides for the expiration of gear switching endorsements with certain changes in ownership. In the context of alternative 2, rather than expiration, any gear quota share would be converted from any gear to trawl only quota share with certain changes in ownership. Additionally, the GAP consensus included adding an option to alternative 2 that would issue up to 29% of the quota share as any gear. How that quota share would be issued to qualified and non-qualified participants was undetermined at that time. And Mr. Vice Chair, I will pause there and see if there are any questions that we can answer.
Thank you, Susan. Are there questions on the first GAP report? And no hands going up here, so please proceed with report 2 then.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Find it on my screen here. Okay, again, for the record, my name is Susan Chambers, and I will be reading Supplemental Gap Report 2. The Groundfish Advisory Panel received presentations and information on this agenda item from Dr. Jim Seeger with Pacific Fishery Management Council staff and Ms. Maggie Summer, National Marine Fisheries Service. Additionally, we reviewed the documents under this agenda item, including the Supplemental WDFW Report 1, Council Member Report 1, and public comment. Considering the presentations, documents, GAP Report 1, Supplemental GMT Report 1, and Council Member Report 2, the GAP had an extensive discussion about the various alternatives and options. In the interest of refining alternatives, the GAP established consensus surrounding suspending further development of Alternative 3, so long as some of the sub-options were moved to Alternative 2. GAP members believed this would provide the council with a narrower range of options from which to work and allow council staff to focus their analysis on the remaining alternatives. The GAP appreciates council members' continued work to develop alternatives that will continue to keep the groundfish fishery healthy and productive into the future, while also streamlining the alternatives to avoid unnecessary workload for fishery managers. However, as evidenced by the additional suggestions and changes in the briefing book, including some that have not been proposed for GAP consideration yet, the GAP finds it extraordinarily difficult to offer informed comments to the council, let alone find consensus. We and the council have been trying to narrow the scope of alternatives at several meetings, only to see new alternatives be added to the mix for consideration. Any alternative could have unanticipated effects on future vessel owners, permit owners, quota shareholders, processors, and communities. Overarching policies. The GAP discussed the use of quota shares versus quota pounds and potential impacts on flexibility and functionality. At this time, pending further consideration of alternatives and analysis, quota pounds seem to provide more flexibility for management and fishery participants over time. Members of the GAP will likely not be able to reach consensus on the amount of quota that should be allowed to be used for gear switching. Different sectors have solid rationale for supporting their respective positions. Ultimately, the council must decide what it determines is best for the future of the fishery and make that decision, whether it's 0%, 29%, or somewhere in between. New alternative. The new alternative proposed in Council Member Report 2 uses quota pounds to manage gear switched quota. The GAP supports including this alternative for analysis. The GAP also suggests inclusion of the qualification and expiration options from Alternative 3 that the GAP recommended for Alternative 2. See our GAP Report 1. The GAP understands with discussions from council staff that the qualification options could be included without modification, but the expiration option would need further revisions for the new quota pounds alternative. The main revision is when the legacy-based opportunities expire, the amount of any gear quota pounds issued would be reduced rather than redistributed among non-legacy participants. With this change, over time, the lower bound amount of any gear quota pounds issued would be the percentage of any gear quota pounds issued to non-legacy participants in the year of implementation. To provide an option with a total phase out of gear switching, similar to the expiration in Alternative 3, rather than issuing a mix of trawl only and any gear quota pounds to all non-legacy participants as currently described for the new alternative, those quota pounds could be issued as 100% trawl only quota pounds. The council could make that recommendation at this meeting without substantially changing the process timeline. GAP discussion. The GAP did discuss the following topics, though the virtual format of our April meeting hindered substantive dialogue. The three existing alternatives as outlined in agenda item G5, attachment 1, synopsis of gear switching alternatives, options and comparison issues. The no action alternative that will be analyzed by default, the potential addition of an alternative that limits gear switching to 29% of quota pounds, whether, and if yes, how a cap on gear switching quota pounds would create a derby fishery within the trawl catch shares program with limited access privileges. Would it be a standalone alternative or incorporated as a sub-option to an existing alternative? And lastly, how a potential increase in sablefish biomass and associated harvest levels could affect the trawl and fixed gear fisheries in general and gear switching in particular. The GAP continues to agree to the content included in Agenda Item G5A GAP Report 1, which focused on issues where consensus was achieved to refine the alternatives. However, we recognize this agenda item is an opportunity to check in on the progress and refinement of alternatives. GAP members could not reach consensus on the items we discussed at this meeting, that is the bulleted list above in our report, and anticipates the council will also have a robust discussion on refining the alternatives. The GAP will come prepared for further refinements to help inform council action in selecting a preliminary preferred alternative in June 2023. The opportunity to meet in person in Vancouver, Washington should provide the GAP greater ability to consider the council's actions and offer substantive comments at that time. Mr. Vice Chair, that concludes our supplemental GAP statement, and I am happy to take any questions assisted by Mr. Jeff Lackey and Mr. Alberson.
Thank you, Susan. Are there questions for any of the trio of GAP members that are here regarding GAP reports, either one or two? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Susan. GAP Report 2, under the header of overarching policies, the bottom of page 1, the last sentence in that, under that header says the council must decide what it determines is best for the future of the fishery and make that decision, whether it's 0%, 29%, or somewhere in between. My question is, I was of the understanding that the position of the fixed gear sector in the GAP would, as a first choice, be status quo, but I understand they're willing to consider other alternatives in an effort to compromise. So I'm just wondering if this was a deliberate intention to leave out the status quo in this last sentence, or if, in other words, should I read something into the fact that you didn't acknowledge the possibility of 100%? Thanks.
Through the chair, Ms. Huremko, thank you for the question. No, let's see, I'm not exactly quite sure how to answer that. It's, 0 to 29%. 29% would be, we discussed that. It's also been difficult because, the 0% range has been in there from what some members of the GAP would prefer. And, if it is somewhere in the middle, from the GAP chair's perspective, I think that's fine. But we could find no consensus on that. And we're really working hard to find consensus and find agreement where we can. So that's part of the reason we pointed out that, the range of 0 to 29% or somewhere in the middle would probably be best left to the council to decide. I think members of the GAP on the trawl side and the fixed gear side might, be able to compromise, but I still don't think we would be able to reach a specific number. As was mentioned in the GAP this week, especially with the 29% Some members of the GAP see it as a ceiling. Other members of the GAP see it as a target. We're still working through that. We might be able to do more work on that in June, pending the outcome of the council discussion at this meeting. But for now, I think the 0 to 29% is the range that we're, is like the bookend, I guess. That's from my perspective, but I invite Jeff Lackey or Bob Alberson to comment if they want to add to that.
All right, Jeff or Bob, anything to add to that response? Bob Alverson.
Yes, through the chair. I thought Susan did a good job explaining this. This, I think, is more a reflection that there is an agreement. There is not agreement and consensus in the gap, and our consensus, lack of a consensus, goes from 0 to a phase out, which the trawlers have asked in some of the alternatives, to what I think the fixed gear people consider your action about a year ago that said, I think the 29% was there would be no greater amount of gear switching of 29%. It is accurate that Marcy commented that the fixed gear people still consider status quo to be their preferred action, but the council has got 29% in just about all their alternatives right now.
Thank you. Further questions for the GAP on their report? Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Susan, for the reports and the efforts of the GAP on this topic. This may be an unfair question, so apologize in advance if it is. The two, I'll call them elements or features of alternative 3 that the GAP would like added as sub-options to alternative 2, if alternative 3 were to be set aside. I understand the qualifying, wanting to add the option 2 from the qualifying criteria with the 30 and 3 and at the control date, ownership, quota share, and ownership of a vessel that's gear switched as of and since the control date. On the second one, the expiration, of course, alternative 3 has an endorsement, whereas alternative 2 does not. So looking at option 1 under endorsement expiration in alternative 3, it expires on transfer to new owner or owner added. So I'm just trying to think here, and I can take a look a little closer at alternative 2 as how that alternative might be, or option might be transferred to alternative 2. And just for your awareness, Ms. Dorpinghouse is about ready to help if you need it.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Anderson, for the question. And yes, I think Ms. Dorpinghouse would help out, would be able to help out quite a bit on this because it's something the GAP also wrestled with. I think I'm not exactly sure of how it would work. I know inclusion of that was in an effort to, the expiration was to get to the 0% of gear switch in the future as it moves forward. But as to the mechanism of exactly how it would work, I think Ms. Dorpinghouse would be able to help us out a lot I would also suggest maybe if Jeff Lackey has a comment on that, he might be able to speak to that.
Jesse, did you want to respond to that? And I'm watching on Ring Central too to see if Mr. Lackey raises his hand, but I'll turn it first to Jesse.
Yeah, sure thing. Thanks for the question. And yeah, so when the GAP, discussed this back in March in person, the alternative 2 at that time was only issuing out any gear quota share to gear switching participants. So the maximum amount of any gear would have been, we'll use the 12% number. So in order to create that expiration from alternative 3 and move it into alternative 2, what would happen is if there's a few different ways that quota share accounts expire. And so once that happened, that quota share would become trawl only, like the remainder of the quota share. So that was kind of the way to incorporate that expiration provision into alternative 2. And so that kind of is the quota share option and the recommendation from their first report. And then in discussions yesterday on this new, the quota pound alternative, there was the idea of wanting to, again, keep that range where there would be anywhere from the 29%, which is built into the alternative at the top end, to having it a complete phase out, which is essentially what alternative 3 with an expiration would do. You would have a complete phase out of gear switching. And so in order to make that happen, there's a couple different things that would need to be added to the quota pound alternative described in Councilmember Report 2. And that is to have those legacy opportunities expire again upon transfer. And then as opposed to everybody getting a split of any gear and trawl only, it would be 100% trawl only. So it's laid out in their report. So if you wanted to, again, it's trying to make sure that we had the full range the GAP was looking for that was available in alternative 3 and was not present in any of the other alternatives. I don't know if I just confused you more or was helpful or.
Phil, follow up.
Well, you gave me more than I asked for. I'll say that. I'm smiling. But relative to alternative 2, as it's currently structured, essentially the any gear designation on the quota share would expire upon the transfer to a new owner or owner added, rather than it affecting an endorsement, which doesn't exist under alternative 2. Is that close?
That's correct.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Further questions for the GAP? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I guess I think I will hold my questions for those who are testifying. So it's going back and forth in my mind. I have some questions, but I expect they'll come up for public testimony. I'll wait for that. Thank you.
All right, thanks. One more look around the table. And I don't see any questions. So Susan, Bob, Jeff, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
That completes all our reports and takes us to public comment. It looks like we have at least 10 signups. So pause momentarily. Our screen has come up. We will start with Paul Clampett. Paul will be followed by Gary Ripka. So Paul Clampett, please begin.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me, Chairman Garlick?
Yes, we can.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Paul Clampett. I own the fishing vessel Augustine. I'm a member of the Fishing Vessel Owners Association and president of the Sablefish and Halibut Pod Association. been fishing fixed gear off the coast of Washington, Northern California for 40 years. We were part of the process of trawl rationalization all the way back to the very beginning at the Santa Rosa meetings. And we invested in gear switching, bought trawl quota as soon as possible. We don't believe that sablefish has ever been a constraining factor to the trawl industry. Constraining because there's always been landing limits on Dover. It certainly isn't constraining now, and it won't be in the foreseeable future. Quota is going up. All the complicated regulation seems unnecessary to us. But it seems that, we've gone down this process, and the process has taken on a life of its own. It looks like the council is bound to do something, but you really don't need to. The move to curtail gear switching should be put to rest. Fishermen who invested in gear switching should not have their investments devalued by council action after they've followed the rules and invested in gear switching. There was never any discussion at those Santa Rosa meetings that gear switching would be prohibited or curtailed at some point in the future when we made our investments. I mean, if the trawl industry is worried about sablefish access to use for trawling, now is the time for them to purchase quota. Quota is cheap at the moment. We believe that the market should regulate the access, and we don't believe that the council should be involved in that process. On top of that, we've never understood if sablefish is such a constraining factor, why have we never, made a move to remove the millions of pounds of sablefish in the South that's stranded? I mean, that should be at some point allowed to be caught north of 36. And that would have solved any issues they had years ago. But now with quotas doubling and possibly tripling, I mean, we're going to be awash in sablefish. And if that's the case, I mean, why are we talking about hurting people's investments? People who invested legally, followed the rules, and for no fault of their own at this point are talking about having their investments devalued. That's really all I have. We're in favor of status quo. We don't believe that there's anything that needs to be done, and we're against eliminating gear switching and hurting these family businesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Clampett on his testimony? And there are no hands. So we will next move to Gary Ripka, and Gary will be followed by Michelle Conrad. And I just want to remind folks, we have a fairly large number of public wanting to testify here. We have not reduced the time that you're allotted, but if you can summarize, or if you're repeating points other has made, that you take the advantage to do that. So Gary, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Gary Ripka. I own the fishing vessel Genoa and also the fishing vessel Tabitha. I have participated in gear switching since the beginning with another vessel called the Western Breeze that sank last summer. This thing has been drug out for an extremely long time, and it's been very difficult to make business decisions because of it. We own a permit that should qualify under most of the alternatives. We have qualified under the pounds under most of the alternatives. But the thing that's changed, that this thing has taken so long to evolve to where we are now, we sold a vessel that was gear switching and bought another vessel for safety reasons and be more efficient. My situation is I'm going to be afraid that I'm going to be left out. We've been leasing a trawl permit since the last 2 years. We're in our third year this year. And the reason we have, because we haven't been able to, the council hasn't done anything that that we can make business decisions on. And that's been extremely frustrating. So I'm hoping that the council will not leave us out, that there'll be some kind of provision for someone like me that can continue to gear switch. That's what I have to say on that matter. I have a hard time getting behind any of the alternatives because none of them are spelled out enough that anyone can make an educated opinion about, in my opinion. So I'm very concerned about that. We need to get to a point where people can, our lives have been left in limbo. I do believe that in these alternatives, we should have the ability to either sell or leave to our family members our permit and our quota share. We're in an industry that is getting older, and we shouldn't limit new entrants. And in doing so, we could do that. I don't think we should phase out the gear switching. It should not be phased out. It's a clean fishery, low bycatch, and as Paul mentioned, we're possibly experiencing double quota, maybe triple. Now is not a time to, in my opinion, to phase out a very clean and productive fishery that also commands a higher price. I have a trawl vessel that also does trawling. I am a little bit concerned that we could end up in 16 like we were in 16, where I had two vessels, one that was switching back and forth from gear switching and trawling, another one that was trawling. And we, back then when the quota wasn't as big, we left good Dover and patrolling fishing because we were afraid we were going to catch too much sablefish, because sablefish was hard to get and it was expensive. I feel that's probably not going to be the future, at least for the next 4 to 5 years. But it does concern me that it could happen again. Trying to juggle two vessels, doing two different things. I'm in a unique situation where I have probably, I don't know if I'm the only one, but probably that has a trawl vessel and a gear switching vessel. So for me, it's a juggling act. But I do not think we should phase it out. I do not think we should limit our ability to pass it down or sell it to a new entrant. And I hope the council will somehow come up with a provision that my new vessel, that I have the permit from the old vessel, but it's not big enough, that my new vessel will be able to either transfer that permit or buy another permit to put on it to get the length. And that's pretty much all I have at this time. If there's any questions, I'm open to them.
Thank you, Gary. Are there questions for Mr. Ripka? Corey Niles, followed by Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Gary, for testifying. Your comments about the vessel are what I'm thinking of, and then as the agency that's been putting forth alternative one. Your situation has been a concern. The focus in the ideal world, I think the council should focus on the business that's doing the fishing and not worry too much about the vessel or the permit. And you're an example of why. So I guess my question to you is, your business name stayed the same as you've changed your vessel and your permit? Would you be listed as the same? I don't know how you organize your
Yes, I think yes, I think so.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yes, I think so.
Thank you. Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for testifying today, Mr. Ripka. I guess I'm going to classify you as a mixed gear participant, meaning you've said that you handle both trawl and fixed gear. And I'm wondering, you spoke quite a bit about uncertainty in the process, making it difficult to come with long-term business decisions. Is that impact on both sides, meaning for both your trawl operations and your fixed gear operations?
Absolutely. It's yes, absolutely has.
And is it fairly equally balanced on both sides?
Well, we to some extent, I mean, we're severe in the fixed gear side. It has been a real challenge on making business decisions because of the slow action. And I'm not blaming the council, just the nature of this beast has been so diversified. And we had COVID on top of it. It's been extremely difficult for us to make business decisions on the fixed gear side, business wise. It's these boats, the gear's not cheap, the boats aren't cheap, and there's a lot of investment. I have a tremendous amount of investment in my fixed gear side, as I do in my trawl side. But to try to make decisions on the fixed gear side has been very difficult because we don't know how this is going to shake out, and it seems to be a revolving door of different options. I respect Mr. Anderson's alternative. But with all due respect, it's another option, another layer of stuff that we have to sift through to try to figure out if it's in our best interest for our business. And it's not just been him, it's been through this whole process, it's been like that. And it's really difficult, been extremely difficult to make educated business decisions that impact my crew, my business, and my family. Does that answer your question?
Krista?
Yeah, thank you. It does answer my question. I have a follow-up question if it would be acceptable.
Please go ahead.
You've elaborated on the fixed gear side, but you have said that this has impacted both sides of your business. So hoping you can highlight on the trawl side.
On the trawl side, as in 2016, when there was more participants, I'll put it that way, in the fixed gear side, there was a more race for fish. And I hope we don't get to that point again. It was a more race for fish, and it impacted on how we fished with the Western Breeze and the Tobias. I had the Western Breeze at that time, and it has sunk last summer. We no longer have that vessel. But it impacted how we fished, and because we're trying to balance how much quota between the two vessels, trying to keep quota for both vessels have quota. So on the trawl side, in the time when the quota wasn't as high and the prices were really high on Sablefish, we were in a competition for fish to keep both vessels operating, and it affected that vessel quite a bit, the trawl side.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. Further questions for Mr. Ripka? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for testifying today. I just want to make sure that I'm synthesizing your overall advice to the council properly. It sounds to me like you've mentioned difficulty with making business decisions. I'm guessing because you're concerned that your future flexibility might be limited with any of the alternatives that are in front of the council other than status quo. And so you're trying to decide if you should invest further in fixed gear or not. So let me just start there and make sure that I'm characterizing your, I think your overall preference, which would be status quo. Is that correct?
Yes, my overall right now, until we get things more defined here, would be status quo. And the reason I say that is because I think we're looking at some large quotas coming up, and I don't think this thing is going to be as much of a problem. All right, I think it's going to take care of itself. In 16, I probably would have, we need to do something. If that answers your question, the investment side has been very difficult. We have the Genoa is a very large vessel that is quite a bit of investment. We took a risk in buying that vessel. And buying more gear for that vessel, but we did it because it's a safer operation than what we had before with the fishing vessel. Redeemer was the one that we qualified with. It was a much smaller vessel. And we took a risk. We're kind of at the mercy of the council right now. Are we going to be in? Are we going to be out? are we even going to have a fishery? And we decided to take that risk, hoping that we're not left out, or we still have a fishery even to fish.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. Any further questions for Mr. Ripka? I don't see any hands, so thank you, Gary.
Thank you for your time.
Next will be Michelle Conrad. Michelle will be followed by Robert Alverson. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, Vice Chair Hassemer and council members. I'm Michelle Conrad, and I'm going to be providing comments on behalf of Fishing Vessel Owners Association, the All Gear Group, and Ocean Ballad and Bessaker Company. We believe that continuing to allow the free trade of northern sablefish quota is the best outcome for all IFQ participants, as restricting the gear types that can harvest sablefish IFQ reduces market competition. Market competition is necessary for the IFQ fishery to experience economic growth and success. And while it may not be universally recognized, gear switching has contributed to the economic success that the program has realized thus far. While profits in the IFQ fishery have not been as high as any of us would like, if it had not been for gear switching, profit margins for many and for the program as a whole would have been even lower. With regard to the range of alternatives, if the council decides that a limit on future gear switching is warranted, we continue to support the concept of freezing the footprint. That is, keeping the gear switching components of the program intact and capping participation no lower than current levels. Not only is it unfair and inequitable to penalize a portion of the fleet who engaged in lawful gear switching activities, but doing so in a manner that jeopardizes their future fishing operations adds unnecessary insult to injury. Gear switchers made their business decisions without forethought of any future restrictions on gear switching. And had they known, many of them would have done things differently during the qualifying period to ensure they could continue their gear switching operations in the future. As described in the initial analysis, the average percent of the northern sablefish trawl allocation attained via gear switching was about 29% during the qualifying period. It has remained relatively stable for the past 10 years and has been as high as 35% in 2017 and 2019. Therefore, in the context of freezing the footprint, we recommend the council use 29% as a minimum threshold for future gear switching. We also recommend keeping the adaptive management program intact through the council's gear switching actions. The council deliberately set aside 10% of the non-whiting quota share to facilitate adaptive management to address community stability, processor stability, conservation, unintended or unforeseen consequences of IFQ management, and facilitating new entrants. Under all of the gear switching alternatives, the AMP quota pounds are proposed to be distributed to each individual in the same proportion of their quota share that is designated as any gear and trawl only. Restricting what would likely be a large proportion of each quota share owner's AMP QP to be trawl only would be contrary to the intent of the AMP program. We believe that any changes to the AMP program should be addressed comprehensively through the council's 5-year review of the catch share program, which will include all groundfish stocks, not just sablefish. Therefore, we want to ensure that the alternatives are structured so that no action can be selected for the AMP portion of northern sablefish QP. We also recommend that the council consider whether excessive ownership or control within the IFQ fishery has been adequately addressed. As an example, while vessel usage of QP is limited at 4.5%, there is no annual QP usage limit and no limit on the number of vessels an entity can own. So entities with multiple vessels can harvest up to a vessel limit of QP multiple times within a year. Depending on the number of vessels an entity owns, having access to multiple QP vessel limits in the aggregate, particularly over the course of multiple years, could result in excessive ownership or control. With regard to the new proposals that have been introduced by council members this week, we support those be included for analysis. We understand the concern for a possible race for quota, and while we do not believe those concerns would come to pass, we are committed to using industry-driven operational mechanisms. An example of this would be co-ops, to ensure that does not happen, because we don't want that any more than you do. Developing those mechanisms will take some time, but we would work hard to make that happen if the council were to move forward with the 29% annual limitation on QP. Thank you for the opportunity to provide these comments, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Michelle. Are there questions for Ms. Conrad on that? Maggie Summer?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the comments, Michelle. Could you repeat what you said about the upcoming trawl program review? That caught my ear. Obviously, we have been considering this since the last program review, and so I just wanted to make sure I'm clear on your thoughts connecting it to the next one.
Yes, thank you. My understanding is on the council's year at a glance, the 5-year catch share program review is scheduled to start in September of this year. And we believe that it would be appropriate to address some of the more programmatic changes, such as the AMP program, in the broader context of not just sablefish, but all groundfish stocks.
Thank you. Further questions? Phil Anderson, followed by Butch Smith. Oh, Phil Anderson, please.
Thanks, Michelle. Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. On the AMP pound issue and your point there, I don't know that I will characterize this accurately, but basically we set those AMP pounds aside to utilize in a manner that would make the fishery more profitable, more efficient, good for good things. And up to this point in time, we have not taken a specific action to utilize those AMP pounds in a manner that differentiates from our management practices. In this case, where the AMP pounds in the trawl quota share program have just been distributed proportionately to the quota shareholders over time, because we haven't made a decision to do something different with them. And the way the alternatives are put together now, they are treated in a similar way, and at least from the way I look at it, which could be right or wrong, and what I hear you suggesting, or I think, is that in this case we do something different with those AMP pounds than what we are doing with the balance of the pounds associated with trawl sablefish. And And I won't. I was going to say you're questioning whether that is the appropriate thing to do in this case, and arguing instead that those AMP pounds should be designated as any gear, as I understand it, which in my mind would, deviate from utilizing them in the same manner as we are the other pounds. So I'm on one hand, I'm sensing from you that before we do something different before we do something different with AMP pounds, we need to fully consider that in the full context. But at the same time, I'm interpreting what you think we should do with them in this case is use them differently, i.e. put them all as any gear. And I'm struggling with the consistency in those two arguments, which may mean I don't understand what you're saying.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Anderson. So currently the AMP program, as you've characterized it correctly, the quota pounds are passed through to all of the IFQ quota share owners. So what I'm saying is that in the current alternatives, because the alternatives are only focused on sablefish, sablefish arguably is the most valuable species stock of AMP. And if the council were to take action to address gear switching in a manner that affects the AMP quota pounds for sablefish only, that would potentially restrict what could be done with the AMP quota pounds in the future, because a large proportion of those AMP quota pounds would be restricted to be trawl only. And therefore, that would limit what could be done with the AMP program. So if, for example, the AMP were to be used to attract new entrants or deliveries into specific ports or communities, that would be limited in terms of the gear that could be used in the fishery. It would be restricting the gear type and the type of operation for that port or community, for a large balance of that to be trawl only. So the point that we're making is the council has a 5-year review coming up for the entire program. And so we're saying to not do anything with the AMP quota pounds through gear switching, but rather address what you want to do with the AMP program as a whole, which would include all stocks as well as sablefish through the 5-year review.
Phil, follow up. And I don't want to, but we can talk more offline. I'd be happy to do that. My way of thinking is that at any time, the AMP pounds that we're now just passing, that's a good term, passing through, the council could decide to not pass those through and utilize them in a different manner in order to accomplish a set of objectives. So even though I don't see anything in this, if we were to adopt any one of these alternatives, frankly, including status quo, that it in any way would preclude the council from at some future point, including through a 5-year review of the whole, to pull those pounds out and treat them separately. We have I believe we have the ability to do that. Anyway, we can talk more, but that's why I'm just I'm I'm not seeing that this removes any options for us in terms of using those AMP pounds in the future in a different manner, but I could be wrong.
Okay. Michelle?
Thank you. And yes, I guess I would encourage a discussion of that under council discussion and maybe look to National Marine Fisheries Service and council staff to talk about the timing of this action relative to the timing of the catch share review and what options may be available to you if that action were subsequent to this one, but still not yet in effect.
Thank you, and thank you for that reminder, Michelle. I just want to caution council members that we do ask questions for clarification on the public testimony, and the substantive discussion can occur later in our process. I believe Corey Niles had his hand up.
Thanks, Mr. Vice. Phil clarified it. But I could wait for council discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? And there are no hands, so thank you, Michelle. Next, we'll hear from Robert Elverson. Robert will be followed by Jeff Lackey. Morning, Bob.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, fellow council members. This morning, I'm speaking on behalf of Fishing Vessel Owners Association out of Seattle, which is a trade association that represents hook and line and trap operations from Fort Bragg to the Bering Sea. We have a number of vessels that participate. We have about 7 of the boats that have history in your previous analysis in gear switching. I'm going to read, Mr. Chairman, from a letter I sent to the council back in May of last year, 22. All the alternatives you've been developing based on your original charge are supposed to have something to do with delivery of more underutilized trawl species. So with that in mind, here's our comments, Mr. Chairman. The council has not shown how forcing more sablefish to be trawl only stimulates demand for underutilized trawl species. The council has not shown why the public will eat more and demand more underutilized trawl species with either alternative 2 or 3. Until the council can show a causal action of either alternative to stimulate demand for underutilized species, it appears the council is developing very complicated solutions for a problem they may have no control over, which is supply and demand of underutilized trawl species. In essence, it's a market issue. In previous presentations, the council staff has shown that should the price of various underutilized species increase, the total economic value for a trawler would be maximized by catching all trawl sablefish with other species. In other words, the previous perceived problem of enough sablefish for trawler corrects itself when market forces favor underutilized trawl species. Your staff have pointed out that under this pricing condition, trawlers would not lease out their sablefish for gear switching, but would catch it with their other species in order to maximize their total value. Neither alternative 2 or 3 accomplish delivering more underutilized species from our perspective. We therefore recommend a simpler interim approach to address the council's concerns. We request the council to add an alternative that limits gear switching to 29%, keeps existing regulations in place, and closes gear switching when landings reach 29% of the TAC of trawl allocation of sablefish. Mr. Clampett expressed the viewpoints of FUA very well, and therefore, Mr. Chairman, that concludes our comments.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Elverson on his testimony? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Bob. This was one question I was contemplating asking the GAP. It relates to Marcy's question of you all on the gap about the sentence that had to do with the range between 0 and 29%. And Marcy, I think maybe pointing out that there's also the range between 29% and 100%, given that no action is always an option and very much alive here. So, but you said you didn't talk about anything above the 29% because you felt that was decided and the council was willing to go no higher than that. But I don't want to read too much into that and think that your positions would change if something, just throwing 35% out there as to illustrate my question. Were you suggesting that a higher percentage would be something that could possibly persuade the folks you represent to prefer it over no action? That was a long way of asking the question, but I'll stop there.
Through the chair and Mr. Niles, depending on what years you take for looking at freezing defining the footprint of gear switching, you can come to something like 33%. You can come to something like 29%. And so I think in the last years, it was closer to 32, 33%. So 29% is close. I don't think those percentages differences will drive whether or not drive a race for fish or not. But I think the FUA and the fixed gear people up and down the coast that I talk to and through the gap prefer no action. We do not contemplate this being 100% evolving into fixed gear. Even at the highest prices that we were enjoying back in 2016, we were averaging about $5.50 a pound delivered into Bellingham. Today, we're lucky to be seeing $2.75, and this is for Eastern dressed fish. The price has just collapsed with all the volume up and down the coast in Alaska. I don't understand the 100% thing. It never was that high. I don't think it would ever get that high. I don't think the market forces would move it in that direction. I think the 29 to 33% is where the history is, and the council, as far as we know, made a choice last year to go no higher than 29%. I'm not sure if that answers directly your question, Mr. Niles, but that's the best I can do right now.
Corey?
Thanks, Bob. And yeah, sorry for the confusion about the 100%. I just meant that one could argue that there something higher than 29% any gear quota. And yes, this is a market system where the trawlers are going to continue to use the bulk of it. But so that you answered my question about your views on if it influenced you thought change your preference for no action. Mr. Vice Chair, I do have a second question, if that's okay.
Please go ahead.
And I just may have forgot what it was. No, it's the so on the idea that you're just testified to adding to the range of alternatives. You've been arguing that the race for fish concern that people bring up isn't a practical concern now under the quotas that we have now in Alaska and here, and it will likely to increase even more in the future. But presuming there is a situation, go back to the earlier lower quotas is when people worry about the race for fish. But my question to you, do you think, and we don't often hear too much about how your fishery operates, but do you think one way of combating the race for fish is cooperation among the industry itself? And I'm just wondering if you've all ever thought about whether your association could do some cooperative, informal or formal way of ensuring that a race for fish would not occur under the circumstances of lower quotas. See if that made sense as a question to you there, Bob.
So through the chair, Mr. Niles, we have, like I said, there's a maximum over the number of vessels that participate in this are basically the same vessels. They range about from 13 to 16 vessels every year. And we represent about 7 of those, and we would participate in any attempt to do a co-op or try to limit any type of race for fish. But even when it was the most intense, when the price was so high in 2016, it wasn't so much a race for fish, as previous person testified, as it was a competition for quota availability. The trawlers were using most of their sablefish to land their other species, and the amount available, say on the Eureka exchange, was limited. So there was a competition for that 30%. So that was very intense, and that's what drove up the price. But on the fishing grounds, it was not a race for fish, even in 2016. So with the vessels that are interested in participating in this, I don't see a race for fish taking place. And if we'd have to form a co-op to get around a price fixing issue probably, but we would participate in something like that.
Thank you. Further questions? I don't see any hands.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Bob. We'll move on to Jeff Lackey, followed by John Gonzalez. Jeff, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair and council members. My name is Jeff Lackey. I manage 2 trawlers in Newport. I have 2 general comments to start. First, I'm concerned about there being way too little discussion on trawl vessels, groundfish processors, and the coastal communities that rely on brick and mortar processors for long-term health, which also benefits non-trawl fisheries. Way too little discussion on how these real-world factors play into OY and goals and objectives of both the FMP and the program. Second, we should talk about how there are more barriers in some ways in the tier fishery to fish fixed gear than there are to fish fixed gear in the trawl fishery. The increasing allocation should facilitate discussion on how to maximize the fixed gear fishery in and of itself, while also trying to maximize the trawl fishery by using trawl allocations for trawl vessels. Our communities need all fisheries maximized to be successful, especially in these challenging economic and regulatory conditions that aren't likely to magically disappear. Sectors exist for a reason, and 29% is way, way too high for sufficient sector integrity for trawl and communities to be successful. Now to the specifics of what we're talking about here. Following our recommendations to refine alternatives with rationale. For alternative 1, I recommend ceasing development. It's too complex, only has a 29% option. And most importantly, QS is a flawed mechanism. It allows trawl QS to be permanently separated from the trawl fishery. This would be detrimental to trawl and leave less future flexibility for management or fishery adjustment. Alternative 2, I'll skip for now. Alternative 3, recommend to cease development if its range is included in another alternative. For the new alternative from report 2, I recommend prioritizing it, provided it has the full range from the gap statement. QP is the best mechanism because it is not permanent like QS, and the QP is the cleanest mechanism to lend itself to a future review and adjustments. For the Derby fishery in report 3, I recommend rejecting it for very potentially negative unintended consequences. It negates the control date, and it not only has a race for fish, but a race for history. Once participants sense that there is trouble in the fishery, you get a race for history. Experienced fishermen understand this. Also, it incentivizes an actual increase in gear switching participation. As for status quo, I recommend that be prioritized. First, because it's required, and second, because this provides a wide contrast for analysis. So prioritizing the two I recommended would hopefully narrow the focus for analysts, council, and stakeholders to understand what we're looking at, much the way Gary Ripka had discussed about wanting to understand the alternatives. As for the importance of keeping the low end of the range, that facilitates a robust analysis. It provides for a higher capacity for groundfish fishery, given the statutory mandate to achieve OY. It's important to include that for analysis. The QS ownership by vessel owner qualifiers is only 6.5%. Any amount above that represents leasing or new entry. And only about 3 of the qualifying vessels have maintained the same level of gear switching in the recent 3 years. The qualifier footprint has significantly shrunk. As far as the relevance of current and anticipated future allocation increases, millions of pounds of fixed gear allocations are going uncaught in the South, the North, and in Alaska. Fixed gear allocation saw another increase in 2023 and will likely see a big increase starting in 2025. Gear switching by qualifiers has already decreased. Increased allocations are the perfect time to institute a low fixed gear catch limit of trawl quota. And both fisheries work with council as needed to maximize both fisheries. It's key that now is the time to act, the perfect time to act. Leaving the door open in the trawl fishery would allow, by having a large limit, would allow fixed gear boats to come back into the fishery whenever Alaska allocations went down, which, by the way, are up 36 million pounds between 2019 and 2023 just for the directed fishery. 29% is very, very constraining under such conditions in 2011 through 16, and they've been constraining individually ever since, and in particular last year. The trawl fishery should not be a placeholder for fixed gear vessels. And trawl can be, and my time's up. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Are there questions for Mr. Lackey on his testimony? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Jeff. And thank you for explaining your reasons why you do not favor the option that Bob Alverson just spoke to. As you know, I was at the Gap and hoping to hear those reasons. So appreciate you articulating them. My question is on your statement about dropping alternative 1 as complex. I am wondering why you're seeing it as more complex than alternative 2, and I'll just provide a little explanation of why I see that. The intent of alternative 1 is to keep things working as much as they do now, except it would create a new type of quota. I'm looking at the public NIMS page on what the seeker here manages. You have 30 different types of quota now that you're dealing with. So it would add 1. Alternative 2 would add the same thing. It would add another. It would just be a twist on how things work now, where you have only one type of. You have the same amount of quota share units, but now you have 1 extra quota pound unit. So why are you seeing alternative 1 as more complex than alternative 2? Could you please elaborate there?
It wouldn't be in the application of it from the standpoint of the seeker. It would be in the alternative itself and all the rules and trying to figure out exactly who gets what. And there's the first receiver. There's a lot of questions there. The understanding the alternative itself, in addition to the 29% incentivizing an increase in gear switching activity than the quota share being permanent. Those are the bigger issues than the complexity. The complexity is probably the least of my issues with alternative 1.
Thanks, Jeff. Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right. Further questions for Mr. Lackey? And Jeff, I don't see any hands here, so thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, now hear from John Gonzalez. He will be followed by Lori Steele. Good morning, John.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. My name is John Gonzalez. I'm the Government Affairs Manager at Pacific Seafood. Today, I'll keep my comments brief just because I understand now is not the time to stake out positions or choose preferred alternatives. But I will say really quick, I do support Mr. Lackey's comments and appreciate his hard work on this issue. I also really want to voice my appreciation and in respect to the GAP reports, both 1 and 2. It's a very diverse group by design, and understand it's made it very difficult for them to have consensus on anything. So just want to point to their consensus recommendations and again, show my appreciation for it, but also my hope that the council could take those recommendations and consider them as a package rather than picking any particular recommendation and applying that to any action or motion today. So also wanted to appreciate the GMT's comments with regard to timeline and trying to keep things on the June and November timeline. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Are there any questions for Mr. Gonzalez on his testimony? And I don't see any hands, so again, thank you. We'll next hear from Lori Steele. Lori will be followed by, Travis Hunter. Lori, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Lori Steele. I'm the Executive Director of the West Coast Seafood Processors Association. I'm here today to urge the council to take action at this meeting to refine this range of alternatives, keep things as simple as possible, and keep the gear switching action moving forward as expeditiously as possible. I also would like to highlight the GAP consensus recommendations and applaud and thank the GAP for their very hard work on this issue over the last 2 council meetings. It's been an enormous effort for the GAP to try to reach consensus on at least some of the elements about gear switching and bring forward to the council a report with recommendations that are not divided by 2 very different perspectives. I think that after all of these years, this is very meaningful. I urge the council to give the GAP consensus recommendations close attention and very serious consideration. And I support John Gonzalez's previous recommendation to consider the GAP recommendations as a package. Just to add a couple of specific comments, 2 points that I want to emphasize are, number 1, the need to move forward with a wide range of qualification percentages in any alternative that's further analyzed. And number 2, my strong preference for the use of quota pounds over quota shares as the primary mechanism to manage gear switching. In the interest of refining the alternatives, I support the GAP consensus to suspend further development of alternative 3 and with the qualification and expiration sub-options recommended to be moved to alternative 2. I also agree with suspending further work on alternative 1. Alternative 1 only includes a 29% option, and it allows trawl quota share to be permanently moved from the trawl sector. Freezing the footprint in this way codifies the problem we've identified and makes it permanent. Alternative 1 has been stated to have been put forward by WDFW, yet this alternative does nothing to protect the very significant trawl sector constituency in the state of Washington, the state which is home to the largest shoreside processing facility on the West Coast that has made huge investments into ensuring a viable future for the groundfish fishery. Alternative 1 would degrade the trawl sector, and we will never support it in any form. I support focusing further work and analysis on alternative 2 with the refinements suggested by the GAP. I also support including the new alternative proposed by Mr. Anderson for further analysis. I support the GAP suggestions of including the qualification and expiration options from alternative 3, and I support the revisions to the expiration elements of this alternative suggested by the GAP in their supplemental report. As I have testified a number of times before, I prefer alternatives that utilize quota pounds versus quota shares. as the mechanism to address gear switching. Let's keep the action simple, please, and maintain flexibility for future adjustments if necessary. There's no need to take an action that would permanently affect quota share allocations. The council doesn't need to address ownership to address problems with gear switching. All that we have been asking for many years now is for the council to limit the amount of quota pounds that can be leased from the trawl sector, out of the trawl sector in any given year. Please just keep the trawl allocated sablefish quota pounds in the trawl sector. I strongly oppose the addition of an alternative that limits gear switching to 29% of quota pounds. I agree with previous comments that this kind of alternative could create a derby fishery. We do not need to add this to the current range of alternatives. It does not address the purpose and need for this action in any way. And we don't need an alternative that immediately invokes concerns about unintended consequences like creating a derby in the IFQ program. This alternative also freezes the footprint and would codify the problem, and it treats 29% somewhat like a target. I would like to emphasize that 29% should not be perceived in any of the alternatives as a target for gear switching, and none of the alternatives should be structured in a way that creates this perception. 29% should be viewed as a maximum limit within a range, upper end of a range, and the range must consider percentages much lower than 29%. I generally support the 0 to 29% concept put forth by the GAP for any of the alternatives that move forward for further analysis. Finally, I implore the council to please stick to the timeline to complete work on this action in 2023. The process to address this issue has gone on way too long. Please simplify and streamline the alternatives today and do the work that is necessary to allow the council to pick a PPA in June and an FPA in November so we can complete this action before the end of this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Questions for Ms. Steele on her testimony? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Lori. We'll start off with disappointing to hear for the first time that you're closed your mind to alternative one, and so just hoping you can help me understand how you're seeing the difference between alternative one and the 29% version that Phil spoke to under his report this morning. The one difference I heard you say was that you believe that alternative two would keep gear switching oriented businesses from acquiring more quota share. So that's the one difference. And I don't want to get into discussion now, but what difference other than that is persuading you to support that one inclusion and to drop alternative one? Sorry, that was a weird way of asking the question, but what is the difference there between those two alternatives that are affecting your support?
Sure. Thank you for the question and the opportunity to clarify. In my comments, I also support some adjustments to alternative two. And I think my primary opposition to alternative one is the lack of a range, sort of the 0 to 29% concept, which I think, which I included in alternative two as well. With all of these additions and refinements to alternatives, it's hard to know ultimately what the package is going to look like here. But I hope that my comments and suggestions and what's reflected as well in the GAP report. I know the GAP didn't address alternative one, but what I would like to see, moving forward is essentially what I was suggesting is a quota share based alternative and a quota pound based alternative, both that include a very wide range of sub options that essentially cover the 0 to 29% concept, and then the no action alternative. And I'm hopeful that the comments I made would ultimately reflect that kind of a package moving forward. And if that's the case, I don't see a need for retaining alternative one either.
Thank you. Further questions, Corey Niles?
Yep. Thank you, Lori. That helped a lot. But just one, I'll just try to rephrase quickly to make sure, that I'm understanding. I think alternative one is a quota share approach. The changes that Phil spoke to for alternative two would make it a quota pound approach, so we could compare and contrast quota pound versus quota share between the two. Alternative one doesn't have the lower percentage that Phil was aiming at in November of around 12%. But so if alternative one had like a 12% and a phase out, to me that would do exactly what you're suggesting. Am I wrong there?
I think that could be correct. So I guess, in terms of clarifying my original comments, I don't, I can't support alternative one as it's currently written.
Thank you. Further questions for Ms. Steele? I don't see any hands, so thank you, Lori. Just so everyone is aware, around the table here, we have 3 people left for our public comment. We'll be taking a break after that so you can organize your thoughts. We have Travis Hunter up next. Travis will be followed by Bernie Burkholder. Travis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you, and council members. I will keep my comments focused on the council action under this agenda item at this meeting and not give further rationale as my colleagues that have gone before me have done a very good job. First off, I would like to say I'm a 3rd generation trawler out of Eureka, and also the bottom trawl rep on the Gap, and I'm very proud of the work that the Gap has done over the last couple of meetings. We're a very diverse group with differing opinions, especially on this matter, and I'm very proud of the 2 reports that we came up with, and I hope that they're helpful in council discussion. So first of all, I would like to support alternative 2 and the alternative proposed under supplemental council member report 2 move forward, provided that a wide range of options are available to allow gear switching in a similar range as is proposed under alternative 2 in the GAP reports. I also support ceasing further development of alternatives 1 and 3, and do not support the Derby alternative proposed under supplemental council member report 3. I do not support any alternative that has 29% of gear switching opportunity as the only option. As has been stated by others, the 29% is an upper limit, not a target. And while I appreciate all efforts by all involved to come up with a creative solutions to this issue, it's very difficult when kind of last minute proposals are brought up just ahead of or during the meeting, or as in yesterday. I know one was bantered around, but it was submitted to the briefing book after the GAP had submitted their report. It makes it very difficult for the GAP or any advisory bodies and individuals to wrap their heads around anything new, at the 11th hour. So I just wanted to comment that I appreciate everybody's efforts, but it does make it very difficult. And lastly, I would just hope that we could stick to the schedule of coming up with a PPA in June and an FPA in November, if possible. I would hope that I agree with moving forward the GAP recommendations as a package at this time. I think it provides a good range, and I think we're all ready to move this forward. It seems like this can just keeps getting kicked down the road, and I'd like to get some conclusion and follow the schedule. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis. Questions for Mr. Hunter on his testimony? And I don't see any hands. So again, thank you, Travis. We'll next move to Bernie Burkholder. Bernie will be followed by Bob Eder. Bernie, the floor is yours. And Bernie, we're not hearing you. Looks like you're unmuted on our end. And we still can't hear you. What we will do is move on to Mr. Bob Eder, and we will see if we can work on the connection with Mr. Burkholder here and come back to him. So Bob Eder, if you're there, please go ahead. And now we are having the same issue, Bob. I can see you are unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Good. I'm Bob Eder, fishing vessel Timmy Boy based in Newport. Mr. Vice Chair, council members, every time we address this issue, the case for no action has grown stronger. At its core, the concern is that of price and availability of sablefish. If these elements were a problem 5 or 10 years ago, they have been circumstantially addressed by the market and the resource. Stocks have grown and are poised to topple historical highs. Corresponding values of leased fish stand at about 1/3 of what they were when the discussion to control gear switching was initiated. This issue can be responsibly tabled until when and if it should be taken more seriously. Let's call it what it is. At present time, this is a move by the complainants to simply be given that which they can readily access in a free and open market. We lease over 60% of what we produce in this program. These are willing lessors, every one a trawl permit holder. A year or so ago, the SSC report reminded the council that gear switchers are not a separate sector, but part of the Trawl IQ program. Those of us who have invested specifically and significantly over $3 million in our own case, those of us who have consistently participated and produced, who own permit, quota share, and boat, should be kept close to whole. And alternative 3, the endorsement, is the only one that does this. An endorsement alternative is doable. NIMS has experience with it. It rewards legitimate, proven participation, and unlike alternative 1, is not open to adding new participants. If the council sees a need to control gear switching, why would you invite new participants. This cannot be done without diluting the opportunity of serious dependent historical permit holders. As far as the controversial point of endorsement expiration under Alt 3, we could support an expiration upon transfer of ownership and the permit be reduced to quota share owned at the time of the control date. Addressing the newer option to gear switch up to 29% and stop, I respectfully disagree with the GMT and some of my fellow fixed gear guys in that I feel it is naive to think that there won't be a race for fish. The fixed gear fleet has experience with this. This same fleet took their season down to 5.5 days in 1996. If this regressive tack is taken, please hold the opening until mid-year. This would permit coastal participants, most of whom crab in the winter, to be able to continue in that keystone fishery. Also, a mid-year opening would be more reflective of current fishing patterns and increased safety. The term legacy has a connotation that someone's been given something. This is not the case. This legacy participant prefers in descending order: no action, alternative 3, alternative 2, 29% derby, alternative 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Are there questions for Mr. Etter on his testimony? Maggie Summer.
Thank you very much for the testimony, Bob. I did not catch what you said about supporting supporting endorsement expiration upon transfer and reducing the quota share, reducing to the quota share owned on the control date. Would you mind repeating that part so I understand it? Thanks.
Sure. Maggie, I know this is a controversial point, and my suggestion is that when ownership changes of one of these endorsed permits, that basically the option to continue leasing fish disappears, and the permit would only be able to gear switch that quota which was owned in 2017.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions for Mr. Etter? Corey Niles.
Thanks, excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Bob, for the testimony. I kind of same question I asked Lori, but I'm not understanding why you would prefer, and you ranked your order of preference there. So recognizing you're still strongly in favor of no action, but why would you prefer alternative 2, 29%, which puts an extra restraint on what you could do with your quota share, versus alternative 1, which would not put any restraint on what you can do with your quota share? Why did you rank alternative 1 last is the bigger question. I understand why we had an exchange in November about what people are calling the derby option would be preferable in that it leaves your partners eligible to continue your arrangements with leasing quota pounds. But yeah, why would you want an extra constraint on your quota share with alternative 2 instead of none with alternative 1?
Corey, I don't like either one of them. And I'm not sure that I can completely comprehend them in their ever-evolving forms this morning. So, that's my first response. But what I do recognize in Alt 1 is it provides opportunity to add new people. And I really object to that. You know, those of us that have been fully committed, legit, will only have a, you know, diminished opportunity as we add more people. I don't claim to even understand both of those completely. So it makes it hard to answer any further, Corey.
Corey, did you have a follow-up
No,
question?
just thanks, Bob, for the honest answer. Always appreciate it.
Thank you. Further questions for Mr. Etter? There are no hands, so again, thank you, Bob. Next, we'll go back to Bernie Burkholder. I see, Bernie, you are online. And right now you are muted. You are unmuted on our end. Can you hear us? We are not hearing you, Bernie. You need to unmute yourself on your end. And we are still not hearing you. What we will do, Mr. Burkholder has signed up to give us public comment. We are going to take a break here for 15 minutes. During that time, we'll see if we can straighten that out. When we come back, we will complete our public comment and then move into council discussion. So 15 minutes, let's be back here at 11:30 and proceed. And again, we will proceed with Mr. Burkholder's comment and then go to council discussion. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, Chris, can you hear me on this? Okay, great. Yes, do you want me to do another test? Chris, are you there? Chris, can you hear me? It seems like I've got this thing hooked up where I need to go through my computer to talk, but I've got to be on my phone to hear you.
All right, let's 1 minute warning. Let's move back to our seats. Just so everyone's aware, we have Mr. Burkholder on the line. We are having some feedback issues, so we're just trying to clear that up before we begin. All right, I have the thumbs up that we're ready to begin. So we will give this a try. Mr. Burkholder, Bernie, if you're out there, please go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'll begin. My name is Bernie Burkholder, and I sit on the Fishing Vessel Owners Board of Trustees. I'm also a director on the Sablefish and Halibut Pot Association, and I own two boats, or a part own of two boats, the Fishing Vessel Southeast and Buckingham, that participate in the West Coast Trawl program. I, like many of the other speakers, appreciate the council, the GAP, and the staff's effort on this very long and complicated issue. You know, any business needs stability, and my business is no exception. The degree of uncertainty limiting gear switching has introduced to the West Coast fisheries is significant, very significant. The original intent of the West Coast Trawl Program was to embrace the free market system. I strongly supported this concept at that time, and I still support that concept today. All of the alternatives, in my opinion, are too complicated and not well explained or defined. I believe we have to make a decision and move on, like a lot of the speakers have pointed to today. So all fishing, processing, and marketing can get on with and grow their businesses. I recently had the opportunity to try to explain this whole issue to my bank, and the gear switching issue and what it meant to my business and the risk that it presented to the bank's position. For a moment, I would like everyone on the council or even in the room to consider trying to answer this question. You know, what would you tell a bank or a lender that this could do to you or may not do to you? It was difficult and it was awkward. I would like to see the council either do status quo or to take action that would clearly define an alternative that can be understood and adhered to and cannot be further manipulated to one person's benefit or one gear group's benefit. I do support the 29%. If we can't do status quo, do 29%. But I don't support the up to, you know, it can be 0 or it can be 29%. How do you explain that to somebody? And what's that mean for a crew member's job, the bank getting paid as they expect, and the businesses that you support in your community being able to rely on you? We need something straightforward with clear language that can be understood by everyone. We've got to make a decision on this. It's time, probably way past time. And it's taking too much of everybody's effort into what is often negative and not positive growth. And we just need to stick a stake in it here. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I appreciate everybody's patience and trying to get me on the audio today. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernie. Questions for Mr. Burkholder on his testimony? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Bernie, for sticking with it and testifying. On alternative one, I don't know your situation. I fully sympathize with the complexity and not following it and needing to explain it to a bank. But alternative one, if you met the fishing criteria, you keep your quota share as any gear quota share. And then you end up with two types of quota share, or there are two types of quota in the fishery, any gear, trout only. If you qualify, yours would be status quo. You can keep fishing it. And the cap is just at the fishery level. So there's only that much quota pounds going around in any one year. And the intent there was to keep it the change as small as possible. Don't put any extra requirements unless there's clear benefits. And I understand why it's not coming off maybe as simple as that. But if that were the situation, if you were able to just keep your quota share that you've invested in, that sounds like you have a loan for, do you have concerns with that? I heard you say something about the 29% and it being uncertain. I wasn't quite understanding your reasoning there. So that's what I'm hoping you could elaborate on.
Yes, through the chair, Mr. Niles, I can certainly live with that, but I know that a lot of other people, that would be a difficult position for them. We were, originally bought in when the program started. We've fished consistently, but I would like to have a large enough group around me that can participate in this fishery so that we can support a lot of the independent smaller processors, ice houses, and infrastructure that we need to continue. So if alternative one could be somehow modified to do that, but if it were just a very small group of fishermen that would benefit or be stabilized, it's gonna leave a large hole in my industry, I believe.
Thank you. Further questions for Mr. Burkholder? And I don't see any, so thank you, Bernie. Thanks for being patient and letting us get everything up and running here.
Thank you very much.
That completes our public testimony and will take us to council discussion. Just a refresher in front of you is we're looking at potentially refining the range of alternatives you have before us now and looking at guidance on the process for reaching a PPA and ultimately an FPA. We've heard a lot today, obviously, in the time this was before us, the reports and the testimony. So I'd like to hear any discussion people have on that, but also recognize that at any point, anybody can make a motion if they have one. So we'll start it off just by saying, I will look for any hands. Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I have a motion that I'd like to put forward.
Please go ahead.
Sandra, I didn't send this to you, so I'm just going to speak here. It's short. I move to instruct staff to discontinue work on this action.
Right, I think it's up there. Is the language on the screen as you intend and accurate?
It is, thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second on the motion? Krista Svensson. Thank you. Go ahead and speak to your motion.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Bringing this out at this moment in the discussion because I realize this is a bit of a bookend concept here. So want to put this on the floor early and have this as part of the discussion. Before I dive in, I also want to start by saying thanks to all the folks who have been thinking about this and working to find solutions in the interest of all participants and Groundfish program improvement generally. I respect this work coming from across the family and especially from membership across the table. The council decided when it built this program to hand over much of the control to the market. There were many reasons this was done, and many of those reasons have been justified by successes of the program, including safety at sea and conservation. But markets do what markets do. That is, environmental, economic, and social conditions change, and the market changes accordingly. The council is not privy to much of this information, and it's incredibly difficult to know what is happening towards economic and social goals. I do not see that further analysis by council staff or by NIMS will provide this, because they are business decisions and actions that, rightly so, are being made by business owners across the spectrum: vessel owners, captains, processors, quota owners, buyers, and these decisions are largely private. To the point, even if we were privy to all this information, it doesn't change the fact that this is a complex, interrelated, market-based program, and we're talking about just one slice of that program that is difficult to directly tie to the need for this item, that is, underattainment in the trawl sector. It is a weak link under any of these alternatives that does not justify the likely harm done to other participants. None of the action alternatives address the purpose and need with confidence, and in my mind, do not pass the NS4 test of being fair and equitable. From what we do know, the total benefits to all participants likely does not outweigh the hardships imposed on those who will likely lose out. Given, and I recognize this, that no action is in the range of alternatives, why put this forward and stop work today? Industry members across the supply chain need to make business decisions and plans, and we heard about that today. By continuing work on this item, we use council time and NIMS resources that could be better spent working on this program and other needed groundfish items. It could be better spent preparing for the next program 5-year review that begins in September, where systematic program issues can be addressed in a holistic manner. I'm stopped there, and thanks very much.
Thank you. Are there questions for the maker of the motion? And I don't see any questions. So I will open the floor then to council discussion. Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll be supporting the motion. Throughout the discussion today, I've made myself a list of bullet points to be speaking in favor of a motion such as this, were one to come forward, and the reasons why I might support such a motion. And I'll tell you, every bullet point that I had on my list, you spoke to specifically in your speaking points. So remarks were spot on, and I agree with all of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I don't believe we can vote for this motion at this time, although much on the reasoning that we've committed to seeing this process through. I'm concerned by the public testimony we've heard about narrowing this down to one alternative. And if the council were to do that, I'll be honest and say I might prefer stopping work altogether if we're going to move ahead with incomplete analysis. And Ms. Ridings mentioned the national standard for fair and equitable test, and that's exactly where my mind is, about showing that the benefits of acting here are going to outweigh the hardships to the people that are affected, and that we've committed to seeing that through and looking at the analysis and considering that question closely. So not disagreeing with the many of the questions and thoughts that Corey has brought up. Again, we can't support this. Just we're committed to seeing the analysis and the decision through.
Thank you. Lynn Mattis, I believe you had your hand up also.
Yeah, Mr. Niles hit a lot of the thoughts I was having as well. I appreciate the reasoning behind it, but we've spent enough time and effort on this. We need to see it through, make sure we've done our due diligence on the analysis. I am new to this seat. This is my first time on this agenda item, but I have gone back and listened to the last several meetings worth of recordings. And one piece that has struck me is we really haven't heard from the people who are leasing the quota out. Somebody is making that business decision to lease quota to fixed gear folks. I don't know that we will hear from those folks, but that is a piece that has been sticking in my mind as well, is somebody is making the business decision, and the market aspect of it, I hope to learn more, and by continuing the process, hopefully that will come clear. But I do appreciate the reasoning and the intent, not necessarily intent, but the reasoning why you forwarded this at this time.
Thank you. I see Vice Chair Pettinger has his hand raised. Brad, would you please go ahead?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Vice Chair Hassemer. Apologize for folks for getting COVID. Timing's impeccable. I'm not going to support this motion. I think there's a process issue here. Certainly there's no notice that this is going to be on the docket again, and so I think that alone is why is enough to vote against it. We've had people talk about hardships and uncertainties. Like, does it affect anybody else? But the trawl fleet historically is the largest fishery on the West Coast as far as production. We go across as far as pounds landed. It's what keeps the ice houses open. Gear switching does not keep ice houses open. They might need ice. You can put an ice machine on a boat, and he can catch their fish, but you don't need an ice house for gear switching. Recently we just one of my brother's boat is fishing out of Monterey, only trawler in Monterey, and there's no ice house in Monterey. I'll guarantee that. There's no ice house. I don't believe there's an ice house in Monterey Bay. Period. We get our lettuce ice shipped over, and dump it on the boat. Because there is no trawl fleet in that harbor to support an ice house yet. I think that, we talk about all these uncertainties and hardships. The trawl fishery, fishermen and processors, they have all those. Talk about uncertainties. I don't go to Alaska. Most of the guys down here don't go to Alaska, so that option isn't available to them. We're here. There's an issue here. The trawl fleet, the trawl fishermen, processors have said it over and over again. They've explained it to you. It's not. It isn't an illusion. It needs to be fixed long term. It needs to be fixed for the people in it today. It needs to be fixed for the people 20 years down the road. The fishermen processors are here now, won't be here then. And if we want to catch all the fish that's in our complex, Sablefish is an integral part of that. Depending on how big the Sablefish quota is, and it's getting bigger. Well, it went up 30% last year, and we fished a month on one of our vessels, and we've got 50,000 pounds of fish already in. And it'll be a very abbreviated season because there's just the survey is not, or the assessment, or the ACL this year is not keeping up with the amount of fish in the water. Thankfully, NIPS has seen in the Northwest Science Center has seen that there's going to be an issue here, and they're going to try and address it, but it's still going to be late. But we need to design a fishery that's going to survive high ACLs for sablefish and low ACLs for sablefish. And I think that we're here to narrow the scope here a little bit, maybe add a proposal, and get to work in June on what this thing's going to look like. And I would hope that we would get there. And so with that, I will not support this motion. And look forward to getting to that and moving on here. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Gorelnik.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Hessemer. I have a question for General Counsel on this motion. We've noticed this agenda item to refine a range of alternatives. This motion would effectively be final action, as I interpret it. So I'm wondering if this is an appropriate motion given the way this agenda item has been noticed.
Ms. Beal.
We reviewed the agenda item. It does indicate that the council will consider narrowing the range of alternatives. And it also says that the council will provide guidance to staff on next steps. So I believe that the motion would fall within those categories.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on this item? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to speak to why I seconded the motion. I think it is important that we continue to have the full set of discussion for people that are at status quo. There is not necessarily a need to continue work. And I think for those of us that have other ideas about the need to continue that work, that it is appropriate to allow for that vote. So that is why I seconded the motion to allow discourse on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm being careful to look very carefully and so as not to miss any hands. But I see no further hands, so I'm going to call the question, and I am going to ask Executive Director Burden to utilize a roll call vote to avoid any confusion in determining the final tally. So Executive Burden, would you please call the roll for the vote?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I'll be reading from voting sheet number 1. Motion references agenda item G5, motion made by Ms. Ridings. Phil Anderson.
No.
Butch Smith.
No.
Robert Dooley.
No.
Corey Ridings.
Yes.
Marcy Yaremko.
Yes.
Corey Niles.
No.
Joe Oatman.
No.
Maggie Summer.
Abstain.
Krista Svensson.
Yes.
Brad Pettinger. Brad Pettinger.
No.
Virgil Moore.
Yes.
Lynn Mattis.
No.
And Mark Gorelnik.
No.
Motion fails with 4 yes and 8 no, 1 abstention, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Executive Director Burden. The motion fails. So we will continue with any discussion, further discussion on this agenda item. Krista Svensson.
All right. Well, I'm happy to take further discussion, but I do have the motion from November to bring forward when it is appropriate. If we want to take that up now, great. If not, I'm perfectly fine to wait as well.
All right. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I have a question for our analysts. I'm not sure I can pose it in a manner that's fair to you. But our charge here was to refine alternatives, give guidance, all that good stuff. And we've had between March and now several new potential alternatives developed, or well, I should say from November till now. We had the alternative that we voted on in November that I believe Ms. Svensson will bring back. We had the alternative that I spoke to earlier in report 2. And we've got our gap statement, which suggests elimination of alternative 3 with some caveats of bringing a couple of those elements into alternative 2. And so I'm over here trying to think about what the realistic staff capacity is for analyzing those, or in keeping in mind that it, as you laid out in your timeline earlier in the staff presentation, that we would do an IPPA in June, refine the IPPA in September, and then take final action. I think we were actually talking about March, maybe. So just in thinking about, again, this refinement, but refine to me doesn't necessarily mean it would expand. And so I guess I'm just wanted to explore a bit with you what the capacity is if we were to add the alternatives that I just spoke to and made the modification to alt 2 as suggested by the gap. Whether what does that hill pile, whatever you want to call it, look like to you all?
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Anderson, I'll start off and see if Jim wants to add anything or disagree with me. We'll see. If the council, I think it really does come down to one of the key points you were talking about, as Jim outlined in his presentation, this idea of kind of this IPPA, so an initial PPA. So if y'all wanted to add the various alternatives that, have been spoken about, Ms. Svensson and the 29%, the quota pound alternative you've spoken to, I think it's just as long as the expectations are we get to June and it is more of this high level policy analysis is what we'd bring back. So this would not be a detailed, what we would normally have for making a full PPA decision, because we wouldn't have all of the options and sub options and everything specified. So I think that's doable in our assessment with the proposed, additions. Coming back in June with what we can kind of consider what we would typically have in front of the council for a PPA decision, and adding all these alternatives like that does not seem doable, just given the turnaround time of having to have that all available in the briefing book for June. I don't know if Jim wants to add anything. Okay.
Just if I may just follow up. Conversely, if we kept alternative 3 and we kept alternatives 1 and 2 as they may be modified, but in general, if we kept all three of those, are we in a similar position in June? That seems like some of the refinements, what do we do with people that, lost vessels, or what do we do with the issues associated with survivorship and some of that thing? Do we get ourselves a lot farther behind, or are we still looking at roughly the same schedule in terms of a PPA and an FPA?
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Anderson, so if you were to theoretically keep the range that we came in with today, Jim highlighted in his overview, there was a couple of questions that would be needed for us to be able to come to June with some kind of our usual PPA analysis. I know Mr. Niles spoke to the WDFW report that spoke to that main first receiver question. So a lot of the alternatives that are in front of us we've started that fuller analysis. But there is the question with like alternative 3, I'm just thinking about with like the endorsement limit, that's something that would be more of an iterative process as Jim described. So it's probably not a super clear answer, but there are still questions that would need to be worked out with the current range of alternatives that are in front of y'all as it stands.
Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I agree with everything Jesse just said. I just wanted to point out one other aspect of maintaining a broader range of alternatives than you might be interested in. And that is simply the amount of information you have to digest, that we have to present, and then you have to digest. And that alternative then takes up, time and headspace when you're trying to sort out everything else. So if you're comfortable and ready to get rid of something, then it's good to get it off the table. If that's not where you are, it's not, Jesse described the analytical issues well, and we can certainly make the presentations.
Thank you. All right. There's a lot, as Jim mentioned, to digest in our minds. If you can hold off for a second, Corey. There's another digestion process in our lives. Because it's noon, I'm going to propose this to you. It's the wishes of the council that we break for lunch. Everybody has a chance to think about this, organize motions. I respect that Ms. Svensson has a motion that is ready to go, and I will honor that whenever. But we come back after lunch and continue discussion and take up motions at that time. So something for you to think about, Corey?
In general, Mr. Vice, that plan sounds good to me. I would, maybe if we could take 5, I had maybe a 1-minute thing I want to follow up on Phil's exchange with Jim and Jesse. Otherwise, it would be helpful to me if people want to had some thoughts that would be all right, beneficial to hear and think about while we're at lunch.
If we want to continue that thread on workload and what it would take, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Mr. Vice Chair, I want to pick out this idea of an IPPA, which I'm not a fan of that acronym, but the concept I'm a fan of, and what I see us doing in keeping a range of alternatives, in Mr. Vice Chair, I think you've had similar thoughts, is that what a high-level policy discussion would look like in June, and what we have are a few things, and I'm going to keep this brief, but just to illustrate what I'm thinking, we have no action versus action, and there's all kinds of reasons to consider there. There's if action, do we want to have the policy apply at the quota share level? Do we want to have it apply at the quota pound level? Do we want qualifying to be based on a permit, do we want to have it be based on the vessel account, or the vessel? So I think that is what we should be doing for June. And I want to respond to the comments about dropping alternative one. And I would be very concerned with that, because I want to have that discussion. And we were trying to have that discussion about what is the difference between quota share and quota pounds. So I just wanted to speak to, I really like this idea that council staff proposed about the next step of having a higher level of discussion along those lines, while saving some of the implementation details like Mr. Anderson spoke to about family exceptions and so on and so forth, to when they till after that stage, and these would be things that don't necessarily bear on those questions, those higher level questions. So sorry, longer than I meant to, but I like that plan. I hope that is where we can head after lunch.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to look around for any head nods on my proposal that we take lunch and you come back and get back into this. And I'm seeing some positive thoughts for that. So we will break until 1:10 and come back to our discussion and action at that time. Thank you.
Chris, can you hear me?
Yes, if that was you, Merrick, we got you loud and clear. And if it wasn't Merrick, we still got whoever was loud and clear.
That was Merrick. Thanks, Pete.
We are on our 1 minute countdown to commencing our session. Play in your heads the Jeopardy song that plays at Final Jeopardy, which is exactly 1 minute long. All right, it's 1:10. Call our session on agenda item G5 back into session. And before we begin, I just want to note, I am trying to be as fair and respectful to everyone as possible, but I'm watching my screen for hands, I'm watching the back for cues, and I'm watching people on my left and right for cues. So my apologies in advance if there's a little slip up in that process, but I will try and recognize everyone. So with that, I'm going to carefully scan everything for any hands. Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. If now is the appropriate time, I am happy to present my motion. And if it is not, then I will put it forward at the next available time for having a motion.
Please go ahead. You've offered to make your motion.
All right, thank you. And Sandra, I believe you have my motion. Okay, are we ready? Okay. I move the council add an option to alternative 1 that drops all qualification criteria, but would involve maintaining Sablefish North QP as eligible to fish with any gear throughout the year until 29% of the Sablefish North QP is taken or is projected to be taken by fixed gear vessels. This does not involve the quota conversion step, but would only require in-season prohibition of fixed gear use of Northern Sablefish, Northern QP.
Thank you, Krista. Is the language on the screen accurate and is even 10?
Yes.
I'm looking for a second. Corey Ridings, thank you. Go ahead and speak to your motion.
I'll start by saying the preference of proponents of some level of gear switching is status quo. And this motion is a reflection for their willingness to continue negotiating areas where they believe consensus might be achievable. In speaking to this motion, my rationale from November is still valid, but to reduce the amount of time today, I won't be reiterating those points. Should this motion pass, they should be included as part of the rationale. From my perspective, one of the challenges to the topic of gear switching is that it's a social problem, not a biological one. Some fishermen don't like that at times they need to pay more for sablefish leasing. Other fishermen are afraid that, and I quote, every pound of sablefish could be stripped out of the trawl fishery. Fishermen on both sides of the line are paralyzed from making business decisions, as we've heard from both Mr. Ripka and Mr. Burkholder today, because of the amount of time this process is taking. All of these statements point to being a market-driven problem, something the council is not charged under Magnuson to take up. And if they are not solely market-driven, they are social in nature. For most council members who are more familiar with biological science framework, tools, and constructs, this is uncomfortable territory. My formal education is in social science, and while I don't get to use it often in this process, I can say that based on that training, the tools from hard sciences in many cases cannot resolve and at times have exacerbated the confusion on this topic. Any extreme that is outside of the results of the control date are not helping us to find common ground. And examples from both ends of the spectrum are a 6% fixed gear limit not reflective of today's operating environment, or offering out a golden ticket, which may be straightforward on the surface, but for the trawl community in general is equally inflammatory. We as council members need to get out of our comfort zone and consider an alternative that industry initially provided. Furthermore, we should encourage industry in June to bring forward its suggestions for solutions to concerns or weaknesses that they believe are in any of the alternatives, including status quo. Whiting fishermen have a long, successful history with cooperative behavior and have been incredibly effective in providing solutions outside of the council process to mitigate salmon and other choke species. They and others should be asked to provide leadership in how to make alternatives viable on the water and not just theoretically in the council room. Second is the discussion point for inclusion of this motion into analysis regarding that it is about freezing the footprint by the use of quota pounds managed with a hard stop rather than allocation of pounds. And the intent there is that it reduces cognitive bias. And since maybe not everybody is familiar with cognitive bias, I'm using the definition provided by the Cambridge Dictionary, that it is a way a particular person understands events, facts, and other people, which is based on their own particular set of beliefs and experiences and may not be reasonable or accurate. Now, a subset of cognitive bias is loss aversion, which in terms of the economics of fisheries prosecution impacts all of our stakeholders. Trawlers fear losing access to quota and therefore not having access to fish. Proponents of gear switching, including fixed gear, mixed gear, and trawlers, fear having their quota reallocated in a way that prohibits them from operating their businesses. These fears point to loss aversion, which is an incredibly powerful motivator. So powerful that there have been 2 separate Nobel Prize winners in economics in the last 20 years whose work has focused on the science behind it and what that means for decision-making. Loss aversion makes allocation battles particularly contentious, and if the council can come to terms with including for analysis a sub-option that strives to remove or reduce loss aversion, it potentially gives us a platform to make additional hard decisions in an environment that is more likely to come to consensus. I also want to address questions found in the NIMS report about why the council should consider this idea as it's a departure from the current management framework that uses rationalization, and that it might create a race for fish. Firstly, this is not a departure from a rationalized fishery. The fishery is already rationalized, which effectively curtails the race for fish or derby-style fishing. If we want to preclude this option through a characterization of it as a race for fish, then we need to take up similar concerns for whiting fishermen who race for fish before heading north to Alaska to prosecute pollock, and for all active trawlers who race for fish in late November and early December, when their processors generally stop purchasing groundfish due to needs around having the capacity to process Dungeness crab, as well as the December 31st reset. If you think fishermen aren't actively competing with others for a limited number of delivery dates, please think again. I think the council needs to have a clear understanding of the historic baggage associated with the term race for fish, particularly in the context of fixed gear for many participants, and why I'm strongly recommending we do not encourage the use of the term. Firstly, because it's not genuinely applicable to this fishery, and secondly, out of the respect for those of us who have families who risk their lives during the halibut derby years. Personally, I find it incredibly offensive to hear our current allocation challenged likened to the death-defying situation created by past, well-intentioned, but disastrous decision-making from fishery managers. To put some numbers on why this is such a misused term in the context of West Coast gear switching fixed gear participants, today in the West Coast trawl fishery, we're talking about approximately 16 fixed gear vessels targeting millions of pounds of fish to reach the 29% potential cap on this year's TAC. It is physically impossible for them to capture all of that tonnage in a 24 to 72 hour window, as was held during actual derbies. Additionally, it's economically inefficient for fishermen in terms of the volume of gear, bait, fuel, crew power, and I will add ice. From a processing perspective, there's no capacity to handle 2.4 million pounds in a 24 to 72 hour window. And furthermore, they have no incentive to buy less valuable product, which is the result of derby fishing. To contrast our modern, rationalized fishery and provide further perspective on actual derbies, I took the highest number of vessels, 20, from Table 24 of SAMTAC Agenda Item F, Attachment 1 of May 2019, which is the highest number I could find a source for. By comparison, we had 3,450 halibut vessels and 1,196 sablefish vessels racing for fish in a 24-hour period in the final season prior to implementation of the IFQ program. During that era, there was an average of 34 search and rescue events per halibut opening. You can hopefully understand why using the term race for fish in this case is tone deaf and insensitive at best and fear-mongering at worst. Happily, this particular fear is one parameter we can successfully discount. Considering the idea of freezing the footprint using solely quota pounds as the foundation in this motion, from my perspective, is important to include in the range of analysis. I believe it is a clear and simple solution that reduces persistent and pernicious fears held by industry stakeholders of all persuasions. It is an idea that provides information that would be useful to council members in terms of contrasting alternatives, and it strengthens NEPA requirements for final action. More importantly, it is an alternative that initially came from segments of industry who've been, until this time, only willing to consider status quo, and that are now indicating they're still interested in engaging in the process and being part of the solution. If the motion is moved forward, it indicates the council is also interested in finding a solution that takes into consideration all stakeholders' viewpoints. And with that, I will close my statement.
Thank you, Krista. Are there questions for Ms. Svensson on the motion? Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Krista, for the motion. My question, if I have this, I'm understanding this clearly. If, just for example, if we got to September 1 and the trawl fishery had taken 75% of the AC of the trawl quota, would that mean, given that it would be under this model, it would be a 71-29 split, but if the trawlers had taken, for example, 75, and this says throughout the year until 29% is taken, how would the 29 adjust downward by those 4 points so that the total still equaled 100? Or what would happen in that kind of a scenario?
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I have thought about that. I did not include that in terms of this particular motion because I think that that is something that we could potentially take up under the 5-year review or through refinement of this alternative if it moves forward. Personally, I am not opposed if the trawl fishery is able to go out and prosecute 75%, then I think that that is appropriate. But I wanted to put a percentage in there that we have been talking about consistently, which is 29%.
Thank you. Further questions for clarification to the maker of the motion? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Krista, it says drops all qualification criteria, and maybe it's a wording choice and being somewhat new to this, but does that leave it then open for new participants, or would they still have to have the history to participate? I just want to make sure I'm understanding this piece correctly.
No, thank you for the question. This motion does not specify. And again, really the intent of this motion is to bring forward a concept that the proponents of gear switching would like to have folded into the analysis. I think it could be appropriate if there is council staff time to look at both of those alternatives. I do not necessarily particularly have a preference, but the way that this was initially put forward, it does not clearly specify to leave that piece of discussion open for council decision.
Appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Further questions for clarification? And I'm not seeing any, so I will open it up for discussion on the motion. Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you very much, Krista, for the motion and for your remarks. I now recognize that the term race for fish is problematic. I apologize for the insensitivity of that and appreciate you educating us with the examples you gave in your remarks. It was certainly not, pardon me, NIM's intent with our comments in the report to preclude consideration of this alternative. And really, rather, we meant to be suggesting that we hope the council would consider and might come out in both public comment and the analysis whether and how the 29% season alternative might change fishery dynamics as a whole or across different geographic areas or different types of participants in gear switching. I think I'll leave that there. I have another comment on a separate topic.
Thank you. Further discussion. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And thanks, Krista, for the motion. I'll just, as we put in our WDFW report, we would have voted for this in November. Also supported it again here today. And just the reasons briefly are that it adds something to the range of alternatives that is not there. The way I was interpreting it, there would be this, as in Lynn's question to Krista, is it would be no qualification criteria. So what it would do compared to the other alternatives is just leave everyone's arrangements in place. If you've had a long-time partner that you've traded quota pounds with, under alternative one, your partner might not qualify. And so that would disrupt that relationship. Under this one, that relationship would stand with the added factor that you need to take into account that at some point in the year, you might not be able to use your quota pounds with fixed gear. So yes, this adds something on the dynamic, the Derby dynamic that could possibly happen. I think people are jumping ahead to the analysis without having done it. I was skeptical at first, but I've heard people that I respect their opinions of on both sides that think it won't be an issue. And we heard Bob Etter, who I take his word highly as well, but he thinks it would exist. But yeah, that's a matter that can be looked at, and there could be a cooperative way for the folks that participate in the fishery to avoid it. It would be pretty simple for NIMS to implement. Lastly, I think I would add that I don't think that this would be intended necessarily as a long-term fix. It would put and everyone, the people who keep talking about 29% as a target, I would remind folks that, as someone just said, that this is a IFQ program where it is possible that with a scenario Phil brought up of 75% being taken by the trawl fishery, that is free to happen. And it's the businesses making their own decisions on what to do with their quota what's at play here. So this would not necessarily be a long-term fix, but there's other things we could do to make this more attractive to processors who are ambivalent about making investments in this fishery. And that, for one, raising control limits, considering using the adaptive manager program to give the quota pounds directly to processors who are investing. So point here, this doesn't have to be a long-term fix. It puts a upper limit on the fishery, on fixed gear vessel, but with so keeping it from getting larger while giving time for other issues to be worked on. So I just thought those were some additions to Chris's rationale, and again, would think that this would add value to the analysis.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion. Marcy Remco.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm thinking back about 4 years to discussion of the SAMTAC recommendations. I remember asking a pretty lengthy series of questions along the lines of, why doesn't the initial range of alternatives include the simplest and clearest and easiest option if we're intending to limit gear switching? And the reason that I recall hearing was that it didn't involve ownership or transferable all gear quota, and didn't create ownership rights associated with this new type of quota. There didn't appear to be a lot of interest in it. At the time, no one was looking to add an alternative that was clear or simple. I would say that I appreciate the GAP and industry reps trying to reach a consensus opinion, working with one another on this issue in the GAP room over many years. I'm not sensing this as a consensus recommendation now any more than it was then. My feeling is that adding this alternative to the range would require additional analysis. It's a different type of alternative. And we're at the stage now where we're looking to refine our alternatives. So I would be uncomfortable adding this to the mix at this stage after I believe that was pretty thoroughly contemplated some time ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Further discussion? Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I appreciate your comments, Marcy. I find myself with several thoughts on this. I'll share them briefly in the discussion. One is that we have spent a long time on this issue, and we have considered a lot of different approaches. I am very much hoping that as long as the council is continuing to consider gear switching limitation, that we can do so efficiently and not extend the timeline further. We have expressed concerns before about from the NIMS perspective, the cost and workload of doing so, and we certainly heard a lot of input today on how disruptive that can be to some business operations. At the same time, after all of the consideration that a lot of folks very knowledgeable about the fishery and the issue have given it, we have not found ourselves with any clear path forward and any clear solutions. We have some very complex alternatives. I don't mean to, I guess, can't think of the word I'm looking for, but certainly the fishery, the rationalization program is complex. I don't mean to naively suggest there should be necessarily a simple and easy solution, but I am troubled by the difficulty that I know that many people are having in understanding what the various alternatives would do, which, and with the risk, I think that complexity leaves for unintended outcomes in the future. And so I do think there is some benefit in considering a simpler solution that does not make the changes to quota share and quota pounds. Certainly recognize some very good points in Krista's rationale for this. And so at this time, I do support including this in the range for further analysis. I hope that there will be some opportunity, some input from the public. I appreciate Mr. Etter's brief comment today, and if the council chooses to include this in the range, I hope people will be giving further thought to whether there are any additional modifications to it that might improve it, or whether there are problems with it that the council might want to be aware of in the future. I guess finally, I'll just say I want to make sure we're all clear on how this proposal would work in light of Mr. Anderson's question earlier. My understanding of this is that it would not place any limit on how much of the northern sablefish quota could be taken with trawl gear in a year. So if we got to the fall and the trawl sector the trawl gear was taking 75, 80% more, that's fine. They would continue on. And, in that case, the limitation on any gear switching opportunity would just be when all of the quota pounds are used, at which point there is no more opportunity for harvest for anyone that year. I hope if I am mistaken about that interpretation, please correct me, but I just wanted to make sure that was clear, that this would not be a split in any way of the quota pound usage.
Thank you. Further discussion. Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. You are correct in your intent, which is why it said I do not see a problem if it's 75, if it's 85. I mean, it's a trawl fishery. At inception, we have allowed the flexibility I put in a number that we have all consistently talked about as the upper end of that range. But I think this is a market-driven problem. And that if the market is the one making those decisions, I think trawlers, if they do not have the ability to prosecute that fish, would likely want to be able to lease it. If trawlers have the ability to make more money with their allocation, harvesting it on board their own vessels or with other trawlers, then they are likely to do so. But that is correct in your interpretation and understanding of my intention with this motion.
Thank you. I have a hand raised, Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I will not be supporting this motion. I wanted to make a comment on the Derby comments that Ms. Svensson talked about. I would agree that it's not the same as a 4-day or 48-hour or any of those short-term derbies that were in the past. But having participated for many, many years in an Olympic system, catch all you can before somebody else catches it system, it's an issue of safety at sea. It's national standard 10. It is a race for fish. And particularly for those that are vested in this fishery, that we have been trying to recognize, the ones that in the qualification time, they would have to race to protect, to stay in the same economic catch that they've always had, because they'd have people going after it at the same time. Yes, it would be a race for fish. Would it be the same as that? And I don't think it's disrespectful to compare the two at all, because many people died too participating in open access fisheries over longer terms. So I think that, you know, the fact that you're forcing people to fish maybe in weather that they would never fish in, you're also forcing your buyers are going to buy fish of lesser quality to stay in the game, to get their share. And believe me, I've had that experience with pollock in the Bering Sea, where all you needed to do is fill the boat up and bring it to the dock, and quality suffered, price suffered, fishermen suffered, buyers suffered. It changed. A race for fish is not a good thing. That's the basis premises of this rationalized fishery, is to try to take it in a way that we could maximize value to the nation. And I think that happens. But I think when you put a race for fish and a component on top of it, it takes away from that. And it really jeopardizes the captain crews vessels that are being forced to race for fish for their economic survival. So I'm against this. I don't think it's a good way to go. I'm supportive of the path that we're going without this, and will not be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion. Butch Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. You know, a couple things that come to my mind. One, I want to thank Krista for the motion. I think it's getting vetted where it didn't in November, and I think that's a good thing. Whether I agree or disagree with the motion, I think the thoughtfulness and what Krista brings to the table is worth this discussion for sure. But I do hearken back to public testimony where I can't remember the person's name, but it's irrelevant, you know, said, let's hone in and start knuckling down and making the decision, because we keep adding layers of different alternatives and more analysis, more, you know, I was under the impression that we're to hone in on the alternatives that we had, try to make them more workable. This is you know, a situation that's been going on for whoever you ask from 5 to 7 years. Obviously important decisions, but I just, like I said, I don't know if I will support or not support this at this instant, but I want to thank her for the motion. But I did hear in public testimony, you know, we want to get this moving forward without too much more delay. So I just wanted to vocalize my thoughts and thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Butch. I see Vice Chair Pettinger has his hand up, Brad, and then Corey Niles. Brad, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. I apologize. I got dropped off here, so I missed about 3 or 4 minutes of discussion. So I may have missed something, so I apologize for that. I agree with Butch. I'm glad that Krista got a chance to get her motion back up here on the table. That said, I won't support it. We've talked about race for fish, but what this actually does, it's a race for quota. And what it does, it compresses the amount of time the people who want to participate in the trawl IFQ fishery. It's going to compress that time frame and force people to be in the marketplace earlier, much earlier. And so I think that's not necessarily a good thing because once people plan on gear switching at their fish, they're going fishing. It'll also drive the prices up, I would assume, to a certain extent, because that's what demand does. I also thought it was interesting that Krista brought up the race for fish and how they moved to the IFQ fishery and how great of a deal that is. It was. But when you look at the gear switching proponents, by and large, outside of the testimony we heard today, Gary Ripka, they're all had the advantage of being rationalized well in advance of the trawl fishery. So we talk about let the market take over, let the market handle things. You're talking about someone who comes from a very healthy fishery who's got a bankroll from their healthy fishery, entering into fishery that just coming out of a 20-year rebuilding program where the infrastructure is wasted away. And they expect us to compete in that. And so that's why we have sectors, and they're there for a reason. I just point out, by golly, if we really think that's a great deal, then let's open up the whiting. My brother and I own 1% of the shoreside whiting. And I guarantee you, we can pay a lot more money for the catcher processors because it's all going to catcher processors because they are the most efficient. But we don't do that for a reason. So people, we kind of lose sight of that. Anyway, Chris was talking about loss aversion. Yeah, everybody's worried about losing their ass here, literally. And we haven't heard much from fishermen because they've already said it. I think they're getting tired of saying it because no one's listening. But it's real, and they got not much else to fall back on. So anyway, I'll stop there. But I do appreciate that Chris got a chance to put it up here as she should. And I'll just stand by and listen and go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. You can lower your hand and re-raise it if you have something else. And Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Something Butch said brought up, I maybe had unclear about an exchange between Krista and now I'm forgetting who, but on this idea of limiting participation. But the point I was going to make in response to Butch is, I think, yeah, I think that was something new we heard today, and urging even more people urging us to be expeditious about this. But if my point I would make, if this were to go into place, if the council were to recommend this, the implementation timeline, and NIMS, please correct me if I'm wrong, would be quicker by a good deal than the other options on the table. So it has that chance of meeting the timeline much more likely than the others. But the question that, sorry, we'll get to my clarification, and I'm wondering if Jim and Jesse are clear too, but maybe a question for Krista. You said you were contemplating leaving adding some kind of endorsement so only people with history could participate. Were you intending that to be after the next step? Or are you anticipating Jim and Jesse to analyze it now? And having benefited from talking to staff since November, I think we'd be looking at largely a qualitative type analysis. But if you added that endorsement option, I think that would complicate it. And so yeah, I guess I'll stop. And I did see Ms. Hummer raise her hand, but maybe that question for Krista first on what your expectations were on looking at an endorsement addition to this.
Krista, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to put a couple of statements out here. Firstly, Corey, I think that would come out under IPPA if we go that route, which it sounds like no matter what we do, we're probably looking at needing to refine in June, but I could be very mistaken on that. I made the ask of industry in particular to come back with concerns for any alternative. And if this moved forward and they wanted to see that as a solution to a concern, I think we should consider it. But at this time, it is not included in this motion, which gets at yours that currently, yes, we could have new entrants, which in most cases, we are actively trying to get new entrants into our fisheries. The other point that I just want to note is that fixed gear only has 12% of the quota, or approximately 12% of the quota. So when we're talking about people running out and making all of these leases, we still need to take into account the fact that the trawl sector otherwise has the ability to maintain control over that remaining 88%. So just wanting to point out that there is already a bit of a governor there, but I'm also in favor of having a platform where we can at least consider it.
Thank you. Corey, follow-up question?
Yeah, I had the habit of asking 3 questions at once, but I would, if Ms. Summer still had thoughts on my assumption about the timeline of implementation being even potentially shorter for this one, if it was the council's final preferred. If you had thoughts on there, I would be interested in hearing those.
Meg.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you for the question, Corey. It might be the implementation timeframe needed might be somewhat shorter for this alternative compared to the others because it would not be allocating particular privileges. I think if the council ended up selecting this as a FPA in November, there's the possibility of a January 1st, 2025 implementation, but I cannot guarantee that at this time. We would need to do some further evaluation of the timing and needs. If we go beyond that to as final action in March or April of next year, I think we're probably still looking at 2026. So the short answer is this alternative might require less time to get to implementation from council final action, but we can't say for sure at this time.
Thank you. Further discussion. And I don't see any hands, I don't believe. I'm going to have to, I will then call for the question and just note we are in maybe a different area now where the voting log is being held in virtual space, which records any dissenting votes and abstentions in addition to the vote count. So I think it might be more efficient to simply go to a roll call vote, if that's okay with the members, so that is clear to the executive director who is recording the vote in that log. So unless there's any dissension to that, I'm not seeing or hearing any. Merrick, assuming our electronic connections are still secure, they are going in and out as we proceed through this, but can you call the roll call for the vote on this?
Yes, good afternoon, Pete. But can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, terrific. Yes, thank you. I will be calling the roll using voting sheet number 2. The motion reference here is agenda item G5, motion made by Ms. Svensson. Brad Pettinger. Brad, can you try again? I didn't hear you. I'll try coming back to Brad. Marcy Yaremko.
No.
Phil Anderson.
Yes.
Corey Ridings.
Yes.
Maggie Summer.
Yes.
Krista Svensson.
Yes.
Robert Dooley.
No.
Lynn Mattis.
Yes.
Butch Smith.
No.
Virgil Moore.
No.
Joe Oatman.
Yes.
Corey Niles.
Yes.
Mark Gorelnik.
Yes.
And I'll try Brad Pettinger once more.
No. You got me now?
Got you. Thank you. And the motion passes, Mr. Vice Chairman, by 8-5.
All right. Thank you, Executive Director Burden. That motion passes. And will take us to further discussion. Phil Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Standard GS motion final. I know it's not all that final, but thank you, Mr. Chairman. Almost started reading Krista's motion again. I move that the gear-specific quota pound alternative that was removed from the ROA last November be restored in a simplified form as follows. Individual permit owners who qualify as legacy participants would be designated as legacy participants and their control date holdings identified. The qualifying criteria would be as specified in the current version of Alternative 2. Annually, quota pounds issued to quota share accounts owned by legacy participants would be issued as any gear quota pounds for quota share in amounts up to what the legacy participant owned as of the control date. For quota share in excess of a legacy participant's control date holdings, trawl-only quota pounds and any gear quota pounds would be issued in the same proportions as for accounts not owned by legacy participants. Quota pounds issued annually for the remainder of the quota share accounts would be designated as any gear and trawl-only quota pounds in a proportion such that the total any gear quota pounds issued each year would be 29% of the trawl allocation. All quota share and quota pounds would remain fully transferable.
Thank you, Phil. The language that is on the screen is accurate and as you intend?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Is there a second on that motion? Butch Smith. Please speak to your motion as necessary.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. This alternative was developed in close consultation with council staff and NIMP staff. The alternative was developed with the purpose and need statement in mind, and a portion of that purpose and need statement was worded: purpose of this action would be to keep northern sablefish gear switching from impeding the attainment of northern IFQ allocations with trawl gear, while considering impacts on current operations and investments. Also developed this alternative, keeping in mind the principles that were identified in the SAMTAC report. I'll just touch on several of them. We believe that unlimited catch of sablefish through gear switching is not desirable. We want to consider impacts on existing operations and investments. We want to maintain the gear switching option for trawl operations. We will consider industry and community impacts and ensure long-term stability. We want to increase the net economic value of the trawl individual fishing quota fishery. I believe the alternative respects the trawl and processor interests that have voiced the importance of placing a limit on gear switching to give certainty that a large portion of the trawl sablefish is reserved for vessels using trawl gear. This alternative recognizes what I'm calling legacy participants, those individuals that had significant investment in landings up to the control day. This alternative preserves an opportunity for quota share holders of trawl sablefish to catch or sell a portion of their quota pounds to gear switchers to enhance their business plans and profitability. Since it creates an annually issued gear-specific quota pound rather than permanently issued gear-specific quota share, there will not be an opportunity to further accumulate long-term gear switching opportunity. At the same time, it allows annual decisions to be made by quota pound holders to retain or sell any gear quota pounds to either trawl or gear switching vessels. Legacy participants who don't receive a sufficient annual issuance of any gear quota pounds to cover their typical or desired harvest levels will be able to go into the market and bid to acquire more. In addition to recognizing legacy participant historic fishing practices and dependence on the fishery, the alternative takes into account current and new participants. While there is a fleet limit of 29%, current participants and new entrants will have an opportunity to accumulate gear switching opportunity to the same levels as legacy participants through an annual quota pound acquisition. Over time, as legacy quota share owners leave the fishery, all participants will be on equal footing and competing for the any gear quota pounds. And finally, to the extent possible, the alternative was developed to try to keep it as simple as possible, as well as make it as cost effective in terms of implementation and maintenance as possible. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Phil. Questions for Mr. Anderson on the motion? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Phil. I think I got it, but just to make sure on that last sentence where you, all quota share and quota pounds would remain fully transferable. You just spoke to it, but it didn't quite sink in maybe. But so what happens when someone who qualifies as a gear switcher sells their quota share to someone who does not? It's transferable, but can you say it goes back to the same percentage as I can hardly try to get this. Go.
I think I understand your question, but if a person who qualifies under the provisions to recognize significant investments, I'm trying to not use that word you don't like, to someone who did not qualify, then their quota share and subsequent quota pound between any gear and trawl gear would be proportional to what they had at the time. So it would lose because if you think of it more of think about the individual, it's the individual that owns that quota share, and it's their history that determines whether or not they're in that class or not. And if they sell their quota share to someone who is not, then they are treated as the balance of the people in the program.
Thank you. That was my question. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Further questions for clarification to the maker of the motion? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you. And I apologize if I'm being somewhat daft in this question. The quota shares or quota pounds in excess of after the legacy control date would be proportional trawl only and any gear. So a fixed gear vessel would then have trawl only quota at, say they had 1,000 pounds that was over, they would now have 710 pounds of trawl quota and 290 pounds of any gear quota. Is that the correct way to understand this?
I'm not sure I followed the example, but if the question, I think the point here is someone who qualifies, sorry to use this, Corey, as a legacy individual, any quota share that they have that is in excess of what they had at the control date would be divided proportionately as if they were not legacy participants. So they would be treated the same as everyone else that doesn't qualify under that legacy category. Did that get there?
I think so. There would be people who currently could fish it as fixed gear would now have, or any gear would now have trawl only quota that currently is, they could fish with fixed gear.
Maybe I'm not following the question, and I think Dr. Seeger is. Perhaps he could assist.
Dr. Seeger.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, Ms. Mattis. So they would have some trawl only quota pounds. They would get for whatever they held on the control date, 100% any gear quota pounds. And then for the amount over, a portion would be trawl only and a portion would be any gear.
Thank you. That's helpful and what I was trying to get at.
Thank you. Virgil Moore.
Phil, does this create a new alternative or is it a subset of alternative 2? How does that work?
I believe it would be a new alternative. My original thought that came out in my first paper would have been a sub-option of alternative 2, but that was a quota share based approach, as was alternative 2. Once I listened and interacted with a bunch of people after I put that initial one out, and subsequently decided that the best way to go was through a quota pound approach. And so because it deviates in that manner, I think it would be best to be a standalone alternative. And in talking with Dr. Seeger, Ms. Dorvinghouse, and Ms. Summer, they agreed with that and or advised that.
Thank you. Further questions or clarification? Seeing none, we will move into discussion of the motion. I'll look for any hands if there is necessary discussion. And I see Bob Dooley has his hand raised. Bob, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is a little slow in the draw, so it is a question, and really just a clarifying question. I think I know the answer to, but it seemed like there was a little confusion there, and I just wanted to go over that. So, Phil, thanks for this motion. I think it's very well thought out and very clear to me. But the base of this is there would be no quota share specific to gear switching or trawl only. There would only be one type of quota share. And this is a question. And so what you would end up with is quota pounds that are either designated as trawl only or any gear. And it seemed like there was a little bit of confusion on that in some of the questions. So I just wanted to make sure that I had it clear, and hopefully you can clear that up for me.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Dooley. You are absolutely correct. There would, because I moved away from that quota share approach to putting this alternative together, believing that under this situation, the quota pound approach would be superior to it for several different reasons. There would be no quota share designation. It's quota share designation between trawl or any gear. That comes when the quota pounds are determined on an annualized basis by National Marine Fisheries Service. And again, if you're in the non-legacy pool, you would get the proportion between the trawl and any gear would be the same proportion that you have in terms of the total quota shares associated with the trawl quota share group.
Thank you.
Further discussion on this agenda item. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I was supportive of adding this to the analysis. I think it was dropped prematurely, the approach in November, out of concerns about how costly it would be to implement. But I know there was Brad in particular and Bob wanted to compare and contrast the quota pound approach to alternative one. And again, we dropped it in November without ever having that discussion. There's been a lot of confusion this week, including in late yesterday, of people not even understanding the difference. So I'm supportive of this so that people would better understand the difference if alternative one is maintained in the range of alternatives. Otherwise, this is adding an extra restraint onto those who bought quota share in terms of it theoretically will be less valuable because it's only transferable as trawl only, or not trawl. It is subject to being not all any gear anymore once it's transferred. So that creates a change in value, and that under National Standard 4, that change in value above beyond what alternative one would do needs extra justification on where the benefit of that comes from. So I think that's where we need, if first, yes, I think Ms. Summer said it earlier, there's people are still not understanding the basics of these alternatives. So I'm much more comfortable reaching a decision when people are more up to speed and understanding the differences. So that is why I would support this being added to the range. And Mr. Anderson made reference to the word legacy, and we purposely did not use an alternative one. I do not want to get into it too much right now, but I think it was mentioned in public testimony by Bob Etter, and it implies that something is being given to you. Phil, I do agree. I think it does. And but the policy issue is here, is this an exception we're creating because of people invested, we would rather these folks not be in the fishery, but since they invested, they should be able to remain? Or is it more that anyone who is willing to invest in any gear quota pound should be able to participate? So it is an important policy difference to me. And I don't mean to get nitpicky over words, and apologies for any kind of implications that I am, but that is, I know, that is a policy difference I think the council should be debating before it arrives at its PPA. So again, main message, supportive of this. I think it was prematurely dropped. The other aspect it adds in comparison to alternative one is that it's based on permit and owning a permit on the control date, and maybe it's a principal thing instead of a practical thing, but that means someone who leased out their permit would get credit for someone else's fishing activity. And alternative one is meant to be different, and the person who was leasing the permit and doing the fishing would be given the qualification credit. So there are some important differences that we compare and contrast, and again, it's supportive for analysis.
Thank you. Further discussion? And I'm not seeing any hands. I'm going to call the question. I'm going to risk and call for a voice vote on this one. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Opposed?
No.
Abstentions? Thank you. Everyone has voted. Marcy Remco voted no. All others voted in favor of this motion. For your recording, Executive Director Burden, the motion passes. Thank you, Phil, for that motion. And now we can continue with further discussion or action. And with the completion of that, maybe if we can refresh the screen with our action items before us. Corey Niles.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I do have a motion making some clarifications to alternative one. Would put that forward if the timing is appropriate.
Is appropriate. So if you can, there it is.
Am I clear to go, Mr. Vice Chair? I was thrown off here by the, looks like it's shifted to the left or right a little bit.
Yes, you are clear to go. We're getting a signal. Hold on a minute. And
okay. Well, thank you.
Okay, does that look better, Corey?
Yes, thank you. I move that the council, one, make the following refinements and clarifications to alternative one. Drop the Fishermen's Collective Marketing Act aspect of how registered co-ops could qualify under the gear switching participant criteria. Change the first receiver sub-option gear switching participant criteria to require that the first receiver must have made the majority of its purchases from the IFQ fishery from fixed gear vessels based on ex-vessel revenue. Clarify that the ownership and common requirement between a first receiver and a quota share account owning entity should be the same as that for a vessel account owner and a quota share account owning entity. Two, make those refinements and clarifications, recognizing that it would likely be best to defer close attention to the details of how they would be implemented until the council identifies alternative one as a PPA or determines that better understanding of the details would, please strike that B there, Sandra. Thank you, would benefit the choice of a PPA. Three, in that same recognition about the relative value of implementation details to the council's main policy deliberations, request that the analysis continue to consider the individual and collective approaches and consider how to preserve the council's option to issue adaptive management program quota, AMP quota, as any gear eligible under alternative 1 if the council chooses to develop AMP in the future.
That language on the screen is accurate and as you intend?
I believe it is.
It looks good. Is there a second to that motion? Corey Ridings seconds the motion. Go ahead and please speak to your motion.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Those number 1 there. Those the main feedback we provided in the responses to feedback in our WDF report and requested by council staff to make clarifications. I won't explain those again unless folks have questions. The second one is in the vein of what we spoke to before lunch and Jim brought up in the overview about focusing on trying to the IPPA approach and focusing on the comparing and contrasting some of these major issues first, and then once we get to IPPA, then delving into some of the details that don't have as much bearing on that choice. And then the third is just same type of thought about the value of helping us with an IPPA for the individual collective approach. And then the issue that was brought up in public testimony and in writing and spoken today. And I'm agreeing with Mr. I think Anderson's summary at the time in the Q&A, but that the council would have preserve the flexibility to use AMP as it saw fit if it developed, but thought we should add it in for considerations and just again when it would be relevant if to the council's final action. And again, these are just changes that were mainly from the pieces added in November, and I will stop there.
Thank you, Corey. Are there any questions for clarification to the maker of the motion? No questions. Discussion on the motion. Not seeing any hands for discussion. I will call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No.
No. Hey.
Abstentions? And what I heard was Marcy Yaremko, Bob Dooley, and Vice Chair Pettinger voting no. All other members voting in favor of the motion. Therefore, the motion passes. Thank you, Corey. You have your hand up. Go ahead.
I just want to say one more thing I forgot. I was going to include Gary Ripka testified today about his situation in terms of changing a vessel and changing a permit and not knowing how he would be affected by these alternatives. And as Maggie again spoke to, and others have, it's a lot of people are still not understanding how they're affected. I thought that was important to really keep our eye on in all these alternatives. I didn't include it here because in consultation with Jesse, that situation, given the way alternative 1 works, the person is tracked over the vessel or in the permit. And so someone like Gary in the situation that Gary spoke of, as long as they met the criteria, would not be disqualified by needing to change the permit or upgrading a vessel. So I thought that was again, wanted to emphasize, I think that's important to keep our eye on, and didn't include it in here as it wasn't necessary for alternative 1.
Thank you. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I have one more motion for consideration, but I'm not sure it has made it. Oh, it has. Over to Sandra. Please, as the vice chair, I move the following. I think I've visions that bad, huh? 1, add to alternative 2 a sub-option to qualify as a legacy participant. You must have landed 30,000 pounds in each of 3 years prior to the control date, own quota share as of and since the control date, and owned a vessel that year switched as of and since the control date. 2, add to alternative 2 a sub-option that provides for the expiration of any gear quota upon the transfer to a new owner or owner added. And 3, suspend further analytical work on alternative 3.
Thank you, Phil. The language on the screen is accurate and as you intend.
Yes, it is.
I will look for a second to that motion. I see Bob Dooley's hand is up, seconded by Bob Dooley. Go ahead and speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So these 3 items were contained as recommendations from the GAP. And I think, well, at least one of them made it clear that this was a package of these 3 items, that if there was consensus on, I use the word suspend further analytical work on alternative 3, it was with the understanding that these 2 sub-options that are in alternative 3 would be added to alternative 2. This gives us a little bit broader continuum in terms of who would qualify under legacy, and adds the expiration piece. So I think that covers it.
Thank you. Are there questions, clarification for the maker of the motion? Don't see any hands. Discussion on the motion. Oh, sorry. Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Phil, your intent with this is to, okay, I'm sorry, I think I'm just slow on the uptake. I'll finish asking my question. I think I got it. But is indeed to apply this to the alternative 2 that was presented in the original staff document for this briefing book described as the narrow distribution quota share alternative. I just want to make sure I'm right since there have been so many numbers floating around.
The council replaced what had previously been known as alternative 2 with a replacement alternative 2 in November. So if that label that you put on that is in fact that alternative that was adopted by the council in November, then yes, this was intended to mimic these 2 sub-options that were in alternative 3 and add them to the current existing alternative 2. Did I answer the question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. Any further questions? I didn't see any, but we'll check again. And again, any discussion on the motion? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Mr. Anderson was a little quicker on the send button than I was. I was frantically typing away trying to write something similar. Supportive of this, as this, the way I'm reading this, it's based on the GAP report. We rely on the GAP to provide us the industry perspective and recommendations, and I know this was a tough discussion for them to get to this point. Therefore, I think we need to honor what their recommendation. Removing alternative 3 from further analytical workload doesn't fully remove it from the range of alternatives. It will still stay there. It will be more like what we do in Groundfish specs, sometimes items considered but not forwarded. So it'll still be there for reference. It's just will help us focus a little bit more. So thank you, Mr. Anderson, for the motion.
Thank you, Lynn. Further discussion? Not seeing any hands, I'll call the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Abstentions? Ms. Marcy Yaremko voted no. I heard all others vote yes in favor of the motion. The motion passes. Thank you, Phil. Further discussion, motions. I'm going to turn to Dr. Seeger and ask him how we're doing here besides going very long.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. So with respect to your first action here, refining the range of alternatives, what we have is we modified alternative 1, the quota share alternative 1 with the motion from Mr. Niles. You just finished modifying quota share alternative 2 by adding the 2 options that were requested by the GAP. We did not add in there Mr. Anderson's report 1. You suspended alternative 3, suspended work on that. Added in the new quota pound alternative for Mr. Anderson's report 2, and added in the seasonal approach. And with respect to that new quota pound alternative have chosen not to add the GAP requested options that would be parallel to those that were just added into alternative 2. So I just want to identify what was done. You have been at this for almost an hour and a half after lunch. There's been a lot of complexity here. I wonder if it'd be worthwhile taking a break just to take a breath, make sure are totally finished on this, and then come back and finish off with what I hope might be a fairly brief discussion on Council Action 2 with respect to what happens in June.
All right, thank you for that suggestion for a break. Let's do that so everyone can reflect on what they heard from you and what else we need on this. Let's come back at 2:40. Right, Mr. Craig Hess is in the right place at the right time. As soon as everyone can take their seats, we will get back into action. All right, thank everyone for coming back. We had a summary of actions, refinement of alternatives and new alternatives that you've added. So far, I'm going to look around and see if there are any other motions that members desire to make, just to make sure we've completely covered our refinement of the range of alternatives. And I don't see any hands, so I'm going to turn to Dr. Seeger to just summarize what he's heard regarding guidance on the process for moving forward. Dr. Seeger, it's yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've done some good work in working through some complex material on that range of alternatives, so I appreciate that. So bringing us then to item 2 there on guidance on the process moving forward and reaching a PPA. During the discussion, heard a lot of, sounded like support from various council members about this approach of having an initial preliminary preferred alternative in June, at which you would focus it on the high level policy levels. And then after that initial IPPA was selected, then we would work on just focusing in and refining that alternative. And unless I hear otherwise from you, I would take that as guidance from the council.
All right, I will look around to see if there's anybody that disagrees with that move forward to treat that as an initial preliminary preferred alternative. And Marcy Yaremko.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just have a question, and it's the same question both of council staff and of NIM staff. Does that process and proposed timeline have any effect on what I see on the year at a glance, the tentative schedule for scoping the 5-year review? I see it's grayscale and September, and I'm just wondering if this will align or have an effect.
Dr. Seeger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we follow the process in terms of the council meeting time, we have a slot for the FPA in November. And so we would bring that we would probably bring the finalization, the PPA into that slot. In terms of other workload associated with trying to do the catch share review. At the same time, we were working on this and sort of the council considering both of those at the same time. That would be a choice for the council to make. And I would presume that would probably be advised by Mr. Burden. I don't know if he wants to speak to that as well at this time.
And I see Executive Director Burden has his hand up. Go ahead, Merrick.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. And thank you for the question, Marcy. I do think it'd be appropriate to get into a little more detail on this tomorrow, but in the interim, as we've spoken about before, we do have a contractor that we have been in discussions with, and we have been holding her back for a while now until gear switching we start to see the light at the end of the tunnel there. So the way that we would approach this, if we still wanted to have this bit of overlap that you've pointed out, Marcy, is that we would begin to engage her in some of the initial work on scoping out for the trawl catch share program review, essentially while Jesse and Jim are focused on wrapping up gear switching. From this vantage point, that still seems theoretically possible, but as we start to learn
more about how this will unfold, we may want to, delay the catch share program review a little bit more. But at this point, I don't have that visibility. But this is also why items are shaded on the YAG like they are now. So I hope that helps to answer your question.
That answer your question, Marcy?
Yes, it does. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Merrick. Certainly, we'll learn more as we go, but that's a good initial assessment. Appreciate that.
All right. Any other further questions, disagreement regarding the path laid out there to proceed on this? I'm not seeing any, so I will turn back to Dr. Seeger and see if we've wrapped this up.
Mr. Chairman, I believe you have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Then with that, we'll close this agenda item and I will pass the gavel back to our chair.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to continue with a very brief pause onto marine planning. Salmon is not quite ready, but hopefully when we get through marine planning, it will be. So let's just pause here. A number of chairs need to switch. I know that John Ugoretz will be in the chair for California through Ring Central.
Go. Push button 1. Oh, this one works. Okay.
All right, we welcome Ryan Wolf to the table for NIMS. Other than those changes, well, we see Dr. Braby's coming forward for Oregon. All right, Carrie, whenever you're ready, if you want to begin with an overview here.
Good afternoon. Thank you. This is agenda item F4, marine planning. The Council's Marine Planning Committee met on February 23rd to prepare a report for this meeting. They received an update from the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management staff on the current offshore wind energy planning process on the West Coast. And they also got a report on an upcoming West Coast fisheries fishing communities report from the National Marine Fisheries Service. And as I said, the BOEM staff gave an update on specifically on the California wind energy lease sales, and they talked about the Oregon call areas status, including an update on the pending draft wind energy areas. Let's see here. The MPC report is in your briefing book, your advanced briefing book materials as F4A MPC report. Other materials, both, mostly supplemental, are a supplemental attachment 1, which is a flyer from the National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science, and also supplemental NIMS report 1, which is an update on aquaculture opportunity areas, and I think Mr. Wolf will speak to both of those items. And then we'll go to the MPC report 1, and then we also have supplemental reports from the GAP, from the CPSAS, and from the Habitat Committee. The action today is to consider the marine planning report and any recommendations or information in that report, and then provide guidance as necessary. And that concludes my overview.
All right, thank you, Carrie. Any questions for Carrie on the overview? All right, Thanks very much, Carrie. So we'll get started with our reports. I'll first turn to Ryan Wolf to cover the NIMS report and supplemental attachment 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I can be pretty brief. I'll start with supplemental attachment 1. As Carrie said, this is a flyer from our National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science looking for volunteers to share their thoughts on offshore wind along the Oregon coast. Focus groups are being held April 18th to the 20th along the coast. You can see when and where on the flyer, and there's an email address to send your information by this Friday to help them plan for purposes of space, et cetera, and also the light snacks and refreshments that will be provided. If there are any questions, I'm happy to take them, or I can also defer them. There's the link that you're asked to email there can also help facilitate with any questions folks have. Speaking next to supplemental NIMS report 1, this is a public scoping report, or at least shares the link to our public scoping report that summarizes the public comments that we received on our notice of intent to prepare programmatic EIS for the Southern California aquaculture opportunity areas. We received a total of 53 oral and written submissions. They're available verbatim as well as a summary and a high-level overview in that report. We don't go into it here, but you can see all the links that are there. And again, just a reminder, the notice of intent where these comments were submitted is only the first of 2 opportunities during the NEPA process for stakeholders to provide public comment. The next one will occur once we actually have the draft programmatic environmental impact statement, and that is published for public comment in the Federal Register. So if you have any additional information, you have a link here at the bottom to our website, as well as an email address for any more detailed questions, either on the scoping report or on the PEIS process itself. And that concludes my report, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions on the NIMS report? All right, thank you very much, Ryan. We'll now go to the Marine Planning Committee report. I noticed that both Susan Chambers and Mike Conroy are online. Welcome. You're not yet unmuted on our end. That's happening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Mike may have some difficulty.
I was having technical difficulties. I apologize.
There we go.
All right, so now we've confirmed we have the audio for both of you. So welcome.
I wasn't going to ask, but thank you. Yeah, Mike Conroy, one of the co-chairs of the Marine Planning Committee. I will be summarizing the first few elements of our report that was submitted to the briefing book. First update on the status of California offshore wind leases. As you know, on December 6th of last year, there was a lease auction. The 5 winning bidders then became provisional lease winners. When we put together this report, the leases had not yet been finalized due to a provision in the Inflation Reduction Act that would require an oil and gas lease sale covering, and I believe the number was 60 million acres, to be completed before any offshore wind lease could be executed. The Gulf of Mexico lease sale number 259, which occurred at the end of March, satisfied that provision. As such, we're expecting BOEM and the provisional lease winners will execute their leases imminently if they haven't already been signed. The leases include actions that will occur within the next year or so. As we highlight in the report, the lessees will seek authorization to conduct their site characterization surveys, at which time they will request a Marine Mammal Protection Act take of marine mammals from NIMS. These are level B takes, non-lethal takes. An example was provided in the MPC report via a Federal Register notice. Within 120 days of lease execution, the lessees are required to develop 3 communications plans One is a fisheries plan, which describes the strategy the lessee intends to use for communicating with fisheries stakeholders prior to and during activities and submission of a plan. There's a link in the report. Revisions include several items that could affect fishing communities. The council should encourage developers and BOEM to engage with the council on this plan. The council's enforcement consultants may want to discuss current communication mechanisms in place, such as notices to mariners, etc., and how those may facilitate communications as well. A second required communication plans with the Native American tribes. And then there's an agency plan where BOEM must provide a draft plan to how they intend to engage with other agencies that have interest in the lease areas. We also include in there, we wouldn't be the Marine Planning Committee if we didn't have a suggestion or a request, but we discussed a programmatic environmental impact statement. In February of last year, BOEM auctioned off 6 lease sites in the New York Bight. And then in July of last year, BOEM published a notice of intent, a link is in the report as well, that it is intending to prepare a programmatic EIS that will analyze potential impacts from wind energy development in the New York Bight region. We asked BOEM during the February 23rd meeting that we had if they were considering a similar type of action off the California coast, and they were non-committal, but they didn't flat out oppose the idea. Thus, as you see in our report, we recommend that the council submit a letter to BOEM asking the agency to prepare such a programmatic EIS and include language acknowledging that tribal consultation include treaty tribes outside of California to capture concerns that have been expressed by those tribes regarding ecosystem impacts. And now I'll pass it off to Susan.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Let me get my notes up here. Okay, the rest of our report includes other Marine Planning Committee discussion regarding public comment opportunities. The Marine Planning Committee confirmed that the only comment opportunity before a developer submits a site assessment plan is in response to the development of an environmental assessment after wind energy areas are designated and prior to a final lease sale. Committee members are concerned that EAs designed to cover site assessment plans are inadequate with respect to the National Environmental Policy Act, and BOEM will conduct a full environmental impact statement at the construction and operation stage. BOEM also said that they would include past comments submitted at earlier stages of the process. Regarding discussions about a cumulative impacts analysis, a few members of the committee reiterated the need for a cumulative impacts analysis on potential and existing areas and potentially, I can't talk today, potentially use a scenario planning process. BOEM said that it did consider a high-level analysis, but instead relied on the National Renewable Energy Laboratory study to identify call areas. Regarding the West Coast Fishing Communities Report, NIMS West Coast Region and Northwest Fisheries Science Center's staff provided an overview of a West Coast Fisheries study funded by BOEM. We have links in the Marine Planning Committee report. The objective is to better understand the socioeconomic characteristics of West Coast fisheries and the potential impacts of offshore wind activities on fisheries and communities. The report will focus on NIMS's unique expertise in fisheries socioeconomic analysis. Again, we have another link in the report that focuses on that. The report is due to BOEM in September 2023, and we expect staff may return to the Marine Planning Committee in June for further discussion. Committee members suggested topics to include are such as fisheries displacement, dockside infrastructure, engagement with researchers outside of National Marine Fisheries Service and BOEM, and the high cost of participating in West Coast fisheries. Additionally, I have just a couple things to note that have come about since the briefing book was published. The National Academy of Sciences Standing Committee on Offshore Wind Energy and Fisheries, a sponsor briefing will be held at noon Pacific time, 3 p.m. Eastern, on Thursday, April 13th. Tribal Representative Steve Joner, always involved in the council process as well, was selected to be on that committee and will be participating. There's a virtual option to listen in. I suspect Carrie Griffin can forward that information to anyone interested. Sorry. Lastly, the Marine Planning Committee wishes to thank Dr. Karen Braby as she transitions to the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission. Dr. Braby was instrumental in setting up and guiding the Marine Planning Committee through its initial stages, and we thank her for her always insightful and considered thoughts and approaches to offshore wind. Dr. Braby always relied on the science to inform discussions and considerations regarding offshore wind and its potential effects on the ecosystem and fisheries. So thank you, Dr. Braby. And I believe Mike Conroy would also like to say something.
Yeah, thanks, Susan. And just echo her thoughts. And Karen, thank you for letting Carrie and I share a stage with you in Portland last month. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the report. I believe Dr. Braby is blushing behind her mask, but she also has her hand raised. So go ahead, please.
Yeah, just acknowledging that recognition. Thank you. And just putting back on the council family, including Mike Conroy and Susan Chambers and the MPC members for running with a topic and a process that's been difficult and time consuming and confusing and making sense of it all. And I think we are just on a fantastic path that I'm proud to have been part of. So thank you.
Questions on the MPC report? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a question for Mike. Mike, last week I got across my desk a report about Representative Van Drew, Republican, New Jersey, introduced a resolution, House Resolution 239, that offshore wind projects along the Atlantic coast should consider impacts on the environment, relevant maritime industries, national defense before being leased or constructed. I'm sure you know about this, but I'm just curious if you had any comments. Is that have any, it's like one of the first times we've had actually a member of Congress, I believe, weigh in on this. And does this have any traction for the West Coast, or is there any path to get that included out here?
Thanks for the question, Bob. I knew somebody was going to ask about this. So Congressman Van Drew held a field hearing, I believe it was in the middle of last month, that was focused on the high number of strandings of marine mammals that are occurring in the New York, New Jersey area, eastern seaboard in general, and some thought that increasing amount of survey work that is being done in preparation of offshore wind deployment might be a cause of that. BOEM and NIMS have come out fairly strongly that there is no evidence of that. But I think one of the points I heard during that hearing was that absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. So I think that the focus on what the congressman is doing is asking for a moratorium pending further studies so that we can rule out the offshore wind as being a potential cause of those strandings. And they're high. I think it's something along the lines of between 30 and 40 marine mammals have stranded in that area since December 1st. To answer your second question, could that extend to the West Coast? It possibly could, but we'll see. I mean, there hasn't really been much survey or site assessment activity that's been ongoing out here yet.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. One more if I could, Mr. Chairman.
Of course.
Yeah, I also got the report on the field hearing, but they did mention that each of the members aired many fishing industry concerns, and the witnesses did a good job outlining a wide variety of concerns impact to marine mammals, noise pollution, impacts to commercial fishing, and the biased economics of these projects. So it seemed like when I read it was kind of inclusive of all those things, but as you're saying, it's pretty specific to whales maybe. So, okay, well, I appreciate the information and thank you. And I know you're on it. So I feel confident that if it has a place that you'll be the first to let us know. So thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, just respond. You're right, Bob. Was the fishery that were on that panel,
Hey, Mike, unfortunately, your audio is
on
unintelligible.
Field hearing panel, they went into a lot of questions, but I think the thing that there was other stuff up as well. Just be quiet.
We really didn't catch all of that, Mike, because there was a transmission problem. Did you want to summarize that real quick so we make sure we capture your response?
If you can hear me, I can do that, but I'm guessing you probably can't.
No, we can. It was just garbled, and I assume was the transmission.
Yeah, I apologize for that. I'm not in the most favorable spot. I was just saying that Bob's right. There were other voices on that panel that discussed other things, but the primary impetus for that panel and my take for the resolution is that high number of strandings that have occurred since December 1st.
All right, great. Thank you. Are there further questions on the MPC report? All right, Susan. Oh, wait. Dr. Braby.
Thank you. One on the PEIS topic specifically, and the MPC report asks for or focuses in on using that tool for the 5 California lease sites, but does not really specify how the MPC thinks about use of that tool for other areas once they get identified. And I just wanted to hear if there was any other discussion in the MPC about the PEIS tool itself that you wanted to share. I personally have some concerns about what's the appropriate tool and how to use them, and just I'm looking for more clarity on that.
Susan, you want to take that, or you want me to try to be jumbled up again?
I think you know more about the PEIS than I do, so if you want to, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for that question, Karen. It's no secret we've been asking to BOEM to take a whole kind of West Coast wide approach and consider doing a programmatic EIS looking at offshore wind developments across the entirety of the West Coast. They have not shown an interest to do so. However, since they are doing a similar activity in the New York Bight for those lease sites, this would be a way to, at least in advance of the EIS process, which is likely going to be five plus years from now, if we start to undertake it now, we can start to at least get some analysis on all sorts of things that we've been pointing out in recent times. I think that was our rationale behind it, is that we could at least get started on this at a much earlier time frame than waiting for the submission of a draft EIS 5-6 years from now.
All right, thank you for that. Any further questions of the MPC? All right, thank you very much, Susan, and thank you, Mike. We now will have a GAP report. Dan Waldeck. Welcome, Dan. You'll be unmuted in a moment.
I'm here. You hear me?
You betcha.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick. Yes, Dan Waldeck, ATSI processor rep on the GAP. I'll be reading our report on marine planning. The GAP received an overview of this agenda item from Mr. Kerry Griffin, council staff, and the GAP also reviewed MPC Report 1 in the briefing book and other materials. The GAP emphatically and sincerely thanks the council for the March 2023 action requesting BOEM rescind the current Brookings and Coos Bay, Oregon call areas, and that BOEM not proceed on identification of draft WIAs at this time. This was a bold, courageous action that is likely unprecedented in terms of a regional fishery management council calling BOEM to account and requesting direct action to address a flawed process. Thank you. While the GAP is guardedly optimistic that BOEM will heed the council's call for action, as well as the enormous volume of public and policymaker input that urgently expresses related requests, it is still possible that BOEM will proceed with identifying and announcing WIAs. Therefore, the council should be prepared to respond with the same strength of purpose demonstrated thus far. The GAP anticipates that the MPC will continue to track this issue, coordinate information flow to from council advisory bodies, and develop recommended council actions. The GAP recommends the council highlight the need to track this as a priority for the MPC. Specific to the MPC Report 1, the GAP provides comments about 3 topic areas. 1, status of California offshore wind energy leases. 2, request for a programmatic environmental impact statement for the 5 California leases. And 3, request for cumulative impact analysis. Status of California offshore wind energy leases. The MPC report highlights that stipulations in the California leases require lessees to develop fishery communication plans, quote, for communicating with fishery stakeholders prior to and during activities in support of the submission of a plan, end quote. The MPC notes that lessees could choose to reach out to the council to consult about the scope and content of their fishery communication plan, and/or the council could proactively engage with lessees to this end. The GAP recommends the council do the latter. That is, the GAP recommends the council proactively engage with lessees about the communication plans because it is consistent with the approach already employed by the council, and because council input into the development of these communication plans should be beneficial to lessees, fishery participants, and the council. PEIS for California lease areas. In line with the MPC recommendation, the GAP also recommends that the council submit a letter to BOEM urging the preparation of a PEIS for the 5 California leases, and that this letter include clear direction that tribal consultation needs to include treaty tribes located outside of California. The GAP agrees with the background and rationale provided by the MPC. Cumulative impact analysis. The MPC report notes MPC discussions about the need for a, quote, a cumulative impacts analysis on potential areas and on existing areas and potentially using scenario planning to inform an analysis, end quote. Offshore wind development in federal waters off the West Coast is likely to have region-wide impacts on council-managed fisheries and oceanographic processes. These cumulative alterations of the California current ecosystem should be analyzed at the regional level. Therefore, the GAP recommends that the council request BOEM develop cumulative impact analyses for West Coast offshore wind development activities to facilitate a complete and comprehensive understanding of the region-wide effects from offshore wind is available to ensure council and council family engagement is fully informed. That ends the GAP report. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you very much. Dan, are there questions on the GAP report? Dr. Braby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Dan, for the report. I was wondering if the GAP had the chance to think about the scenario planning idea relative to cumulative impacts. If that's in your report, I missed it.
Chair Gorelnik, Dr. Braby, no, I don't recall a specific conversation about that level of detail. I think it's more of a general comment that again, these region-wide, scale issues need to be addressed cumulatively, really, at that level.
So a follow-up question, and thank you. So is it fair to say that that's just a general outcome? The GAP wants cumulative impacts analysis, however that it makes sense.
Yes, and I think what we're looking for is consistency and to complement what the MPC was recommending in their report.
Yeah, thanks.
All
Right, further questions of the GAP report? Not seeing any hands. So we will move on to the CPSAS report. Mike Okneski. Welcome, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, council members. For the record, Mike Okneski, I'll be reading from agenda item F4A, Coastal Pelagic Advisory Subpanel Report on Marine Planning. I may attempt to abbreviate this a little bit here and there. The Coastal Pelagic Advisory Subpanel heard a report from Mr. Kerry Griffin updating the CPSAS on the latest Marine Planning Committee's report submitted to the Pacific Fishery Management Council briefing book on marine planning prepared on April 2023 council meeting. The CPSAS wishes to thank the MPC members, MPC chairs, the council, and the council staff for a brief but thorough and professional report on the latest activities and news involving floating offshore wind energy plans for development in the U.S. West Coast Exclusive Economic Zone in the Eastern Pacific. In general, the CPSAS commends and supports the entire MPC report. We herein highlight several important points in the report the CPSAS believes the council and the fishing community should take note of. Additionally, we have posed several questions and recommendations. From the report, the California leases include stipulations new to BOEM leases, including community benefit agreements, CBAs, and requirements for the lessees to develop 3 communication plans. The CPSAS believes that if each developer is allowed to create their own CBA and communication plans without standardized rules and oversights and no federal enforcement, affected fishermen who had fished in multiple lease areas will be confused and frustrated with the different protocols and unable to seek mediation or other remedial action in cases of dispute. Number 2, as the lessees off California prepare to conduct marine site characterization surveys, they will request MMPA incidental take authorizations from NIMS. How will this be documented and enforced? Will take or harassment information be made public? Number 3, MPC members discuss the fisheries communications plans and initial thoughts for planning. After the leases are finalized, lessees may wish to reach out to the Pacific Council to ask about elements the council would like to see in the plan. The CPSAS strongly agrees with this proposal. Number 4, during the February 23, 2023 MPC indicated it was still considering whether to prepare a similar PEIS, programmatic environmental impact statement, for the 5 California leases. After discussion, the MPC recommends the council submit a letter to BOEM asking the agency to prepare such a PEIS. The council has previously commented on the need for a programmatic approach of offshore wind development off the West Coast. Our remark there is need for stringent National Environmental Policy Act processes, which include cumulative impact analysis to take measure of the total socioeconomic losses that will be endured by many coastal communities when West Coast fisheries are displaced or greatly reduced. There is also a need for research, extensive modeling, and independent and professional analysis to determine the ecosystem services damage to productivity wrought by wind wakes, wind deficits, and or meteorological or hydrological changes that may impact environmental dynamics, such as upwelling, phytoplankton outputs, and forage density shifts, which may impact the entire food web, as well as dependent upper-trophic predators, including Endangered Species Act listed and Marine Mammal Protect Act listed protected species, i.e. humpback whales, Chinook salmon, and short-tailed albatross. PEISs are not a remedy for individual project EISs, nor can a project EIS fulfill the role of the PEIS. The two are meant to work together in tandem on large-scale tiered projects to understand the macro and micro impacts to single large environmental units, e.g. California Current Ecosystem, CCE, that may have different dynamics or features that are unique to one or multiple areas, but not the entire structure of the ecosystem, i.e. seamounts. To be effective, the PEIS must be conducted prior to leasing to allow meaningful analysis and understanding of the cumulative impacts to community socioeconomics and to the CCE. 5, tribes in Washington have expressed concerns about how potential ecosystem impacts resulting from offshore wind development will affect tribal fisheries and usual and accustomed grounds elsewhere. As stated in numerous BOEM policy statements, tribal rights and protection of those rights are of paramount importance. The adequacy of present government-to-government consultation should be reviewed and corrective measures taken if present communications are insufficient. And that concludes our statement. I would like to give a major shout out and thank you to Dr. Braby. She's been instrumental in this whole process. A lot of people have, and we'll certainly miss her. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Mike, are there questions on the CPS-AS report? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands in the room or online. Thank you very much, Mike.
Thank you, Chair.
And we will now have the Habitat Committee report. Corey Green, welcome, Corey.
Mr. Chair, I think that Corey Green couldn't make it. He had something else. So
would you be so kind?
I would be happy to read this into the record for you. I'll be reading from F4A, Supplemental HC Report 1. The Habitat Committee received a briefing from Kerry Griffin and Steve Scheiblower summarizing relevant topics from the Marine Planning Committee's February 23rd, 2023 meeting and the report that's in your briefing book. The HC's conversation focused on the programmatic environmental impact statement and cumulative impacts analysis discussions in MPC Report 1, as well as preparing for the impending release of draft wind energy areas, or WEAs, off of Oregon. The HC recognizes there is interest in BOEM preparing a PEIS for the California wind energy leases, similar to the PEIS that's being prepared for offshore wind activities in the New York Bight. Such a PEIS would provide an earlier assessment on the California lease areas prior to preparation of more comprehensive individual EISs following release of the construction and operations plans, or COPs. The PEIS could provide more information in advance of leasing, but the HC understands that we ultimately need a full EIS for each wind development project to fully analyze potential impacts. The HC also recognizes there are a number of potential issues with a programmatic approach, including the fact that PEISs tend to be general and high level and lack a depth of analysis and detail required for the complexity of issues, and that the adequacy of a PEIS is largely dependent on the technical expertise on environmental issues. Sufficient information would need to be provided in the PEIS for it to be useful, especially in developing potential programmatic avoidance, minimization, mitigation, and monitoring measures as proposed in the Notice of Intent to prepare a PEIS for future wind energy development in the New York Bight. The HC is concerned that a PEIS would not be robust enough to provide necessary insights and inform the individual EISs. If the council sends a letter to BOEM, the HC recommends requesting that the PEIS provide sufficient technical detail and scope for the individual EISs to tier off or incorporate by reference. In addition, if the PEIS process includes opportunities for communication and feedback, there could be a potential benefit for using the PEIS process to standardize the ways in which these wind energy operations would be required to communicate with entities like the council. The HC echoes the MPC's call for a robust cumulative impacts analysis with a broad scope in a potential PEIS. The PEIS should be required to analyze future cumulative impacts on ocean health, ecology, and habitat, communities, and fisheries from offshore wind development along the entire West Coast. If the council sends a letter to BOEM, the HC recommends specifying that reasonably expected actions must also be included and analyzed as part of the cumulative impacts analysis in the PEIS. And that concludes the HC statement.
All right, thank you very much, Carrie. Are there questions on the Habitat Committee report? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Carrie, for reading this in. Just one question that perhaps you can answer. I'm noticing in this document that there's a little bit of reticence around the PEIS, but it seems like the ultimate recommendation is to move forward with that. Can you talk a little bit about the concerns, the number of potential issues with a programmatic approach?
I'd be happy to characterize my understanding. And there's been discussions of the value of the programmatic approach. You heard in the MPC report that there was strong support for that, of course, for the programmatic EIS. There's strong support for that. The way that this can potentially go sideways, and that's what you were hearing in the HC's report, is that if the programmatic EIS doesn't provide enough detail, then it might not be, it's sort of a blanket, it's a tiered document. And as you heard in the HC report, it might have less utility, and then you end up being reliant on the individual EISs anyway, if that makes sense. It's not my area of expertise, and so I don't want to go into too much detail, but in general, that that is one of the concerns. It might not, characterizing that viewpoint, it might not be the sort of end all be all that you think it might be.
Go ahead, Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Carrie. Sorry for my ignorance on this. Does what happened in the PIS process then change how the individual EISs are done? Or you're just saying, and the Habitat Committee is offering, that it may not be exactly as in-depth as our hopes and dreams might be?
Can you ask that again?
Yeah. I'm sorry, that wasn't clear. I'm just trying to understand the relationship between a potential PEIS and an individual EIS. And if a PIS moves forward, and let's just say it doesn't have what the Habitat Committee is suggesting, that there might be some drawbacks to that, or there might be some pieces of information missing, does that change the way the individual EISs are then executed?
Well, I'm a little bit outside my wheelhouse here, but there are lots of examples of programmatic EISs. The Corps of Engineers has programmatics, for some of their activities, like buoys and probably dredging projects and things like that. Don't quote me on that, but the idea is that you identify sort of the overall, normally expected impacts and provide an analysis of those. But the downside is that, if you look at the California example, there's a lot of differences between the Humboldt area and the Morro Bay area, ecologically, bathymetrically, socioeconomically. So I think the concern is that having sort of a blanket programmatic EIS wouldn't be able to capture the sort of granularity of the impacts at each of those individual sites. Now, the idea is that you are supposed to, if you're doing a tiered EIS, you are supposed to, sort of accept those overall impacts, and then apply it on a more, sort of a specific level to your specific site. That's how these work. And they have utility. They're typically used when there's a lot of individual EISs that would happen, so that you don't have to reinvent the wheel every single time.
All right, further questions on the Habitat Committee report? So we can put Carrie on the spot. I'm not seeing any other hands. So that completes that report. Last I checked, there was no public comment, and I confirm there is no public comment. Thank you, Chris. So that'll take us to our council action here today, is to consider the report and provide guidance. We had recommendations, specific recommendations from the MPC as well as the GAP, and comments from CPSAS, and some cautions from the Habitat Committee. So let's open the floor and see where we go. Dr. Beebe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think we're in a different place this time than we were in March, in that we have a lot of opportunity to kind of prepare for the future, maybe develop some proactive thoughts, maybe some proactive letter components at this meeting, but not such a juncture as we had in March. I have a lot of thoughts, and I am going to try my best to share them succinctly, but the overriding theme for me right now is that the council is clear on some of the outcomes that we would like to see relative to offshore wind planning and siting and implementation on the West Coast. And we are hearing some differences of perception at the least, or understanding about different mechanisms to help us along the way in achieving those outcomes, particularly the PEIS. But what I'm hearing from the reports today and pulling from past conversations is that the council and the council family continues to prioritize communication between the wind industry and the fishing industry writ large, right? That's an overarching priority. I have some concerns related to the CPSAS report on how individual projects will obfuscate that communication with our regional fishing community. And I think that should be a concern for the council. I think the other piece is that the council is very clear that we're concerned about cumulative impacts. It's not about one site that's 300 square miles or whatever it is in and of itself. It's about the California current system. It's about the regional fishery system, and how taking one bite, another bite, a third bite, a fourth bite impacts the function, both for the ecosystem and for the fisheries. And I'm still left uncertain about whether the PEIS is the tool to help in a first blush, because I'm concerned that if it's a check the box PEIS and we don't get to the more granular level of project level EIS that really digs into the impacts at that site, that we're losing something. So I want to gain the regional perspective and understanding of cumulative impacts on that large scale, but not lose the specifics. And I think that's consistent with the council's perspective generally. And I think in considering additional communications from the council, those kind of higher order outcomes and objectives and intents of the council should be primary, with potential tools listed as an option. And some of the language in the reports that we have today is, we want this tool, and then it's followed by the outcomes. And I feel like our language should be the reverse. It should be, we want these outcomes, and a PEIS or this other tool might be in service of that. And so that those are my thoughts right now. I'm probably going to have more, but maybe we'll start us off.
Thank you for that.
Looking for additional discussion and guidance? Oh, thank you. Mr. Uretz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll do a quick voice check.
Loud and clear.
Great. I just wanted to touch briefly on programmatic environmental impact statements generally, how they're used, how they work. And I think the key thing is that normally a PEIS is used for programs that are covering large areas geographically or a multitude of smaller projects, and there are ways for agencies to avoid piecemealing major programs with a bunch of unrelated EISs. I don't think they're normally used in lieu of project level EISs, which must follow once those individual projects are developed. So I think some of the comments from some of our advisory bodies are good and pertinent. I would anticipate that some of those issues would be addressed in project level EISs when the time comes. I'm also not opposed at all to the council continuing to stay engaged in this PEIS process and to provide our input about the types of things that a PEIS cannot contain that we wholeheartedly expect to see in future EISs for individual projects.
Thank you. Dr. Raby.
This is a continuation, not a response to Mr. Ugaretz, but just continuing on the PEIS tool specifically. Right now we have the recommendations on the 5 lease areas in California, and conducting a PEIS or asking for that to be done there. But we know that imminently we may have additional sites in Oregon. And so where does that leave those relative to a cumulative analysis, cumulative impacts analysis, or a programmatic EIS? Clearly the individual EISs would be done for anything that was delineated in Oregon. And so it leaves me still with this question, or at least me with an additional question, which is, would we want to see something like a PEIS applied in California, and then once there are sites delineated in Oregon, another one conducted, and if there were ones delineated in Washington, a third one conducted? How would that work? That's the kind of phasing that we're anticipating with individual sites on the West Coast, and maybe that kind of phasing in that regional analysis is appropriate, but just throwing that out there for fodder as well.
Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. On those, on that same line of thought, and I think, Karin, you said it the first time you spoke, I should have wrote it down because it was wonderful about the, you want to know how the California, I'm going to mess it up trying to paraphrase it, but the California current as a whole and the regional fishing economy as a whole are going to be affected over time. So I think the main interest, as the Habitat Committee said, is really in understanding the cumulative impacts and like the scenario planning. And the council put this in the comments on the modernization rule, and in some fashion was, boom, so far has said, we don't have a program, therefore we're not going to do, and I'm paraphrasing maybe a little inaccurately, so we're not going to do a PEIS. Yet then in there, part of that rule is we're going to do a 5-year plan for announcing lease sales. And you combine that with, you have these federal goals for development and state goals for development. That sounded an awful lot like a program, to me at least. So I think that the interest is where your second you spoke is, their response so far has been, we don't have enough specifics to give you a meaningful analysis. So maybe that's where scenario planning of, if California is going to want, I forget how many gigawatts by 2050 and Oregon's going to have this much and Washington that much. That's where a scenario like, can you start doing cumulative impacts type of look on that approach? So I think what your second thing is where the interest has been, and let's look at the ecosystem. Let's look at the economy of fishing and how it would be affected. Would be affected in scenarios like that. So I thought you articulated it very well, and I think you're right. I think that's. I don't have exact answer to would it be beneficial just to do one for California or and then Oregon and then what? But I think the interest, as you said the first time, is in understanding those ecosystem level regional impacts.
Joe Oatman, followed by Dr. Braby.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I wanted to provide a comment on the programmatic environmental impact statement. In the Marine Planning Committee's report on this, they talk about the importance of travel consultation in the process. And it relates to the treaty tribes located outside of California, and references tribes in Oregon and Washington whose fisheries and regional custom grounds could be affected. Want to also include the Nez Perce tribe in the state of Idaho. We're one of the treaty tribes, of course, and we want to make sure that our fisheries and UNAs are also encompassed here.
Thank you, Joe. Dr. Braby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I almost lost my thought, but it came back. And it's following on Corey's comments about what we have in hand in terms of a program in addition to the 5 sites in California. And we continue to hear from BOEM that they are considering the 3 gigawatt planning goal from legislation as a target essentially for Oregon waters. And so I would just agree that in terms of the thinking that I understand is occurring about that kind of coast-wide program, that 3 gigawatt number is relevant to fleshing out a program and could be the subject of that cumulative impact approach. I think that's good thinking.
Well, I've got a process question, and maybe Carrie can answer it. We have a specific request about sending a letter about a programmatic EIS, and leaving aside the contents of that letter, do you have a notion of what the timing would be on that?
Thank you. No, I don't have a notion. I don't. It would be, at the last meeting, we had several letters, several very sort of large magnitude letters. We don't have as many, so as from a workload perspective, it might be a little quicker. But and we also don't know for sure when the leases are going to be finalized in California. We know it's sort of soon, although, the EIS wouldn't happen until the construction operations phase, so that would be down the road a ways. I don't want to speculate too much, but, we could get a letter out fairly soon.
I guess my question wasn't so much about staff time as what would be the appropriate time to get something to BOEM? And I appreciate we're going to have a detailed EIS on a specific project, but the topic is the programmatic EIS. So what is our timing on getting something to BOEM if that's something the council chooses to do?
Thank you. I understand that. I don't know, but I'd be happy to reach out to BOEM staff. We have a good line of communication, and we'd be happy to reach out and get back to you.
Well, the reason I'm wondering is because we're coming up on the end of this April meeting, and is this something we need? Must it come out of this meeting, or is it something that we could defer?
I'm not really comfortable speculating on that. I'm sorry.
I know there are braver people here. Dr. Braby.
I'm not going to comment on whether there should be a direction for a letter at this time, but I just want to reflect back on the conversation we had in March on the anticipated timeline. And BOEM was clear that they thought that we would have a lot to discuss in June. And I don't want to fill in the gap of what it is that we would be discussing, but they intend to have a good amount of material. It could be results from the modeling. It could be draft wind energy areas. I don't know. But it occurs to me that there will be more specificity to the intended next steps for Oregon offshore. And meanwhile, we will continue to have the specificity that we already have off of California in the lease areas, and that could be a time to kind of have more discussion on this cumulative impacts evaluation request, whether it's a PEIS or something else, and that it could be informed by maybe some clarity between council staff and BOEM staff on the PEIS tool versus project tools, and kind of what those options are for the council to consider at that time.
Ryan Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not on that point. And in general, I think NIMS would defer to the council for how it wants to make its position known to BOEM or to others in relation to this. I just note as I reread some of these reports too, and just for the purposes of thinking and consideration, right, it seems that there's constant reference to, whether or not they should do a PEIS for the 5 California leases. And I just wanted to note that there's nothing that would prevent, it doesn't have to necessarily be one PEIS for all 5, right? There is no reason that you couldn't have a PEIS for each of the 2 areas as an option. So thanks.
Well, what sort of guidance do we wish to provide to staff at the very least? Dr. Raby.
This is a question for Carrie or for MPC, if they're still on, about kind of the timeline for next steps for California and the urgency. I kind of missed that in my thinking, and I'm not sure if I'm being inconsistent with what I'm suggesting.
I can take a first shot at that, and maybe if Susan or Mike Conroy are on, they can back clean up. So yeah, the request in the MPC report, it seems to be more specific to the 5 California leases and doing a PEIS. As you know, those were auctioned off in December, and BOEM has been waiting for some other steps to take place. There's oil and gas leases that sales that had to be issued, that sort of thing. But my understanding is that the execution of those leases is probably sooner rather than later. I mean, this is not months down the road. Or many months down the road. My best guess is that it would be fairly, much sooner than that. So, to that extent, maybe this is what Chairman Gorelick was getting at. Is this something that's going to happen before the June meeting? And that's where I don't want to speculate that. We spoke with BOEM, or I communicated with BOEM, and I said, hey, for the April meeting, you can be off the hook. You don't need to be here. You were on the hot seat in March, and I know some are listening in if they felt so compelled to speak to this better than I could. Maybe they could make themselves known. But again, we didn't want to, didn't feel like we needed to put them on the spot again here. So anyway, back to the leases. I think it's coming fairly soon that those leases will be executed soon. Then there's 120 days for them to develop the fisheries communications plan and tribal communications plan and agency communications plans. But again, the EIS wouldn't be done for, a couple of years down the road. So, yeah. And Mike or Susan, maybe you have something else to add there.
Mike or Susan?
I'm not sure how to raise my hand, but Mr. Chair, can I offer a comment?
Please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Carrie, I think you're right. It still has to go through, BOEM still has to do the environmental assessments to inform their site assessment plans for each of the lease areas. So I'm thinking a PEIS might be more appropriate. Well, there may be some further discussion on that. A PEIS to some may be preferred before they do the site assessment plans. Others may prefer to see them done after the site assessment plans, but before the construction and operations plans, at which time BOEM will do their own EIS. Does that make sense, or did I muddy the waters with that?
I'm not sure. I guess the sense I get from the reports and from comments here is that the council wants to see a comprehensive, rigorous environmental review process. And if it starts with a programmatic EIS, that itself needs to be rigorous and comprehensive before we drill down to the individual sites. I'm not an expert on these things. I just want to make sure that I've captured that correctly. And I'm seeing some nodding. Carrie?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that's accurate. But what I also hear sort of woven in here is sort of two distinctive lines of thinking. One is, how do we handle or how do we want BOEM to do the EISs? Do we want them to be programmatic, individual, coast-wide, whatnot? But then there's this other notion, or this sort of parallel notion of a sort of a separate cumulative effects evaluation that might include scenario planning, might include, might address the very substantial renewable energy goals that have been adopted, by the feds, by some of the states as well. Either Susan or Mike mentioned or someone mentioned the 5-year schedule that BOEM will be presenting. So, there could be a separate sort of standalone, long-term cumulative effects evaluation of some sort outside, a scenario planning type of thing that isn't specifically tied to an EIS. So for what it's worth, that's what I'm hearing is sort of the longer range and the council has commented on this several times in other letters, this notion of a long-term cumulative impacts approach, not necessarily only within the context of an EIS. So there's kind of two tracks here that I'm hearing, just for what it's worth.
Well, appreciating the multiple tracks and the comments you've made and the past comments we've made, I guess I still come back to, is this something that we need to get a QR letter on, or is this something we can address in June? Whatever the contents of that letter may be. Dr. Braby.
Thanks. It occurs to me, so I come back to how I started with my comments, which is that I want to focus on the outcomes, not the tool, because I feel like I don't have a grasp on the tools and how to apply those. But I know that I want, and I hear that the council wants, cumulative impacts analysis. And it seems that would be a concept that BOEM has heard us say before. However, it could be the subject of another letter now in anticipation of additional delineated sites in June. And that at the June meeting, then there might be some additional discussion on how to get that done, and as well as this PEIS topic, which could be referred to in the letter as well. So it seems like a reasonable approach to just kind of craft a request and a statement and clearly, because we're not necessarily doing that today around the table. And before we leave the topic, I do want to come back to the communications plans. So I just want to flag that I have one other topic I want to talk about.
All right. Corey, you had your hand up. Did you want to follow the same thread here?
Yeah, just I thought, and I appreciate it, Carrie's 2-track summary, and just on the timeline and whether, and not meaning disagreeing with Karen, but the interest is going to be in maybe the best chance of getting it be effective is the next stage of the EIS is when the construction and operation plan hit, and that's going to be a couple of years away. So I think that's where the interest is in understanding the effects of the construction activity. So I do think, maybe not following Karen's suggestion fully, but I think there is time, and to put these questions back to the MPPC about how do we think about those areas in California and the ones in Oregon in a cumulative fashion. But yeah, I think that's where the real interest lies in that next stage of when they'll be doing their impact statement. But if Karen's idea is to craft something, I'm not an objection to that.
Perhaps if only to lay the foundation for June. So if you're on the same thread, Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to say I agree with what's been said so far today. Just adding a little bit to that, thinking about California specifically. We don't know the timing exactly, it sounds like, but it is going to be the first thing that's coming down the pike. So want to make sure that we are sufficiently ahead of that. I echo questions, concerns about the appropriate scale of this, whether it's a PIS or another form or function or another tool, assuming that it is a PEIS, whether it's appropriate for just California or the entire California current, I'm not sure. But to Ryan's point, maybe that's a question we don't need to answer now. But I think it might be useful in some form or fashion to potentially send a short letter now that recognizes the council's overarching desire to have cumulative impacts addressed, potentially through a PEIS process. We still want to hear about other tools, just to make sure that they hear from us loud and clear that this is a priority, and that we would like to continue that communication in June, because it sounds like we are going to learn a lot more in June. But just recognizing the timing, something about California would be appreciated. And also, as the MPC report noted and Mr. Oatman stated, noting the importance of tribal consultation as well.
Thank you, Corey. Let me just look around the table and see if there's any disagreement with that so far. And I'm not saying anything negative. So I think, Carrie, hope you've captured that, but we're not done because Karen Braby has further comment.
So I thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to come back to the CPS-AS comment on the communication plans and this, I won't call it cumulative impacts, but it's connected to this concept that our fishery is coastwide. We have people who go all the way from one end to the other, and as they're conducting their fishing business are going to be interacting with different sites along the way. And so these concepts of community benefit agreement or a communications plan of one individual site from one individual company, wind company, being different from the next one right next to it, where an individual is transiting through both of them in one fishing trip, really seems terribly problematic to me, and having different rules and expectations and agreements and all of that. And so the idea that the CPS-AS raised in their point number 1 in their report today really resonates with me, that that if there truly isn't kind of a standardized expectation of what these plans are for how the companies are engaging with the communities and what they're defining as their audience, their community, and what those plans look like and the expectations look like for each of the sites, that's a big problem for our fishing community. I don't know what to do about it, but I think it's important. And so I just wanted to flag that, see if it strikes anybody else as being a high priority, and whether there are some ideas on how we might message on this, either in this letter or in the future with BOEM.
I think that's an excellent point. I don't know exactly sure how we message it other than just note that we will have vessels transiting, and there needs to be some sort of common or minimum standard or some such that allows vessels to basically to minimize interference in fishing operations. Corey.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and help from Carrie and Susan and Mike. I believe the Marine Planning Committee's proposal, and if I'm off in left field here, Karen, apologies, but was to take that issue up at our May meeting. That's the and Carrie just mentioned the 120 days after the lease sale timeline, so that was a timely question. So I think the hope was that the group would get the blessing to think about that question at our next meeting. But if you know that already, apologies.
So, do you think it's worthwhile in the letter that Corey Writings has outlined to suggest that that's also a concern? Is that the need for some sort of standard freedom of movement or whatever terminology might be used in that context?
I think that would be a great suggestion, in highlighting the MPC's intention of addressing that specifically in May would be good as well. And that would be timely for the June meeting, so that would all come together there.
Yeah, and I think it should be clear in the letter that this is not a comprehensive list of concerns. It's just something we're raising at this time. Hope to further discuss perhaps in June. Further discussion on the MPC report of further things folks may want to see in this QR letter. Looking online, I don't see any hands. I'm looking around the room and I don't see any hands raised. So, Carrie, you want to tell us how we're doing?
Well, you're doing fine. There's no action that you had to take here. It's provide guidance. So what I'm hearing is to write a somewhat succinct letter to BOEM expressing concerns and the desire for a programmatic type of approach, evaluating cumulative impacts. We've said similar things before in other letters, so I think we can pull from that. And then this element of the fisheries communications plans and the community benefits agreements. I'm not quite as clear exactly what you're looking for, so we might have to have a little follow-up on that, if that's okay, with the providers of the guidance. And then two other items. We do have a May 18th meeting scheduled for the MPC. So I would anticipate, as Corey Niles said, that we would sort of move along these discussions and considerations. And then the only other notion was, since we've delved into the CBA and the fisheries communications plans, somewhere in this library is the notion of proactively reaching out to the energy companies and saying, hey, here we are, we exist. This is a really good place to start if you want our help in developing your fisheries communications plan. So I don't know if that was part and parcel to the discussion here, but if the council wanted to take that step, we know who these companies are. We could probably reach out informally, sort of staff to staff, and open that door. I don't want to, sort of tell the council what they should or shouldn't do, but that does seem to be maybe an obvious step that because we're already talking about what is going to be in this communications plan and what are their standards. So maybe we could at least informally reach out and see about engaging with them.
Let me look around the table and see if there's general agreement. I think I see nodding in the affirmative. I can't see people nodding online, but I think there's enough people nodding in the room to give you a thumbs up on that.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
I think, and if there's no other comments or guidance from the council, then that would complete your business for this agenda item.
All right, I'm going to look around the table one more time. Dr. Braby.
Thanks. I just want to acknowledge that this is my last time in the Oregon seat, and I appreciate the collaboration and camaraderie of this group, and appreciate being part of it.
I think we've all enjoyed immensely working with you on both a professional and a personal level. And I'll point out that the seat right next to you is a Pacific State seat. So we're gonna take a break here until 4:15. It'll give us a chance to figure out what comes next and see if Salmon's ready or not, find something else, and to give Karin a hug. So we'll break until 4:15. Okay, we're going to get started in a couple of minutes here. We're going to go to legislative. Salmon is not yet ready. And the hope is that once we're done with legislative, Salmon will be ready and we'll go to Salmon. So take another couple of minutes to do whatever it is you're doing and then grab your seat. All right, it's time. Everyone grab your seat. We're going to get started here. We're going to get started with agenda item F5, legislative matters. Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer, for that suggestion. It worked quite well. All right, so we're going to take up legislative matters here, and our Executive Director, Merrick Burden, will provide the overview and report.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you everyone for being nimble on your feet. Finding coordination is a little more challenging while done from a hotel room, but we're doing it. So let's see, this is agenda item F5, legislative matters. The Legislative Committee met on Saturday, April 1st, and we reviewed bills, both federal and state. Federal proposed in the 118th Congress, a couple of bills put forth in the state legislature, state of California and Oregon. And at the time of the advanced briefing book, the Pacific Fishery Management Council had not received any formal legislative requests for comment. What you'll see in your packet are a couple of items for you. One is a supplemental legislative committee report. What you also see is a couple of supplemental attachments. One of those attachments is a letter from the Oregon House of Representatives written to the council requesting some feedback on how to better handle what's being referred to as House Bill 3382. We can cover that. And what you also see is the summary of federal legislation in the 118th Congress. That is a staff report that we put together with our contractor, Mr. Dave Whaley. So a couple of things to flag for you, Mr. Chairman, as I'm still organizing my thoughts here a little bit after the scramble. The action for you today is to essentially to consider the legislative committee report and recommendations. And if you have any guidance for us as staff, particularly in regards to this letter that was written from the state of Oregon to the council requesting input, that would be welcome here as well. I'd be happy to take any questions now, Mr. Chairman. Otherwise, I'd suggest we turn to the legislative committee report.
All right, I'll look around the room. And the consensus is for you to continue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, I don't feel the need to read this line by line, so I will try to paraphrase. The legislative committee met on April 1st and considered the status and development of federal and state legislation. There were a couple of pieces of legislation that were identified that appear possible of impacting council-managed fisheries. These pieces of legislation are of interest to the legislative committee and may be of interest to the council. So first, what you'll see in the report is there's a section describing federal legislation. The first one, HR 872, the legislative committee understood that this bill would remove salmon management authority from NIMS and vest that authority with Department of Interior. The second one was HR 520, which would amend the ESA. It appears directed at fisheries and hatcheries. And our understanding during the discussion was that this would allow for substitution of wild and hatchery populations for purposes of abundance tracking and attaining conservation objectives within the ESA. HR 495 would appear to amend the National Environmental Policy Act, and that would authorize assignment to states of certain federal agency environmental review responsibilities. And the implications of this one weren't clear, but members volunteered to look into it more deeply and report back to the council in June. We had HR 1056, which would require the Comptroller General to conduct a study to assess certain environmental review processes with regard to offshore wind projects. And of course, given that this touches on offshore wind, it was of interest to several legislative committee members. Then we have companion bills, S318 and HR 886, which concerns the Marine Debris Foundation and would amend the Marine Debris Act and improve the administration of the Marine Debris Program of NOAA. And so while the implications of these companion bills were not immediately clear, marine debris is also of interest, and members spoke to monitoring these companion bills. The last piece of federal legislation that's in the report concerns the Northwest Energy Security Act, and the apparent effect of this act could be to prevent further consideration of breaching the 4 lower Snake River dams. And it was noted that this could circumvent the mediation process that is currently underway. So like the others, this one was also of interest, and members indicated their intention to follow the 2 companion bills that were recently introduced. Next, as we move on to state legislation, in regards to state legislation, there are a couple of matters of interest that were considered by the committee. First was California Assembly Bill 460, and the understanding of this bill was that it would strengthen the tools available to the California Water Resources Control Board to help address unauthorized diversions of water. The committee spent some time discussing unauthorized diversions of water and how this is problematic in several river systems, and specifically noted the Klamath Basin. And last, we have Oregon House Bill 3382, which would authorize ports at Astoria, Newport, Coos Bay, Portland, and St. Helens to construct, maintain, and improve deep draft navigation channel improvements, including docks and similar berthing facilities, without demonstrating compliance with state or local land use law. And I would maybe pause here briefly and just recall that our Habitat Committee also reported on this earlier in the week. And finally, last part of the report, in addition to these pieces of legislation, there was a recent hearing held by the House Natural Resources Committee's Subcommittee on Water, Wildlife, and Fisheries. That hearing was titled Benefits and Access, the Necessity for Multiple Use of Water Resources. And while not all members participated or listened to that hearing, rather, there was some concern expressed about the dialogue within that hearing in light of the drought-related challenges that exist along the West Coast. So the takeaway, I think, just for everyone's benefit, Mr. Chairman, is that the committee expressed interest in tracking several matters of legislation, and those are itemized here in this report. I can pause there and happy to take questions, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Merrick. Are there any questions on the Legislative Committee report? All right, I'm not seeing any hands. Thank you, Merrick. For anything further?
The only other thing I would call your attention to, Mr. Chairman, is this letter that I also referenced during the overview from the Oregon House of Representatives. It is fairly brief. It might be handy for me just to read it in case folks have not seen it, because it did arrive during our meeting.
All right, go ahead.
Dear Honorable PFMC Council Chair Mark Gorelnik, Vice Chair Brad Pettinger, and Executive Director Merrick Burton, as a co-sponsor of HB 3382, it has come to my attention that although enlarging the Coos River Bay to be a major West Coast shipping port will be a boon to the economic vitality of the Coos Bay community, it is also critical to address the impact that it may have to the viability of the ecosystem. Drilling, shooting, and doubling the depth of this estuary by the US ACE with no upfront environmental protocol in place is questionable. There are potential impacts to habitat, fish populations, especially listed coho, shellfish, seafood processors, and tourism dollars that must be considered and mitigated for. We need to measure the economical gain versus loss. It is important to me that solutions be formed through a collaborative process for the best possible outcome for the resource and the community that depends on it. Would you be willing to provide us with some guidance on the potential impacts of bypassing local and state land use laws that this may have to this environment and how we may better plan for the best outcome? And that is signed, sincerely, Boomer Wright, member of Oregon House of Representatives. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I believe that concludes the overview and the review of the attachments. I believe the staff summary is adequately contained in the Legislative Committee report, so I will refrain from covering that unless you would like me to. So back to you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thanks very much. Let me see if there are any further questions on the Legislative Committee report. I'm not seeing any hands. Before we get into any discussion, I just want to confirm there is no public comment on this agenda item. All right, that will take us to our council action here, which is to consider the report and recommendations. And we did receive a request for comment from a legislator in the state of Oregon. So we have some things to discuss under this agenda item. So let's see who wants to get us started. If anyone. I know people are tired, but we did receive a request for comment. Is there any interest in responding to that request? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just based upon the engagement from people from Oregon that brought this to the attention of at least the Oregon delegation, I think there's interest in responding. I'm not sure what the time frame is, meaning can we take it up at the Legislative Committee in June? Or do we need to put some form of response together in the interim? But I do think it would be beneficial. Interim? Okay. Then I think it would be beneficial to put a response together. I do not have a response generated at this moment, but I do think that that would be helpful for Oregon stakeholders.
Okay, because, generally our portfolio here is to comment on how legislation could impact council-managed fisheries. And I guess if we do want to respond to this request, we need to provide some parameters for the response. And if we're not sure of the timeline here, it may not be important to do the letter immediately, but I'm not being an Oregonian, I'm not really in a position to weigh in on this. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick. And I'm just wondering, this is obviously a little bit out of my wheelhouse, not being an Oregon rep, but thought that the Habitat Committee did give some help maybe on how we might focus our comments and their concerns about the impact to delisting the Oregon Coast coho salmon might be our nexus for comment.
All right, I need to bring up the Habitat Committee report. And to sort of refresh our recollection here.
So that, if,
Go ahead,
if I
please.
might, just the sentence that caught my eye here was that the concern that the bill would jeopardize NOAA's confidence in Oregon's ability to provide protections to salmon habitat, and then thus jeopardizing the Oregon Coast coho salmon.
Okay. And let me look around the table. If that refreshes people's recollection on the Habitat Committee report, I needed that refresher to see if that is something that encompasses the council's perspective on this bill and on the bill's impact on council-managed fisheries. And I need some nods or not. I'm seeing a nodding. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick. The last sentence of the letter about commenting on guidance on impacts of bypassing local and state land use laws, that seems very much out of our lane. As you described earlier, we are a body that is to talk about what impacts to fisheries and fish and fisheries. There is some nexus to coho habitat potential. I think some better guidance might be to inform Representative Wright of what the council does and doesn't do, and maybe provide him some guidance on who to contact, who might be a better body to contact.
I think you're right. You don't comment on land use. We comment on it. Measures. I think the Habitat Committee is correct that environmental concerns. I want to bring back up the letter. Well, I do think, Virgil Moore, it doesn't matter what I think.
Mr. Chairman, certainly there is a nexus here, I think, and it gets at but we don't know the scope of the project. All we know is what's in this letter. We haven't examined the legislation that he references there. But if in fact there is a deepening and an effect on the estuary, that falls in our wheelhouse to some degree from a habitat standpoint, if there are affected stocks that pass through that or use that estuary. That would be, in my mind, the nexus. Most of this should probably be on the local county and state folks, given its locale inshore. But, and it may be that the letter stating, here are the relevant people you need to coordinate with in terms of some of these impacts, our nexus would only extend to whatever there. And I think it's doable. It's a bit of a stretch. in my own mind, but there is, he talks about the potential impacts to fish populations, especially listed coho, seafood processors. So those two are certainly something that we pay attention to routinely. Whether or not, because it's in the bay and it's part of a bay deepening or port activity, we find that there's important oversight by the council. I will suspect not, but that they also should be coordinating with NIMS because of the ESA species involved. And I assume the Corps is, but I don't know that. Thank you.
Well, as I understand the bill, it references compliance with state and local land use law, but it does not, nor could it, seek to exempt compliance with federal law, ESA. So if we're talking about listed stocks, I don't know that there's anything in this bill that would interfere with use of the ESA or NIMS prerogative in that regard. I'm just going to look to Ryan Wolf and see if that's so. Is there a nexus here for the council that's found in federal law, I guess, which is where we play? And I don't want to presume to speak for the council. I want to see people agree that we don't really have a nexus with this bill, and we can't. I don't know that we can really respond other than to say that, well, Heather, what do you, I see you in your eyes offering help, so.
I was just wondering if it might be appropriate just for informally reaching out to Mr. Wright and following up to the letter and then providing a little summary of this discussion and, you know, our understanding about our responsibilities and how can we help. Maybe just understanding this discussion would be helpful to that.
Okay, so I think in terms of informal, an email or a call, and in terms of formal, just maybe a one paragraph letter, basically setting forth the lane in which we travel. I think that, I don't know if we need to do a QR letter on that, maybe just have council leadership look at that and send it out. I think that's fair enough. Let me look around and make sure there's no disagreement with that approach. I'm not seeing any. So Merrick, what say you about this?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm appreciating this discussion. I think this sounds like a fine approach. I have I've already written back to the representative indicating we were going to be taking this up today. And so I would anticipate that they're expecting something from me or you. So what I'm taking from your conversation is just a one paragraph or so letter that would say, you know, this is the jurisdiction of the Pacific Fishery Management Council, and our understanding of the bill is that it contemplates actions that could affect fisheries habitat, but we're still not sure what the nexus is, and try to engage in a bit of a dialogue with the representative about how we could help provide some information about our approach or our realm and what they're trying to get at and whether there's actually an overlap there. I don't think I'm being very clear, but hopefully that's clear enough. Does that sound right to you, Mr. Chairman and Heather?
Well, I think that we'll take a look at the draft, and but I think that in general that's correct. That, you know, if a more focused request could come forward that puts the request in our lane, then maybe we can consider it. But at present, it doesn't really. All right, let me see if there's any other action under this agenda item. Phil.
I was contemplating making a motion to accept the report of the LC.
Oh, I think that would be very useful.
Okay. Well, as magic has it, here it is. I move the council accept the report of the legislative committee as shown on agenda item F5A, supplemental LC report 1, April 2023.
All right, thank you for the motion. The language is accurate and complete. Looking for a second, seconded by Krista Svensson. Please speak to your motion as necessary.
Go LC.
All right, any discussion? Questions for the maker of the motion? Not seeing any hands. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Phil, for catching that. Just want to look around the room, make sure there's no further action under this agenda item before we close it. And I'm looking online as well. I'm not seeing any hands. So that will conclude this agenda item. Thank you. But I see our Salmon folks are in the room. So we're going to take a brief break here for all the changing of the seats. And then we're going to take up, I want to make sure I get the number correct. E10, management measures, final action. So let's just take a few minutes, and when folks are back in their seats, we'll get started. We're missing a couple of people, but we hope to get started soon. All right, some chairs are filling back up and some are emptying. Let's try to get all on the same page here when we get started. Okay, Robin Elke, would you want to get us started on this agenda item?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Robin Elke here, agenda item E10, the 2023 management measures, final action. Always glad to be able to say those words. So the STT will briefly review the analysis of the tentative management measures and answer council questions. Final adoption of the management measures will be followed by comments of the advisors, tribes, agencies, and the public. The season structure considered for adoption that deviates from the salmon fishery management plan will require implementation by emergency rule, which I don't think that is the case this year. And this action is for submission to the US Secretary of Commerce, and the final motions must be visible in writing. To avoid unnecessary delay and confusion in proposing final regulations, minor edits may be made by the STT and other documents provided by staff. Council members should be prepared to provide a written motion. So your action under this agenda item is to adopt the final treaty troll, non-treaty commercial, and recreational ocean salmon fishery management measures for submission to the U.S. Secretary of Commerce. And we don't have any emergency regulations, so you don't have to worry about part 2. Under this agenda item, E10, you have 2 reports from the STT and 1 tribal report. And that concludes my summary. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Robin. Are there any questions of Robin on the overview? Okay, thank you, Robin. So we will start with the Salmon technical team. Dr. O'Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Council members, I'll be referring to agenda item E10A, Supplemental STT Report 1, dated April 6th. The STT took into account the guidance provided by the council yesterday and has a new analysis. And I'll just move to page 15. There are 5 bolded values indicating not meeting management objectives within Puget Sound, but all other stocks in table 5 here meet their management objectives. And I think those are all the high points right there, and I don't have much else to say other than that.
All right, well, thank you for the high points there. Let me see if there are any questions of the council on that report. I know there's a second report, but let's, all right, I'm not seeing any hands. Do you want to address report 2 on the Klamath River Fall Chinook de minimis exploitation rate?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will, for this item, I'll be referring to agenda item E10A, Salmon Technical Team Report on the 2023 Klamath River Fall Chinook de minimis exploitation rate. For 2023, the Klamath River Fall Chinook Harvest Control Rule specifies a de minimis maximum allowable exploitation rate of 10%. The Salmon Fishery Management Plan requires consideration of several factors when recommending de minimis exploitation rates. From the Salmon FMP, says when recommending an allowable de minimis exploitation rate in a given year, the council shall also consider the following circumstances: the potential for critically low natural spawner abundance, including considerations for substocks that may fall below crucial genetic thresholds, spawner abundance levels in recent years, the status of commingled stocks, indicators of marine and freshwater environmental conditions, minimal needs for tribal fisheries, whether the stock is currently approaching an overfished condition, whether the stock is currently overfished, and other considerations as appropriate. The STT has assessed these circumstances with the exception of minimal needs for tribal fisheries. There's a correction to this statement right here. It also states indicators of marine and freshwater environmental conditions were not considered, but they are actually in here, and forgot to update that sentence. So I'll walk through these. The potential for low spawner abundance. The potential for critically low natural spawner abundance is considered high. The 2023 minimum natural area spawner escapement of 23,614 adults is below the minimum stock size threshold of 30,525. A natural area escapement of 23,614 adults would represent the 12th lowest value in the past 45 years of data. Substocks. To assess the potential for critically low abundance of substocks, a statistical model was applied to historical run size data to assess the probability that escapement to either the Salmon, Scott, or Shasta rivers would fall below 720 adults, given a total basin-wide natural area escapement of 23,614 adults in 2023. The 720 escapement threshold for these substocks was based on effective population size considerations. Application of the model suggested at least one of the substocks would fall below the 720 adult threshold with a probability of 39%. Recent spawner abundance. The natural area adult spawner escapement has been lower than the MSST in 7 of the last 10 years and 4 of the last 5 years. The 2023 forecast of natural area spawners in the absence of fishing is 26,236 adults, which is below the maximum sustainable yield spawner escapement. It's below SMSY and the minimum stock size threshold. If fishing seasons are structured such that the maximum allowable exploitation rate of 10% is met, the natural area adult spawner escapement is 23,614, which is lower than the MSST and SMSY. Commingled stocks. With regard to commingled stocks, Sacramento River Fall Chinook have a low abundance forecast and are likely to constrain fisheries in 2023. Indicators of marine and freshwater conditions. Indicators of marine and freshwater conditions encountered by Klamath River Fall Chinook broods in the 2023 fishery, which are primarily broods 2019, brood year 2019 and 2020, were provided in the Habitat Committee report provided at the March Council meeting. Brood year 2019 Klamath River Fall Chinook were the progeny of a low abundance of spawners. Egg to fry productivity was above average, but outmigrants encountered low flows. The number of hatchery fish released was well below average, but the release timing relative to the spring transition in the ocean was favorable for survival. Early marine survival indicators were mixed. The mean status score for freshwater life stages of the 2019 brood was below average, while the mean status score for the marine component of the life cycle was above average. Brood year 2020 Klamath River Fall Chinook were the progeny of a spawner abundance near the mean value, and incubation indicators were also close to the mean. Outmigrants encountered low flows and high temperatures. Hatchery production was below average, but hatchery origin outmigrants encountered favorable conditions in the river and ocean. Early marine survival indicators were generally near mean values, the exception being a favorable North Pacific index. The mean status score for freshwater life stages of 2020 brood were below average, while the mean status score for the marine component of the life cycle was above average. Approaching an overfish condition. The Klamath River Fall Chinook stock currently meets the criteria for being at risk of approaching an overfish condition. Overfish status. Klamath River Fall Chinook was declared overfished following the 2017 escapement and continues to meet the criteria for overfish status in 2023. And that concludes the STT statement.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. O'Farrell. There are questions on the STT report too. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. Thank you very much. Okay, there is a travel report here as well. Joe Oatman, would you like to introduce the travel report?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to read portions of the Supplemental Travel Report 1. This is a statement by the Columbia River Treaty Tribes to the Pacific Fishery Management Council dated April 6, 2023. So this is a statement on behalf of the 4 Columbia River Treaty Tribes, the Umatilla, Warm Springs, Yakima, and Nez Perce. These tribes have federally recognized treaty fishing rights in all of their regional custom fishing areas. They depend upon these fish for cultural, spiritual, and economic needs. They note that salmon face many obstacles throughout their lives, from avian predators and dams when they are juveniles, to poor ocean conditions, to sea lions, warm waters in rivers, and more selective fisheries when they return. They also note that they have problems because of all of our respective agencies seem to have to do more work to manage these fish with less resources. Funding for staff resources as well as hatcheries has not kept pace with inflation. Our hatchery programs have been short of proper funding for maintenance and upgrades for years. We not only have to struggle for proper funding, but we have to struggle against people who argue that we should not even have hatchery programs, and those who bring needless litigation. Last year, for instance, a total of 94.3 million hatchery salmon steelhead were released upstream of Bonneville Dam, including 42.4 million fall Chinook. A substantial portion of the fish are released as a result of mitigation promises made to the tribes for habitat that was lost or degraded. They want to acknowledge that we must all continue to work together to ensure we have the resources to manage our fisheries, along with properly funded hatchery programs and more efforts to protect and restore habitat. If we can overcome these obstacles, we can make more progress on salmon recovery, and we will be able to provide better fisheries for everyone. That, Mr. Chair, wanted to read portions of their statement in for the record.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions on the travel report? Great, thank you very much, Joe. That completes the reports that I have, takes us to public comment, of which we have none. So that will take us to our council action here. And as a reminder, we need motions on this. We'll bring, so let me just see if there are any discussion before we get to motions. We've spent a lot of floor time on this already, but I don't want to cut off discussion. Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I noticed in the STT report there were several Puget Sound stocks that were still exceeding their objectives. I understand the co-managers have been working very hard to resolve those issues, and I was just curious if there might be any additional information available on the status of that work.
Well, Kyle Addix, do you have information?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The co-managers did continue work through the day to address the 5 stocks that were identified, 5 Chinook stocks from Puget Sound that were identified in the STT report as exceeding their exploitation rate ceilings. We've developed new inside fisheries that, when modeled, do meet all of those conservation limits. I'll speak to them specifically when I speak to a motion, but that was the work we were doing through the day based on the work that the team did for us yesterday evening.
All right, any further discussion? All right, that means it's time for motions. So, Joe Outman, would you like to start with the tribal motion?
I think, Mr. Chair, I'd be pleased to. So, Sandra, if you can put the motion on the screen. I move to adopt the Treaty Indian Trawl Fishery Management Measures for submission to the U.S. Secretary of Commerce for the area north of Cape Falcon, as shown in Table 3 on Agenda Item E10A, Supplemental STT Report 1, April 6, 2023.
All right, Joe, that language appears to be accurate and complete.
It is, Mr.
And
Chair.
I'll look for a second, seconded by Kyle Addix. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So these treaty trawl management measures are the result of the many discussions among tribes and the state of Washington during the North of Falcon process. This action directly relates to the Council's obligations under the MSA to address the federally recognized fishing rights of these tribes, which are detailed in their treaties and associated case law. The tribal co-managers considered the 2023 projected abundances of Chinook and coho salmon stocks and corresponding management objectives, determined how much fish can be available for tribal fisheries. Among other topics considered during the North of Falcon process, the projected abundance of these fish present unique stock-specific challenges to shaping the treaty trawl ocean fisheries this year. Tribal co-managers have done their part in the challenging process of considering these complex matters and reaching agreed-to treaty trawl management measures. I greatly respect the work of the tribes, the state of Washington, NOAA Fisheries, that have led to these treaty trawl fisheries so that we can submit this to the U.S. Secretary of Commerce. I also appreciate the work of the STT in doing the analysis needed over the course of our March and April meetings, culminating in their supplemental report on this agenda item today. Also want to recognize that the inside areas are critically important to other tribes as well. The affected treaty tribes of Western Washington and the Columbia River have repeatedly emphasized over the years that rebuilding of these vital fishery resources cannot be achieved by these management measures alone. While they uphold their responsibility in this PFMC process, the tribes continue to call for a broader, more comprehensive effort to rebuild these runs to healthy and harvestable levels so they can exercise their federally protected treaty rights on all stocks that are Cotton Council managed fisheries. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions of the maker of the motion? Any discussion on the motion? All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Joe, for the motion. We'll go next to the state of Washington. Kyle Addix.
Thank you, Chair Gorelnik. I too have a motion. I move that the council adopt for submission to the U.S. Secretary of Commerce the non-Indian commercial and recreational salmon management measures for the area north of Cape Falcon as presented in agenda item E10A supplemental STT report 1 dated April 6th, 2023.
All right, that language on the screen appears accurate and complete.
Yes.
And I'll look for a second. Seconded by Phil Anderson. Please speak to your motion.
First, thanks to the council, as always, for their flexibility in scheduling our salmon agenda items this week as we work through the final steps of our fishery planning north of Falcon. That flexibility helps us a lot to get the progress we need before we come back and look at the next step. As I mentioned earlier, we worked throughout the day on additional modifications to inside fishery plans to ensure that they meet all identified conservation objectives when linked to council area fisheries. There were several Chinook stocks identified as not meeting objectives in the STT report under this agenda item. Additional changes to planned fisheries have been made since last night and will bring projected exploitation rates under their allowable limits for Skokomish summerfall, Nooksack spring, Stillaguamish summerfall, Snohomish summerfall, and Nisqually summerfall Chinook. These fishery changes will be reflected in the final model runs by the STT and the pre-season 3 document. I'm very thankful to be able to put a set of ocean regulations forward for the area north of Falcon based on some strong forecasts for key stocks in these fisheries that should provide good fishing opportunity for commercial and recreational fisheries in a year that's very grim for areas to the south. And I hope that we'll be able to get things turned around for fisheries down there in the near future. I thank the SAS earlier in the week for the work they do every year to help us get alternatives on the table and then get those narrowed down to one package. But we'll thank them again for their continued efforts this week as we refine that package to what's in front of the council today. As always, in echoing Mr. Oatman's statements, thanks to the STT and the long list of state, tribal, federal staff that work tirelessly throughout the year, but particularly during our preseason process to get us to this important point. Finally, thanks to all our co-managers for working through another set of difficult issues this year so that we could bring forward non-treaty commercial and recreational fisheries and treaty troll fishery package to the council this afternoon. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you very much, Kyle. Are there any questions for the maker of the motion or any discussion on the motion? And I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Kyle. Now, John North, it's your turn for the state of Oregon.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Oregon does have a motion. I move that council adopt the non-Indian commercial and recreational salmon management measures for submission to the U.S. Secretary of Commerce for the area from Cape Falcon, Oregon to the Oregon-California border as described in agenda item E10A supplemental STT report 1 dated April 6, 2023, including all season descriptions, minimum sizes, and requirements, definitions, restrictions, and exceptions.
Okay, and the language on the screen is accurate and complete?
It is.
And I'll look for a second, seconded by Krista Svensson. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been a long week, and like everyone else, I assume I'm pretty anxious to head home. However, the circumstances this year left us with some very difficult decisions, and the effects on the salmon fisheries and coastal communities of those decisions are not taken lightly. I really do hope this is a short-term situation. I would like to thank the public that participated in the process and recognize the great work of the salmon technical team and our salmon advisory subpanel, and also thank my fellow co-managers and the Oregon staff for their assistance over this last several months. I would also like to acknowledge Dr. Braby for her years of service on the council and wish her the best for the future.
All right, are there any questions for the maker of the motion? All right, not seeing any hands. Well, let's vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, John, for the motion. And now it is California's turn. Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe Sandra has the motion. Thank you. I move that the council adopt for submission to the U.S. Secretary of Commerce the non-Indian commercial and recreational salmon management measures for the area from the Oregon-California border to the U.S.-Mexico border as presented in Agenda Item E10A, Supplemental STT Report 1, dated April 6th, 2023.
All right, and the language on the screen is accurate and complete.
Yes, it is.
And I'll look for a second, seconded by Corey Ridings. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Escapement and abundance forecasts for California target stocks are at historically low levels. The 2022 Sacramento Fall jack and adult escapements are the third lowest since record keeping began in 1970. Following from that poor jack escapement, the 2023 forecast for Sac Fall adults is only 169,000 some fish, and that's the third lowest since implementation of our Sacramento Index methodology. Meanwhile, our goal range for escapement on this stock is between 122 and 180,000 returning adults. So before any fishing is scheduled whatsoever, the adult forecast isn't even above the escapement goal range. Meanwhile, the Klamath, adults and jacks are also well below the long-term averages. And the 2023 Klamath Fall adult forecast of 103,000 some adults is the third lowest on record. As the STT referenced today in their report 2 regarding the de minimis Klamath Fall exploitation rate, this stock also unfortunately continues to meet the status determination criteria as an overfish stock. And they've been meeting that criteria since 2018. The forecast numbers are comparable to the levels that led to historic fishery closures in 2008 and 2009. As detailed in the NIMS guidance we received in March, neither of these target stocks have performed well under the provisions of each of the respective harvest control rules. Consequently, a shift to more conservative management approach is warranted. Coupled with the low abundances of sac and Klamath Fall fish, there's been a trend of over-forecasting prior to fishery planning. Over-forecasting inland harvest and over-forecasts of returns that suggest that we will meet escapement targets. In light of these recent trends, an abundance of caution is warranted, and our proposed seasons in California's view do constitute the extraordinary measures NIMS called for in its guidance. CDFW notes that even a small margin of error at these low abundance levels can have serious significant consequences for the long-term health and sustainability of the stocks. So thinking more about escapement this fall, the returns that come back in 2023 for both of these target stocks will factor into assessments of status determination criteria now and for 3 years into the future. We need to give the fish every chance to return this fall. And the California Ocean Alternatives reflect the policy position that we intend the harvestable surplus be put toward escapement. In March, the Habitat Committee reported to us that for both Sacramento and Klamath stocks, there are very few signs of optimism across over 20 indicators. The conclusion reached by the Habitat Committee in March is an important forewarning when it comes to the need for precaution now and in the near future. From an ecosystem indicator perspective, the outlook for both Klamath and Sacramento stocks suggests below average adult abundance in 2024 and 2025. This recommendation today to close all of California fisheries follows the reasoned advice of the Salmon Advisory Subpanel. It's extremely difficult. It negatively affects thousands of fishing businesses and fish processors, and likely hundreds of thousands of recreational anglers and the economies driven by salmon fishing and related activities. However, the recommendation is intended to allow salmon to recover in order to provide future fishing opportunities. Salmon are an iconic species in California, and we treasure them for their intrinsic cultural, recreational, and commercial values. The state is committed to ensuring long-term survival of our salmon runs and also committed to supporting our struggling fishing communities. But with all that said, there is reason for optimism. Salmon are resilient and short-lived. We have regularly seen periods of low abundance, and a few years following, we do see recovery. California has seen some historic precipitation events this winter, and in response, we're hopeful our stocks will rebound. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Marcy. Are there any questions for the maker of the motion? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you for the motion, Marcy. Okay, before I turn back to Robin, I want to see if there's any other business under this agenda item. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to compliment Marcy on a great motion for California and the comments she made afterwards. And it's a sad day that we shut all our fisheries for salmon on the California coast, and it's cause for concern, no doubt. But there is some optimism in the future. And the thing I'm really impressed by is the responsibility and reactions of our fleets, both commercial and recreational, to come together and realize that this is good for the resource, good for them ultimately. And I don't think it's rare to see such a drastic action taken with industry support for doing the right thing. And I'm just proud of everybody. So thank you.
Right. Thanks for that comment. Certainly hope there's some mercy for the California halibut in San Francisco Bay, who will, without groundfish for much of the year, or at least near shore, and without salmon, pickings are going to be slim. Let's see if there's anything else under this agenda item. Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been a very difficult year, as everyone has noticed. NIMS had very difficult guidance to give early in this year. I was I was awestruck, I guess I'd say, by this council through the last several months that have been at least one of the hardest that I have seen people go through during my time here. And it was a reminder, given some of the other agenda items that we talked about, EEJ and inclusiveness and the importance of supporting each other, that, you know, it's easy in the good times to get our work done. What really shows the mettle of the council is when we're confronted by challenges like this. And it takes everyone pulling together, the fishermen, the technical folks, the managers, to make some very difficult decisions and support each other. It's not one person, it's not one fishery, it's the whole coast making it happen. And I'm very appreciative of the support that I've received, the help that I've seen others receive, and just how it underscores the work that this council does and the challenges it faces and overcomes. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Susan. Yes, it has been a difficult year. And we just hope that the federal and state agencies that can make a real difference in the fishery will do their part and not let us down again. So, all right, Robin, how are we doing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You have completed your work under agenda item 10A. So you're doing well.
All right, well, that would conclude agenda item E10 and salmon for this meeting. I think that will conclude our business for the day. Before we break, as is tradition, I'll turn to our Executive Director, Merrick Bird, to see if he has any words of wisdom for us.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and very nice work today, Council. Some very tough decisions indeed. Looking ahead toward tomorrow, I'm not able to make eye contact with Patricia, but if we do not have printouts of the supplemental YAG and the supplemental quick reference agenda, they will be available soon. So if Patricia does not have them yet, they should be available on the table outside the hallway, outside the ballroom. I understand Sandra is also posting those to the website. They may be there already, or she may be working on them as we speak. So I think it is helpful to take a look at those before we get to future council meeting agenda and workload planning tomorrow. Take those up in your state delegations and discuss among yourselves as necessary. Other than that, Mr. Chairman, there are a few additional reports of COVID. Like I expressed yesterday, it is here in healthy numbers. So everyone, please be aware and please take care of yourself. Other than that, that's the end of my remarks for the evening, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Well, Patricia does have those reports, so please pick them up on the way out. We'll get started first thing in the morning with our last groundfish item on the Sablefish assessment, and then we'll move into the balance of our administrative matters. So as Merrick Burden said, be safe, be well, and we'll see you at 8 o'clock in the morning.